We're on the record for the video deposition of Roger Stone taken in the matter of Klayman versus Stone. Today is February 12th, 2020, and the time is 9:42 a.m. This deposition is being conducted at 110 Southeast 6th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The court reporter is Trish Bailey-Enton, and the videographer is Leland Olson, both of Empire Legal Reporting. Will counsel please introduce themselves, after which the court reporter will swear in the witness.
Larry Klayman for the plaintiffs. I just want to put on the record our amended notice of deposition, which lists 6 cases upon which this deposition is being taken. Klayman versus Stone, which is 19-011394 Broward County. Klayman versus Stone et al. 19-00272 Broward County. Corsi versus Stone 50-2019, civil action number 013711 Palm Beach County. Klayman versus Santilli 50-2019, 015104 Palm Beach County. Corsi versus Stone, that is 19 CV 324, U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. And Corsi versus Caputo, which is 1-19-CV 1573, District Court for the District of Columbia. So the deposition is being taken with regard to all of those cases. Discovery has been consolidated. I'll ask that the court reporter mark as Exhibit 1 the amended notice of deposition. And then ask the court reporter to swear the witness in.
Sure. Does everybody else want to just announce for the record?
Robert Buchel on behalf of Roger Stone.
Mark Lerner, Dwayne Morris on behalf of Newsmax Media, Inc., Christopher Ruddy, John Cardillo, and John Bachman in the Corsi versus Stone matter in Palm Beach.
Grant Smith, Roger Stone.
Okay, I'm going to place you under oath. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'll show you Exhibit 1, Mr. Stone. That's an amended notice of deposition. You've seen that before, have you not?
I don't recall.
You are aware, however, that this deposition was to begin at 9 a.m. this morning?
That is correct.
And you are aware that this notice of deposition was filed in the court file and sent to your counsel on at least 2 occasions, correct?
Yes.
Yet you showed up 40 minutes late. That's correct, is it
My
not?
understanding is that there was a problem with notice on location.
There's no problem. Look at the...
You want to get started? Let's get started.
No, I'm not getting started. I want this on the record. 110 Southeast 6th Street, let me finish, Suite 1700, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301, correct?
As I explained to you off the record, you noticed this at my office, and then without any highlight that you changed the address without consulting, a phone call, or saying, I changed the address, please note the change of address. Had you done that at 9:15, we would have gotten started, but we had to get in a car and come here instead of stay in my office building.
In fact, this amended notice of deposition was filed, for the record, in the court file, and you get electronic transmissions, do you not, Mr. Buchel?
I'm not discussing it, I'm not the witness, but
And
that's
fact,
the explanation.
And in fact, yesterday I sent a copy to you by email again, did I not?
Seems extraordinarily petty to me. Can
Well,
we get started?
It's not petty, Mr. Stone.
Your time's not more valuable than mine. Can we just go ahead?
You have little to no respect for court or judicial process, do you?
Objection. We're not answering that question. So let's get started with the facts of the lawsuit of this case.
Has your counsel advised you on what it means to be under oath?
Objection. That's attorney-client privilege. He's under oath. Let's begin the deposition.
Mr. Stone, you've been convicted of perjury on 5 counts, have you not?
Objection. We're not talking about the any criminal aspect of any criminal case.
So you're aware that it's a crime to not testify truthfully or to withhold facts?
That you can answer.
Yes.
Okay. When were you born?
August 27th, 1952.
And run us through briefly your educational background.
I went to John Jay High School. I went to the Lewisboro Elementary School in Lewisboro, New York. I went to John Jay High School in Katona, New York. I did about a year and a half at George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And when did you graduate at George? I take it you just did a year at George Washington, correct?
A little bit more.
What
but
did
I
you do after that?
I went to work for the committee to re-elect the President of the United States.
That was President Richard Nixon.
Correct.
And how long did you work there?
Well, I joined in 71 through Election Day 72.
And what happened after Election Day 72? What did you do at that time?
I worked for the inaugural committee for the President.
Okay. And how long did you work for them?
Well, through the inauguration, which is in January.
And what
Of
happened?
73.
What happened after January 73 in terms of your employment?
I believe I went to the Office of Economic Opportunity, but I'm not certain.
And how long did you work there?
Very briefly. I went there essentially to work on a project.
So what happened after then? in
I
terms
was out of
employment?
work after that.
And how long were you out of work?
Well, let's see. I'm uncertain.
When was the next time you were gainfully employed?
Probably when I went to work for Senator Bob Dole in 1973, late 73.
And what was your position?
I was a research assistant to the senator.
And how long did you remain a research assistant to Senator Bob Dole?
Through about the middle of 1974, as I recall.
What kind of research did you perform? Opposition
Le-
research?
Legislative research.
And what happened after your tenure with Senator Dole?
I went to work for Mills Godwin, who was running for governor of Virginia, specifically on the campaign of the Attorney General candidate M. Patton Eccles through Election Day 73.
And what happened after that campaign?
I don't recall.
Just run us through, make it quick, your employment history. Or
Well, as best
your work.
as best as I can remember, 73. From there, I go to the 75. I go to the Reagan for President campaign as National Youth Director through the convention of 76. After that, I become a founder of the National Conservative Political Action Committee. After which, I go back to work for Governor Reagan again in the 1980 campaign. Then I go back to the. Then I co-found public affairs firm, Black Manafort and Stone. Then I take a leave from there.
Give the dates. When did you co-found Black Manafort
Shortly
Stone?
after the 1980 election.
Was that Black Manafort Stone and Kelly?
Not at that point.
Okay. Did it later become that?
Yes, it did.
And when did that happen?
Don't recall.
And what type of work did you do as a partner?
Public affairs work.
Lobbying?
No, I had some lobby clients, but mostly not.
And how long were you with Black Manafort and Stone
Well, I took a
before it
leave.
became and Kelly?
I don't recall.
And how long were you with the firm total, even when it became Kelly?
I don't recall.
What did you do after that?
I worked on the president's re-election campaign in 1984.
Which president?
President Ronald Reagan.
And what did you do for President Ronald Reagan?
I was the Northeastern political director for all the states from Maine down to Delaware, and as well as Ohio.
And did you go back to Black Manafort, Stone, and Kelly after that?
I believe I did.
Okay. And how long were you there?
Till about, this is a guess, I believe around 89.
And what happened in 1989?
We sold the firm, and I was obviously no longer, well, we sold the firm. After that, I lose track. I think I go to work for myself.
Did you remain in Washington, D.C.?
I remained there until 9/11,
And
the attack of 9/11.
After 9/11, what did you do?
Moved to Florida.
Is that where you live today?
That is
And you're a
correct.
citizen of Florida.
Correct.
And what type of work have you done since you moved to Florida?
I've done a combination of public affairs work. I have written 2 blogs. I have written 5 books. I have served as a pundit, but I've been self-employed,
Pundit on InfoWars?
among others.
What others? Newsmax as well?
I've certainly been on Newsmax, Fox Television, OAN, so on.
Have you been paid by any of these media entities?
Only by InfoWars.
Did there come a point in time when you met me, Larry Klayman?
Yes, indeed.
When was that?
When you represented me.
Did I not meet you earlier than that at the Old Ebbitt Grill with regard to Jack Kemp?
I don't recall.
At the time that you met me, I had said I was interested in helping Jack Kemp.
It's entirely possible, I just don't recall.
And is it not true that you had me put on the Executive Finance Committee for Jack Kemp?
Objection to form.
I just don't recall. It's certainly possible, but I'm not certain.
Sitting on that executive, you were a supporter.
I was a supporter of Jack Kemp.
And in fact, you actually differed with your partner Lee Atwater and others that you went off and represented Kemp.
That is correct.
With regard to being nominated for president.
That's correct. But
What
I
year
was,
was
I
that?
was, of course, a volunteer.
What year was it?
1988.
And at that time, sitting on the Executive Finance Committee was also Donald Trump, correct? For Jack Kemp.
No, not that I recall. I believe he supported the vice president.
Okay. You have been sued by me and by Dr. Corsi, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And in the course of being sued, you were sent document requests, correct?
That's correct.
And what did you do after you received the request for production of documents? How did you look for those documents?
I asked my attorneys to conduct the search because they had just conducted a search regarding federal matters.
What federal matters had they conducted a search?
I think it's rather obvious, is it not?
What is it? Put it on the record.
Yeah, you have two federal cases, the DNC versus the Russian Federation in the Southern District of New York. You have Cochran versus, I'm trying to remember the lead defendant, but and Roger Stone. And then you have the federal criminal matter.
What access to information did you give your counsel?
All, entirely.
And what counsel actually conducted the search by name?
Grant Smith, who was with us today.
And Mr. Bushell as well?
Mr. Bushell certainly would have reviewed the material.
Did they have anyone assisting them in looking for documents that were responsive to plaintiff's document requests in the cases that you're here on today?
I am uncertain.
Did you give them access to computers, files? What did you give them access to?
Everything.
And what is that?
That would be computers, iPad, cell phone, text messages, phone records, everything.
What cell phone provider do you use?
AT&T.
Was it used at that time
Yes.
that you did the search?
At what time?
The time that the search was conducted by your counsel?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been using AT&T?
A very long time.
Which computers did you give them access to?
My main computer at home, which is a, not a PC, but a Mac.
Do you have a laptop?
I do, but I very rarely use it.
And you didn't give them access to
Yes,
that?
they had my laptop as well.
Did you give them access to phone records?
They had access to phone records through other searches.
You're aware that the document production requested the production of phone records as well?
There must not have been any phone records to produce, if you didn't get any.
Text messages, you're aware that it required
Yes,
the production of text messages?
certainly was. I believe that the text messages were provided.
Emails?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, you were convicted of not providing information to Congress which had been requested.
That is untrue.
Objection, and we're
It's not true. That charge was withdrawn, but go ahead.
And your lawyers actually sent letters to Congress on your behalf saying that you did not have documents when you did, correct?
objection. I'm instructing the witness not to answer. We're not talking about any criminal matters.
No, we're not talking about criminal matters. We're talking about a course of conduct.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
All right.
Okay. I want to make sure he's aware that he needs to produce everything.
I'm well aware of that.
Okay.
You learned the hard way, right?
Objection, not answering. I'm
Just
instructing
because
the
you're
witness
delusional
not-
does not mean that I have to be badgered by you.
Am I delusional that you were convicted of 7 counts?
I'm not
Not
going to answer that
answering.
question.
Now, your residence, where was your residence located when the FBI came in with?
We're not answering these questions. So
you can certify these that are not being answered.
Please do.
Yes. What computers did the FBI take?
All the same computers?
we're not
Pardon me.
answering these questions.
This is relevant to document production.
You're-
I'll tie it up.
Go ahead.
You're going to wind up getting sanctioned, Mr. Bichel.
No, you're going to wind up getting sanctioned,
This-
Mr.
this doesn't-
Klayman,
this-
like you are in D.C. So let's go.
Let's not do that.
Why not?
Continue.
Not
Let's-
going to be badgered by this
You're not
asshole.
badgered.
Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Go ahead. Keep.
Okay.
Continue.
Now, I want to find out what computers did you buy after that FBI raided your house? Did you then buy new computers?
I'm not answering that question.
The FBI took all of your computers.
That is
right?
correct.
Okay. Did you have backup for what you had on your computers in your house before the FBI raided your house?
Back up. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you back up what was on those computers?
I think
In other words, documents,
I
emails?
believe my lawyers had copies of everything that was on the computers. Yes.
You anticipated possibly being raided by the FBI, so you gave them backup copies?
Objection. Objection. Do not answer that. We're not answering that.
Certified.
What does that have to do about your defamation? About you?
I
were
want to find out
defamed?
where the documents are.
There are no documents other than those you've been given.
So where did those documents come from as to what I've been given?
The search conducted by my attorneys.
It was totally within their purview to do the search?
That's correct.
You played no role?
Correct.
You didn't review what they did?
I reviewed it after the fact.
Do you know whether they removed documents that were to be produced?
I don't think they would do that. It would be unethical.
But you don't know one way or the other.
Either do you.
Well, we'll find out. That's why I'm
Maybe.
asking questions.
This is just a waste
Ask
of
your
time.
next question.
Now, when did you purchase new computers? Well, excuse me, did the FBI take your cell phones too?
Objection. We're not answering these questions about what the FBI
This
did
is
or
relevant.
didn't do.
This
No,
is
it's
relevant.
not.
Very few documents have been produced. I want to find out what devices they may be on that were recalled for that he no longer has in his possession or does have in his possession. That's a legitimate question.
Okay. Well, I disagree. I'm instructing.
Also,
you
my
not to
questions
answer.
about telling the truth are quite relevant in light of the history of this defense.
You've got your own problems in that regard, don't you?
Let's ask the next question.
What computers did they take from your house?
Objection.
The FBI.
I'm instructing him not to answer. We're not asking and having any discussions about criminal cases.
It's not criminal. I want to know what computers were taken. It has nothing to do with criminal. What computers were taken? Answer the question, please.
I've instructed him not to. Ask your next question.
What computers, if any, and cell phones, what were the make of the computers that were taken by the FBI?
Same. I'm instructing him not to answer.
What were the make of the phones that were taken by the FBI?
Same. Instructing him not to answer.
Now, the allegations of the complaints filed against you predate the raid of the FBI on your residence, correct?
If you know. If you know.
I'm not sure
Well,
that I know.
We'll be going through that. Now, what computers and cell phones did you purchase, if any, after the FBI took everything out of your house?
You've asked that 5 times
I have
already.
not.
Okay, well, I'm instructing
Yeah,
you not to
perhaps
answer.
your attention span is no greater than with regard to a notice of deposition, Mr. Buchel.
Okay. Next question.
I'm asking the question again. What computers and cell phones did you purchase after
Okay.
your house was raided?
I'm
If any.
instructing the witness not to answer. It's irrelevant. We did our document search. We provided the documents.
You are aware that not producing documents in a civil case can give rise to criminal liability as it does in a criminal case, correct?
Objection to form. This is harassment. Just ask questions about your
It's not
lawsuit.
harassment. I want to make sure that he understood the consequence of not producing documents.
We've explained. We have produced the documents. That's it. let's get into the facts of the case. What do you want to know?
I control the deposition, and the court does, not you, Mr. Bushell. Already you've shown a disrespect for court process. Do you have an office now where you keep files?
I do not.
Okay. Do you keep files in wherever you're living?
To the extent that I have files, yes.
Where are you now living?
I'm now living at...
Well, we'll give you his address off the record.
Do you keep paper files?
No, not really.
But you keep some.
Well, yeah,
You keep backup.
a little bit.
Okay. And what do you keep?
Well, an enormous amount of paperwork regarding this recent case.
What case?
The criminal case that I've just been through, that I'm not answering questions about.
Well, I'm not asking you questions about the criminal case.
But I just answered your question.
Do you have documents currently that concern Dr. Jerome Corsi?
I do not,
How do you know that?
because I know what I have.
Did you give your physical documents to your counsel to review?
Yes. Oh, it's actually the other way around. I think my counsel gave me the physical documents, since they almost virtually all come from discovery.
But you have some in your house, correct?
Some, yes.
And you didn't give them those, did you?
Objection.
They gave them to me. Why would I give them to them?
You write things down from time to time, do you not?
Certainly.
You keep notes.
Once in a while.
Did you give your counsel notes to review to see whether the notes would be relevant to any of the cases that you're here on today?
That would be work product then, wouldn't it? And he wouldn't have to turn it over.
No, that wouldn't be work product, Mr. Bushell.
Yes, yes.
Well, there are no such notes.
you
There
have-
are no such notes, so we can keep moving.
On a matter-by-matter basis, that could be claimed, but to have them reviewed, obviously they weren't reviewed for whether they're work product or anything else.
Objection. You're assuming facts, not in evidence.
Well, I'm going to ask.
I think
So, just to make it clear, you didn't give them any of the physical documents in your house to review in response to the request for production
Objection
in this
for him.
case.
It would be unnecessary because the documents I have came from them. They would be therefore well aware of them.
But you keep notes yourself, correct?
Not on any of these matters. I mean, yeah, I make a grocery list. Who doesn't?
You never write anything down.
Of course I write things down, but not pertaining to anything we're here to discuss.
You didn't
Just not all that
you didn't write
important to
down
me,
that Larry
guys.
Klayman is an asshole?
Did I write that down
Yeah.
with my hand, with my fingers?
Yeah.
Not that I
No,
recall.
okay. That just came to you.
Well, truth is an absolute defense.
We'll see.
Yes, indeed, we will.
And we'll see what the truth is.
Yes, we
We'll
will.
go on. We're going to work from this binder. Mr. Michelle. Give one to the court reporter. These are documents that were produced by Dr. Corsi and I in the course of this litigation. There are some tax returns at the end which we are going to move with consent to put under seal, Mr. Stone, so I would ask that you not disseminate them or use them in any way other than in this case under seal. But let's start with my sworn affidavit on top, and I'll ask that that be marked. It entails, and you can just mark it right in the book.
Sure.
To make it easy. That's Exhibit 2 to the Stone deposition. And it entails 59 pages. You are aware, Mr. Stone, that I'm the founder of Judicial Watch?
I am.
Okay. You've spoken to Tom Fitton, haven't you?
One time in my entire life. I saw him backstage at a conference at Doral maybe a couple months ago, and we shook hands in passing. Beyond that, I've never spoken to the man.
You've spoken to others at Judicial Watch, though, haven't you?
No, actually, I haven't. Not that I recall.
You may have, but you just don't recall.
I don't recall ever speaking to anyone at Judicial Watch. I couldn't name anybody else at Judicial Watch other than Fitton, who I've seen online.
And you've sent emails to Fitton?
No, I don't believe I have.
You've sent text messages to Fitton?
No, I don't believe I have.
You've communicated with him through intermediaries?
I have not communicated with him at all.
You know what intermediary means?
I'm familiar with the term.
Now, there came a point in time when I left Judicial Watch, correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. That was around September of 2003.
Objection to form,
Correct?
if you know.
Now, I suggest that you don't make speaking objections if you know, okay? He knows. One
No,
way or the other.
actually, I don't know.
Okay, there came a point in time before September 2003 that a mutual friend named Scott Reed contacted you concerning me. correct?
Objection is, as to form.
While that may be true, I don't recall.
Who was Scott Reed?
Scott Reed was a friend of mine.
Okay. At the time, he was chief of staff to Jack Kemp at Housing and Urban Development, correct?
Objection to form, assumes facts.
I just, chronologically, I don't recall.
I'm just moving it along here. Okay. Otherwise, we'll be here even longer. Now, Scott Reed had formerly been the number 2 at the Republican National Committee under then Chairman Haley Barbour, correct?
That sounds correct, but I'm unsure of the exact years.
And Scott Reed told you that I was interested in running for the U.S. Senate,
That is correct.
correct? And that at that time, it was known publicly that the current senator, one of the current senators from Florida, Bob Graham, was going to retire. There'd be an open seat, correct?
Objection to form.
I don't really recall.
You don't recall that?
I remember that. I believe there was an open seat. I couldn't tell you what year it was.
Okay. There came a point in time after Reed contacted you that you and I met, correct?
Yes.
And where did we meet?
Don't recall.
We met in New York City, correct?
Objection
Don't
to form.
recall.
You had an apartment there close to the plaza.
Objection to form.
I did have one at one time, but I don't recall the
And-
specific meeting.
And we had dinner, correct?
Objection.
Don't recall.
During that meeting, we discussed whether you would be my campaign manager on the Senate campaign that I had planned to undertake in Florida,
Objection to
correct?
form.
I don't think I've ever been a campaign manager in the last 30
Or
years.
you would play a role in it.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, and I told you that if I was to retain you to do that, you would have to be exclusive to me and not representing any other political or potential political candidate.
I have
Objection.
no such memory.
Okay. And I told you that if you were to work with me, you had to do things ethically,
Objection to form.
correct?
I have no such memory.
You have no memory of anything dealing with ethics?
Objection to form. That's argument.
There came a point in time when we worked together in anticipation of my running for office in Florida, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and what was your capacity?
I believe I was working as a strategist.
And you were then on Miami Beach. You had your own office down there.
That is correct.
You still have that office?
Do not.
And you went out and you found office space, correct?
At your direction, as I recall.
It was on Alton Road, correct?
That sounds right.
On top of the cleaners.
That sounds right.
Okay, it had previously been a modeling agency that had occupied the space, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you then recruited people to work on the campaign, correct?
At your direction, yes.
People that you had known that were friends.
People I knew,
Objection.
friends. I don't mean People I thought were competent professionals.
Who did you recruit?
Let's see. Michael Caputo, Teddy Siegel. I don't recall beyond that.
There was somebody that was a weightlifter that was allegedly my security guard.
Oh, Adam Powers.
Adam Powers. And you also brought in a pollster, did you not? In anticipation of my declaring for the Senate in Florida in 2003.
Normally that would be the first step in any campaign, so I don't recall
And that
specifically.
was Tony Fabrizio, correct?
Sounds right. I think he's the best in the business.
And you lined up a polling agreement with him, correct?
I don't recall.
Wherein he charged me $50,000 for a $10,000 survey, correct?
I don't
Objection to form.
know that that's true.
You'd arranged for kickbacks from Fabrizio. didn't you?
Absolutely
Objection to
not.
form.
Now,
Do you have some evidence of that?
well, the fact that it's 5 times what it would cost.
You have no idea what a survey costs.
Yeah.
How would you know?
Ask your next
Apparently you
question.
do.
I do know.
Yeah.
And a comprehensive statewide survey does not cost $10,000.
All right. So in the course, after we decided to work together, you put together a binder of materials about cases that I had been involved in and matters that I had been involved in as the head and founder of Judicial Watch, correct?
I have no such memory.
In fact, you spent a lot of time putting those binders together, didn't you?
Objection to form.
Is your memory that bad, Mr. Stone?
Objection to form.
It's,
Argumentative.
in all honesty, it wasn't all that important to me. I've been through quite a bit. No, I don't recall any of that.
We had several meetings in anticipation of my declaring for the Senate, correct?
Objection to form.
Don't recall. Likely, but I don't recall.
We met in your office, correct?
I don't recall.
You had a secretary then, or an assistant. What was her name?
Diane Thorne, perhaps?
Where is she located today?
I believe she's in Miami somewhere.
How is Thorne spelled?
Thorne.
Okay. And she helped you put together those binders, did she not?
Objection to
I
form.
don't recall.
And in those binders, you had a number of my successes at Judicial Watch, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You are aware that when I was at Judicial Watch, I played a role in triggering the Chinagate scandal. Remember the
Objection to
Chinagate
form.
scandal?
Objection to form.
I don't recall.
Okay. You're aware that I'm the only lawyer who ever got a court to rule that a president of the United States, Bill Clinton, had committed a crime. It was in a civil context.
Objection to form.
You're aware of that?
No, actually, I wasn't aware of that.
You are aware that I brought a case against the Commerce Department, then run by Ron Brown.
Objection to form. If you're aware.
Okay. No, I wasn't.
You wear your under oath, aren't you, Mr.?
Yes,
Stone?
I certainly
Okay.
am.
You
I
want to
just-
recreate what happened?
This is that. Those
Sorry if I haven't
comments-
I'm sorry if I haven't memorized your bio, but it's just not that
Yeah,
important
these-
to me.
These
I don't know. I don't know the answer to the
Well,
question.
apparently, it
These
was-
comments are argumentative and are not questions. So
Well, I can't stand to sit
well,
here
it doesn't
silent
matter. It doesn't
with
matter.
perjured testimony.
It
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
matter. It doesn't matter, and I move to strike your
Yeah,
comment.
you're aware that telling the truth is not only telling the truth, but not withholding the truth, material facts.
We've been through
right?
this. He's under oath. Ask a question
No,
about
you're
the
aware of that?
cases. Ask the
You're aware of
question
that?
about the cases.
You aware of that?
Ask a question about
Are you
the
aware
case.
that it also entails not forgetting when you, or claiming to forget when you actually remember?
I don't remember any of the things that you've just cited. Sorry.
Do you remember that someone who worked on that campaign with me was a person named Sandy Kovas?
Yes.
Okay. Sandy was my chief of staff in Miami before she came to work on the campaign?
Yes.
At Judicial Watch?
Yes. Nice lady.
So she knows what went on, correct?
What
Objection
went
to
on?
form.
What's the implication?
With the binders and the background
I have no
research.
idea what she knows.
Okay. And you know that she had a daughter named Lisette Tortora, Tortora.
I did not recall that.
Okay. In fact, you decided to work with me, represent me, as you put it, as a consultant, because you were impressed with the work that I had done at Judicial Watch.
Well, I think the reason I wanted to work with you is because you told me you had access to the Judicial Watch House file, and that would be necessary to finance a Senate campaign in a state this large and with these expensive media markets. Otherwise, it would be fruitless to try to run for the Senate without money.
So what you were interested in was money, making
No,
money.
I was interested in having the money to communicate your message.
So what I told you is that Richard Viguerie had a copy of that list, correct?
You told me you co-owned the list, as I recall, because that was a standard in the industry.
Well, regardless of that, you intended to make money off of doing consulting for me. You didn't do it for free.
Objection.
I was never paid anything, if that's what you're asking me.
Now, in fact, when our relationship ended, the people that you brought in took computers I had purchased with my own money and cell phones, correct?
Objection to form.
I have no knowledge of that.
And Michael Caputo was one of the people that misappropriated that
Objection to form.
I have no idea.
property.
I have no idea.
You're aware that I later wrote a book, autobiography, Horrors, Why and How I Came to Fight the Establishment.
I'm unaware of that.
You never seen that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you're aware that I wrote about our so-called relationship in that book?
Objection to form.
I don't recall.
You weren't contacted by reporters who asked you about your role in my campaign?
Honestly, don't recall.
Now, at the same time that you were supposed to be representing me, you were actually also representing Al Sharpton, correct?
That is incorrect. I've never represented Al Sharpton.
Or you
I know the gentleman.
You were helping Al Sharpton, correct?
I was indeed.
What was he doing in 2003 politically?
Disrupting the Democratic Party
Okay. How was he disrupting the
by
Democratic
running for
Party?
president on a radical platform.
So you were telling me when you would leave Miami to go up north that you were seeing your sick father, correct?
I did see my sick father.
Yeah, but
He was ill at that time.
Notwithstanding that, whether that's true or not, you were also up there to consult with Al Sharpton.
No, I
correct?
never consulted with Al Sharpton. I'm certainly entitled to meet the gentleman if I wish.
And you were working with him to, as you put it, disrupt the Democratic Party.
And that was my goal,
And how was he going to disrupt it?
by running on a radical platform, which drives the party to the left.
You weren't honest with me, were you, that you were going to be exclusive to working with me?
Objection.
I don't believe I had any other client at that time.
Where are the binders that you put together with regard to my campaign today?
Objection to form.
I have no idea.
In one of the meetings that we had, it was at your then home, correct, in North Miami?
Don't recall.
You did have a home in North Miami, correct?
At one time, yes.
Right, it was on the banks of the Biscayne Bay.
No, I think it was on the canal, but
It was,
that was on the canal.
It was on Waterway.
Yes, it was on a waterway.
Okay, and you remember sitting there with me outside, do you not?
I do not.
Okay. You remember saying, gee, isn't this great, smoking a cigar? I feel like I'm Hyman Roth.
Don't recall that at all.
You have an admiration for the mafia. do you not?
Objection to form. And do you have a year for this, by the way?
No, we have 2 days.
No. Year.
Yes, 2003.
Don't recall that at all.
You know people who are in the mafia, do you?
I do not.
Objection to form.
The consulting that you did for Donald Trump was in the gambling industry, correct?
I represented his Trump hotels and casino resorts, yes.
It's well known that the mafia is present in the gambling industry.
Objection to form. Okay, fine. It assumes facts, not in evidence.
There are allegations to that case, but I don't know anybody who would meet that description. The Casino Control Commission in New Jersey has very, very rigorous regulation of the industry. So I would doubt that that's true in the New Jersey industry, which is the only market in which Donald Trump ever owned
I'm not
casinos.
saying that President Trump is mafia or has associations. I'm saying the gambling industry has a significant component of the mafia.
I don't know how he's qualified to even say that. So
I've read that, but I don't know it to be true. I don't think it's true in New Jersey because of their rigorous regulatory scheme.
Now, Hyman Roth was the character that played Meyer Lansky in the movie The Godfather, correct?
Yes.
And you have an admiration for him.
I never said anything of the kind.
And you have an admiration for Roy Cohn, too, C-O-H-N.
Roy Cohn was a friend of mine, yes.
Yes. The binders which you kept had a number of my successes in it, both at Judicial Watch and in my private capacity as a lawyer, did it not?
Objection.
I have no recall.
To form. Go ahead.
I have no recall of any such binders.
Now, you wouldn't have represented me if I was a loser, would you?
I thought that you, if you had the money, could be a viable candidate for the Senate.
A loser can't win for the Senate in Florida, correct?
Not without money.
A loser could win?
No, a loser cannot win unless they have money.
What losers?
This is what define loser in your context.
Someone who loses cases repeatedly and who accomplishes little to nothing, in this case in the legal profession.
I'm not sure I understand the question. How did you do in the Senate race?
We'll get to that.
Yeah?
Thanks to you.
No, thanks to you.
No, thanks to you.
Where's that list, Larry?
Now, what is it that, other than money, caused you to represent me in the Senate race?
We were friends at that time. You had just, as I recall, come out of Judicial Watch. You wanted to run for the Senate, and you told me, access to the necessary elements of raising a substantial amount of money in one of the most expensive states in the country to run for a statewide office.
Now, at the time that I declared, you had arranged for a tour of Florida on a private jet, correct?
I don't recall.
And we went to 3 different locations.
I don't recall.
We went to Tampa, Orlando, and Miami, correct?
I don't recall.
You were actually on the plane with me.
Objection to form.
No, I don't believe that's true.
Who was on the plane with me?
I don't recall there even being a plane.
Now, Michael Caputo was on that plane, wasn't he?
Objection to form.
I have no idea.
And you're aware that that at each location I gave a speech, correct?
I don't even recall the tour, so I couldn't say.
And you helped prepare that speech, did you not?
I don't recall.
You're aware that at the time the governor of Florida was Jeb Bush.
It sounds correct, but I'm uncertain.
You had sold your services to me in part by saying that you strongly disliked the Bushes, correct?
That is definitely true. I've written a book on the subject.
Okay. But you still urged me to call him when I declared for the Senate as a courtesy as the governor of Florida, correct?
I think that would be the protocol. I don't recall that specifically, but normally speaking, that would be the protocol.
Now, we parted ways, did we not?
I believe we did.
And what did you do after we parted ways? What did you do after that? Work for Sharpton?
Never worked for Al Sharpton.
Consulted with him?
Never consulted. No, he's a friend of mine. I gave him advice when he asked for it.
Do you have friends that are basically race-baiting vigilante extortionists?
Objection. Don't.
You consider
Stop.
those your friends?
Objection to form. I'm instructing the witness not to answer. I mean, for a
Are there
defamation
others?
case, you just defamed Al Sharpton.
Are there others? You can't defame Al Sharpton.
I can't defame you either.
That's what you think. We'll let a jury decide that.
I doubt it.
Do you have faith in the jury system?
Objection to form. These are not relevant questions. Ask your next relevant question, please.
You are aware that after I left, or after the Senate campaign, I started a group called Freedom Watch, correct?
I don't know when you founded Freedom Watch. I do know you started such a group.
And you're aware that while I was at Freedom Watch, and still am, I obtained preliminary injunctions against the National Security Agency for illegal mass surveillance.
Objection to form.
I was unaware of that.
You read the media routinely, do you not?
I do, but
that's
I
your
don't.
job.
But I don't recall reading that.
Now, you have an interest in the mass surveillance that's been conducted on President Trump.
I
Do you
do.
not, right?
I do.
And you're aware that it had been conducted on others before him by the NSA, FBI, CIA.
I believe that to be true, but I don't recall reading about you in that context.
And you believe that they've conducted mass surveillance on you, illegal mass surveillance, correct?
Objection to form.
The New York Times reported that on January 20th, 2017 on page 1.
Now, notwithstanding your, quote, not remembering, unquote, if an individual is able to obtain a preliminary injunction against the NSA, the CIA, or the FBI with regard to mass surveillance, that's quite a legal achievement, is it not?
Objection to form.
In terms of its mass surveillance?
Answer if you'd like.
In all honesty, I'm not an attorney, so I couldn't tell you what a preliminary injunction means.
That is getting a court to order that the activity, the alleged illegal activity, cease. You're aware of that?
Objection to form.
You don't know that?
Do not know that.
You're aware that I played a role at Freedom Watch in having Obama's $5 million illegal alien amnesty executive order declared void, null and
Objection to
void.
form.
Not familiar with that.
That wasn't widely reported either?
I can't tell you what was widely reported. I certainly didn't read it.
You're aware that the injunctions that I did get against the NSA and the other intelligence agencies and FBI gave rise to the USA Freedom Act.
Objection to form.
Congress passed a new law.
Objection
Unfamiliar
to form.
with that.
Now, if in fact that was the case, that would be quite a legal achievement, wouldn't it?
Objection to form.
You're asking for a conclusion. I'm unaware of any of those things.
Okay, you don't read the media at all.
I do read the media, but you're not ubiquitous in the media.
Okay, see, these are the documents that were requested, okay, as to what you know about me, mentioning me, right?
Yes.
And Dr. Corsi.
Yes.
But now you've gone blank, correct?
Objection to
It's
form.
just not that important to me. Sorry.
You were important enough, I was important enough to you to make several remarks about me on InfoWars.
Yes,
Objection.
indeed.
Okay.
Objection to form.
You're aware that I'm a columnist on WorldNet Daily, correct?
I am not.
You've written articles for WorldNet Daily, haven't you?
I'm uncertain. I don't think so. But I'm uncertain.
You're aware that I have a radio show, Special Prosecutor with Larry Klayman?
Did not know that.
Your role as a political consultant with Black Manafort and Stone was to help presidents get elected and then call in the chips with regard to lobbying money, correct?
Objection to form. Call in the chips.
Well, profit from that.
Abstain from objection.
Get someone elected president and then trade off of, of your
That would be your
familiarity with that person.
That would be your interpretation, not mine.
You have called yourself a self-styled dirty trickster.
No,
have you
actually, I
not?
haven't, and I forced the Los Angeles Times to retract that. The self-described dirty trickster is not how I have described myself. I have commented that I've been called that, and therefore I'm probably stuck with it. But no, I have not proclaimed myself to be said.
What was that documentary that was done about you by Netflix? What was that called?
Called Get Me Roger Stone.
Get Me Roger
It was
Stone.
a quote from James A. Baker III.
Now, during that documentary, you touted the fact that you are a master of political dirty tricks.
I don't know that I specifically said that.
What did you say?
Don't recall.
Film speaks for itself, correct?
You can go look at the film, I guess.
Okay. In 1996, you were accused of, at the Republican Convention in San Diego, of attending a swingers party. You remember that?
Objection to form.
Relevance?
Yeah, what's the relevance of that?
That's when I represented you with regard to get the media off your back, correct?
I think that's correct.
You later advocated for me to become U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, did you not?
I don't recall that, but I certainly may have.
Now, you wouldn't advocate for somebody that's a loser to be U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of
Well, what
Yeah,
year
but
was
you-
that? What year was that?
So you're saying I became a loser after that?
All I'm saying is that I look at the totality of your record, and I'm entitled to my opinion.
But you're saying I've never won a case. You have absolute knowledge that I've never won a case?
Objection to form.
That was the impression I had, yes.
Okay. What research did you do to determine that I never won a case?
Don't know that you need research to express an opinion. That was an opinion.
No, that's a fact, isn't it? Either you win a case or you don't win a case.
If you say so.
A statement like that can damage a lawyer in terms of his ability to obtain clients, his reputation, and his goodwill, correct?
Objection to form. And
You can respond.
You do enough of that on your own.
But you're aware that that can be very damaging to a lawyer in terms of his reputation and goodwill, correct?
Since I'm not a lawyer, I don't know that.
No one's going to hire a lawyer that loses every case, correct?
I wouldn't, that's for sure.
You hired Mr. Bushell, right?
Yes, I have.
Did he win?
He's won a number of
Objection to
cases.
form. This-
He certainly won the case against the DNC, and he won the Cockrum case, yes.
And despite the fact that he lost your criminal prosecution, he's still your lawyer, correct?
On this matter, he is, yes.
And Mr. Smith.
On this matter, yes.
You were alleged with regard to that swingers party of wearing a toga, correct?
Objection to form.
Don't recall.
And posting pictures on the internet of yourself half naked.
Objection to form.
Half naked is defined as not wearing a shirt, I think.
And you had told me at the time that that was your houseboy that posted that.
That's what I believed at the time.
You posted it, didn't you?
Don't recall doing that, no.
I'm going to turn your attention to page 10. Of Exhibit 2, paragraph 58.
Of exhibit.
This one, yeah. Page 10.
Yep.
This is a appearance that was published by InfoWars on January 18, 2019. That's what's being referenced in paragraph 58, correct?
Yes. Appears to be.
Now, what is InfoWars?
It's a online, conservative-oriented news organization.
And how did they disseminate, at that time, how did they disseminate their broadcasts?
Online.
And it was on YouTube at the time?
19, yes, it would be on YouTube.
What was your relationship with InfoWars on or about January 18, 2019?
At that point, I was an occasional contributor. I had no business relationship with them.
You're aware that InfoWars had many viewers at that time?
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
They had millions of viewers, correct?
I think that's probably true, yes.
And they still do.
I couldn't tell you what their viewership is today.
And many of those viewers are in the state of Florida, correct?
I would think so, yes.
Yes. And in their videos, they solicit money, correct, to buy products that InfoWars sells.
They sell products, yes.
Now, the head of InfoWars at the time, in terms of the broadcast, was Alex Jones, correct?
That is correct.
Was he the sole owner of InfoWars? Was he an owner of InfoWars at that time?
I don't know what the ownership of InfoWars is.
He has a father, does he not?
He does.
Who's that?
I don't recall his name.
He's an owner as well, correct?
I don't know that.
The broadcast which you made on January 18, 2019, you referred to me, Larry Klayman, correct?
That appears to be the case.
Why did you refer to me during that broadcast?
I suspect because you did something I didn't like.
What did I do that you didn't like?
Don't recall.
So you'll make negative statements about somebody even if you don't know whether anyone did anything that you
I'm
didn't
entitled
like?
to an opinion. It's, you know, it's a free country.
So it just came out of the blue.
Don't recall what prompted it, to be honest with you.
In fact, you thought somehow that I was going to be a threat to you, with regard to Special Counsel Robert Mueller's so-called Russian collusion investigation.
Objection
correct?
to form.
I'm not going to answer that.
We're not talking about the criminals.
You were concerned about my experience with you at the time that you were consulting on my Senate campaign in Florida, correct?
Conjecture on your part.
You were concerned that your staff had misappropriated computers and cell phones and the like, which I had purchased with my own money.
Absolutely not, and I don't know that there's any proof of that.
Now, you were concerned that I didn't like you in some way, correct?
Not particularly. That doesn't concern me one way or another.
You were concerned that I was angry at you for the time period that you represented me, allegedly represented me because you were doing Sharpton.
No, actually, I was angry at you, but that's okay.
Okay, why were you angry at me?
Because a number of misstatements and falsehoods that you told me regarding your ability to raise money.
Okay, well, money's all that's important to you, right?
Money is
Objection to
important in
form.
terms of getting you elected to the Senate,
And it's
yes.
important to fill your pockets.
You never, do you not work for money, Mr. Klayman? You never paid me a dime.
You violated my trust, did you not?
Objection
You
to
violated my
form.
trust, Mr. Klayman.
Okay. Now, you were also concerned that it had been reported that I was representing Dr. Jerome Corsi on January 18, 2019.
Conjecture on your part, I don't recall.
You feared Dr. Jerome Corsi, did you not?
No, absolutely not.
You made a number of derogatory and statements about him as well during the course of the Russian collusion investigation.
We're not answering questions about.
All right, we'll get to the specifics. But you don't get to decide what he answers, okay, Mr. Bichon?
But I do, so I'm not answering questions regarding that.
Okay. Certify it.
Please do.
Now, at 1:25 of that broadcast, back up. You were concerned somehow that Dr. Corsi was going to collaborate with Special Counsel Robert Mueller and his staff against you, correct?
Conjecture on
I'm
your
going-
part.
Yeah, and also, let's not get into
I'm
it.
not asking about my conjecture, I'm asking about you.
We're not talking about anything
You were
related
concerned,
to.
right?
We're not talking about anything related to that. I told you that in court when we agreed to have this
Intent is an issue
deposition.
here, okay? So
Okay.
you're not,
I'm instructing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right, you're going to wind up getting yourself sanctioned, Mr. Bichel.
No, you're going to get
Okay.
yourself sanctioned, Mr.
Yeah.
Klayman,
All right.
as you have been
Don't.
in D.C., as I recall.
Ask your next question, please.
Now, Dr. Jerome Corsi was material witness number 1 in your indictment by Special Counsel Robert Mueller, correct?
I say we're not talking about
I'm laying
any
the foundation.
special counsel.
I'm laying the
indictment.
foundation. These statements were made in the context of an ongoing criminal
That you
investigation and, let me finish, all right?
Sure.
Criminal investigation and prosecution of the defendant, in this case, Stone, okay? And motive and intent is relevant in this case, particularly with regard to punitive damages or anything else. So I'm entitled to ask these questions.
May I respond now?
You can respond.
Okay. The purpose of this deposition was to have all these cases consolidated, including discovery. You represented to me that Newsmax would also be a part of it. That didn't work out. They're here, but they're not required to ask questions. You're permitted to come back on a different day. We didn't get the benefit of the bargain, meaning sitting here having a full and complete deposition. Mr. Stone still has issues regarding the criminal case, so we're not going to be answering questions today about anything relating to the special counsel's indictment or anything relating
Are
to
you
that
asking,
case.
are you instructing him to take the Fifth Amendment?
No, I'm not instructing him
Then
to
he
take
has
the
to
Fifth
answer.
Amendment. No, I'm instructing him not to answer.
Then you're obstructing the deposition.
I am not. There are motions to dismiss pending as to Mr. Corsi, and this is the time you demanded to have this deposition. I try to accommodate. It didn't work out. We'll do it another day.
You're the one, we're doing it now. You're the one who suggested the consolidation, correct, to the judge?
And I just explained to you
Singdell.
what happened. I just explained to you what happened. So let's ask.
Well, there's
other
actually an
questions,
order which consolidates the discovery, correct?
which is not really consolidated. is
Are
it?
you defying that order like you did the notice of deposition this morning?
I did not defy any
Coming up
order.
with nonsense as to why you didn't know where this was when you came in 40 minutes late?
Thank you,
Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Move on. Let's go.
Now, you were concerned that Larry Klayman and Dr. Jerome Corsi were going to do something in collaboration with Robert Mueller that would affect you in the criminal investigation and prosecution by the special counsel, correct?
I'm not answering any questions pertaining to
Certify
the-
it.
Yes, do.
And that's why you then launched these statements about me on InfoWars.
Speculation on your part.
And you're aware that I was Corsi's counsel.
We're not answering these questions.
Certify it. At 125, you say, defendant Stone, you say, he's, meaning Klayman, never actually won a courtroom victory in his life.
I believe
said that, correct?
I believe that to be true at the time, yes.
Now, you never did any research, did you, to find out whether that was true or not before you made that statement?
That is an
correct?
impression that I had, yes.
Okay. But in fact, you actually did know that I had had courtroom victories.
No, actually, I didn't.
Or you wouldn't have wanted to be my so-called consultant in the Senate campaign.
That was a long time before this.
Okay. You then say at 1:30, defendant Stone says he, meaning Klayman, was ousted at Judicial Watch. Ask Tom Fitton why he left. He was ousted because of a sexual harassment complaint.
Yes, I'd heard that.
Yeah, where did you hear that?
Don't recall.
You heard it from Fitton, didn't you?
I most certainly did not.
Okay, but you remember that, but you don't remember where you heard it.
I don't remember what I heard, but as I've told you previously, I've never spoken to Tom
Yeah.
Fitton other than the one time in passing when we shook hands.
And
we
during that
certainly
one-
didn't discuss
And
this.
during that one time in passing, you discussed this, correct?
We did not.
Okay. So you just gleaned that out of the cosmos?
You know how politics work.
Objection
People
of form.
talk, particularly about something like that.
Well, who talked?
What were the circumstances
Who
that
talked?
you're leaving? How would you
Who
get?
talked?
Why would you leave an organization that you founded?
Who talked?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, I don't.
You're lying, aren't you, Mr. Stone?
Objection
No, you're
of
lying, aren't you,
form.
You're a
Mr.
convicted
Klayman?
liar, aren't you?
Stop, stop,
And you're
stop.
about to be ousted from the bar.
Stop. Let's take a break. Good time for a break.
Have fun molesting your own children, Larry? I read the court decision.
You read that, huh?
Are we
Yeah,
off
I
the
did.
You
record?
didn't read anything else.
Fuck you.
Are we off the record?
Yes.
Off the record, 10:47. Back on record at 10:53.
Going back to paragraph 58 and 137 of the InfoWars broadcast. Back up. InfoWars generally has a conservative audience, correct?
Conservative and libertarian, I'd say.
And you're aware that I am a conservative, correct?
That's my
Objection
understanding.
of form.
At 137, you stated on that broadcast, he, Klayman, is incompetent. He's a numbskull, he's an idiot, he's an egomaniac, and he could be the single worst lawyer in America. With him as Jerry Corsi's lawyer, Corsi may get the electric chair. So your idea that he's a good guy is entirely wrong.
All right. Objection
Constitutionally
of form.
protected free speech. Opinion.
We'll let the jury determine that.
Yes, I doubt it.
Objection of form.
Generally speaking, you need evidence to get your case that far.
Okay, you have faith in judges?
Objection of form.
Not answering
You have
that.
faith in Amy Burns Jackson?
Objection of. What are you doing? Ask questions about the case. This is
the one who's
argumentative.
injecting- He's the one who's injecting
You're a lawyer.
legal analysis into
You're
it.
a lawyer. Stop being argumentative. Ask a
No,
question.
I'm asking the question. So you did know that I was Corsi's lawyer, correct?
Yes, I guess I did.
Now you remember.
Well, I don't remember the context of this. In all honesty, you don't put anything ahead of it to indicate the context. But based on that quote, yeah, I'd say so.
Now, Jerry Corsi didn't get the electric chair in my representation, correct?
Objection of form.
Correct?
Not that I'm aware
In
of.
fact, Jerry Corsi was never indicted by special counsel Robert Mueller, correct?
Correct.
But you were, correct?
Objection of form.
Not answering that question.
So I guess I'm not the single worst lawyer in America, am I?
Objection
That's
of
an
form.
opinion.
It's
That calls for an
argumentative.
opinion.
You're also talking to Alex Jones at this time, are you not? And Alex Jones and his sidekick Aaron Stroyer, S-T-R-O-Y-E-R,
Objection of form.
correct? You were on InfoWars with them.
In this time frame, I would think so, yes.
Yeah, so you're actually intending to damage my reputation with Alex Jones
Your interpretation, not mine.
and Aaron Stroyer as well.
Owen, I think his name is Owen to begin
Owen,
with.
okay.
That's your interpretation, not mine.
You are aware that I was a guest frequently on InfoWars?
No, actually, I wasn't.
You're aware that I went on Joel Gilbert's show on InfoWars?
Yes, I did know that.
You're aware that Joel Gilbert had a show on InfoWars?
No, that's not my understanding. He occasionally, on Fridays, various people would sit in for Jones, who often took Fridays off.
And in fact, on at least one occasion, Joel Gilbert emailed you and said, you know, Larry Klayman's going to be on my show today?
Objection of form.
I don't recall that.
You're aware there's an email to that effect, are you not?
There may be, but I don't recall
And
that.
you didn't produce that to me, did you?
Objection of form.
I don't know that there is or that there isn't.
Your lawyer pulled it out of the stack that you gave him?
Objection to form. And why would he know that? So
That's the
ask your
point,
next
is that he didn't
question.
control the document production, so he claims.
Right.
You don't know what was pulled out of anything you gave to your lawyer.
That
do you?
assumes facts. Nothing was pulled. Go ahead. Ask a question. That doesn't assume facts, not in evidence, please.
At 2:01, you say, Defendant Stone, you called me a piece of garbage, correct?
If this is an accurate transcript, yes. Constitutionally protected free speech.
You make it a practice of calling people pieces of garbage?
When they are,
Objection.
Who else have you called pieces of garbage?
nobody I can think of.
Robert Mueller?
Objection. We're not talking about Robert
Aaron
Mueller.
Zelinsky?
Not talking about them. Next.
The other prosecutors, you called them garbage too?
Next.
At 411, for those people out there who think that Larry Klayman's IQ is higher than 70, you're wrong. You said that, right?
Yes, if this is an accurate transcript.
Yeah.
Again, my opinion.
Now that's a factual statement, is it not, that I don't have an IQ higher than 70?
It's an opinion.
Yeah. Someone who has an IQ of 70 or less is essentially retarded, correct?
It's an opinion.
You were saying that I was retarded.
I didn't say that. I don't see that word here.
You were saying that I am someone who doesn't have the mental capacity to basically do much of anything, correct?
I don't see those words here, no.
But that's what less than 70 means.
That's your opinion.
You know what IQ means, correct?
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
And what does it mean to you?
Intelligence.
It's actually a scientific
Objection
analysis
of
of
form.
intelligence. correct?
You're not the witness today, so
Well, he knows. He's an adverse witness. I can ask him leading questions.
ask him a question. Don't say, "Don't you know this?" and state it.
I can
state what
say it
you
any
believe.
which way I want, Mr. Buchel. Okay.
Go ahead. Ask
What's
me.
your question?
Yes, you're aware that an IQ test is a scientific determination of one's intelligence.
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay, so therefore you were stating a fact that I had a IQ of...
Stating an opinion. Stating an
IQ
opinion.
less than 70.
It's stating an opinion. I'm
in
sorry you're
fact-
so sensitive.
And in fact, when you say less than 70, you could mean it go all the way down to 0 or 1, correct?
Nothing would surprise me.
Paragraph 59. On March 22nd, 2017, YouTube video published in this circuit contained false, misleading, I'm just reading the paragraph, and defamatory statements concerning me, meaning Larry Klayman. This was my affidavit that we're reading from. These false and defamatory statements include but are not limited to, and these are your statements, at 45 of the hour in the YouTube video, you stated, "Now comes gadfly right-wing lawyer Larry Klayman to say that Alex Jones and InfoWars have violated the law in their release of classified documents and would be prosecuted." You made that statement, did you not?
If this is a true statement of what was said on the internet, on the video, yes. On the other hand, I don't recall specifically what that refers to. Context.
Excuse me, Mr. Klayman.
Yes. I didn't put my thing
Yes.
on. Are you able to get my sound anyway?
Yes, I got it.
Thank you. Thank you. You were referring to whether or not Alex Jones and InfoWars had classified information from a whistleblower about national security matters, correct?
I don't recall.
And it was dealing with alleged mass illegal and unconstitutional surveillance on the American people by the Obama NSA, CIA, and FBI, correct?
I don't recall.
So you just pulled this out of a hat?
Well, it's said in the context of the time, but I don't remember the specific interview. I'd have to see the entire interview to understand the context.
You are aware that at the time, I had represented someone by the name of Dennis Montgomery, correct?
No, I don't think I was.
Montgomery was an alleged whistleblower who left as a contractor of the NSA, CIA, and FBI, allegedly with 47 hard drives and over 600 million pages of information, some of which was claimed to be classified, correct?
Objection form.
Is that a question?
Yes.
No, I'm unaware of that.
You're aware that I got 2 immunity agreements for Montgomery so he could come forward with that information and be interviewed by the FBI.
No, I'm unaware of that.
You actually proposed, you know who Mike Zullo is?
Yes.
Yes, who's Mike Zullo?
I think he used to work for Joe Arpaio.
Right. And Sheriff Arpaio is my client, correct? You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. That hasn't been widely reported either?
I don't know whether it's been widely reported or not, but I was unaware of it.
You don't think Arpaio would hire somebody with an IQ less than 70, do you?
It calls for an opinion.
Are you saying that Sheriff Arpaio has an IQ less than
I
70?
have a high regard for Sheriff Arpaio.
And he's an intelligent man, correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Now, at the time, you had proposed to Mike Zullo that you could get Montgomery a meeting in the White House with President Trump, correct?
I have no memory of that whatsoever. I don't think I've ever spoken to Mike Zullo.
You also proposed that to Dr. Jerome Corsi, correct?
I have no memory of that whatsoever.
You are aware that Dr. Corsi had worked with Mike Zullo on the issue of whether or not President Obama's birth certificate was authentic or not.
I had read that, yes.
And you had been in communication with Corsi and Zullo in that regard.
I have no memory of that.
You believe that that birth certificate was not authentic, correct?
Objection
I
to
didn't
form.
have an opinion at the time. I don't think what year are we talking?
Ever.
Well, but I didn't think, let's go back. I don't recall any such conversation. You said President Trump in the White House. I don't recall any such conversation. That would
Or
be
you would put
post-2020.
Montgomery in touch with individuals in the Trump White House.
I never recall saying any such thing.
You were stating at the time that President Trump had been illegally surveilled by the intelligence agencies and the FBI in and around the time of this published statement on March 22nd,
Objection
2017.
I don't recall that.
And you wanted to put this whistleblower in touch with either President Trump or people in the White House because he had come forward and said that he had knowledge from his time as a contractor for the NSA, CIA, and FBI that those agencies were surveilling President Trump unconstitutionally.
Objection to
I have
form.
no such memory.
Again, you're aware that forgetting things when you remember is also perjury.
But
I object to
my answer is the same.
objection to form.
You've been in contact with Montgomery, have you not?
I don't believe so.
I'm going to be getting your telephone records.
Help yourself.
Now, will that convince you to tell me whether or not you've been in contact with
I
Montgomery?
Objection to
believe
form.
I have
This is
ever-
argumentative.
I don't believe I've ever spoken to Dennis Montgomery.
Have you spoken with anyone on his behalf?
I have not.
Michael Zullo?
I don't believe I've ever spoken to Michael Zullo, as I said previously.
Jerry Corsi?
Not in regard to Dennis Montgomery, not that I recall.
With regard to illegal mass surveillance, which included the president?
I remember reading a story, I think it was on InfoWars, regarding this program. And to the extent that I have any knowledge of it, it would have come from that.
You've never, ever made any statements that the president was illegally surveilled?
Oh, I believe he was, but we're talking about much later.
And you, of course, had an interest in finding out whether or not he was illegally surveilled.
I would think every American citizen would have an interest
Okay,
in that.
you style yourself as a close confidant and friend of President Trump, correct?
I'm certainly a friend of his.
Okay, in fact, just yesterday he suggested you shouldn't be sentenced to what the Department
No,
of Justice
let's
recommended.
we're not talking about that.
Okay, but you're close enough that he can do something like that.
We're not talking about that. We're not, ask questions about your lawsuit, sir.
This is about my lawsuit.
Can I ask you to put your mic
Higher?
a bit higher?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
He's told you he's a friend of Donald Trump. That's what you get. Let's
I
go back to
don't
the
want your
lawsuit.
testimony, Bouchel, please. I don't need your testimony. I don't want it. Maybe at some point we'll have it, but not now. What you're referring to was a concern that you perceived that I had, that Alec Jones and InfoWars somehow had access to classified information that was provided allegedly in a court case in Arizona concerning Sheriff Joe Arpaio with regard to alleged profiling of Latinos in Maricopa County, correct?
Objection. No foundation. These assumes facts, not in evidence. You gotta.
I am entitled to ask my questions. I'm entitled to even ask leading questions, so please don't interrupt Mr. Bichelle, or
I'm not saying
I'll move
it's
to have you
leading.
sanctioned, okay?
I'm not saying it's leading. I'm saying your questions are assuming many facts.
Yeah,
not evidence.
I will say it again. Can you read back the question, Madam Court
Sure.
Reporter?
What you were referring to was a concern that you perceived that that Alex Jones in InfoWars somehow had access to classified information that was allegedly in a court case in Arizona concerning Sheriff Joe Arpaio with regards to alleged profiling of Latinos with the county.
Maricopa County.
Maricopa County.
That's your assertion. I have no such memory.
You're aware that Sheriff Arpaio was found liable for a misdemeanor for alleged profiling in violation of court order.
I was aware of that.
And you're aware that Dennis Montgomery entered into that case in terms of some of the information which the judge, Murray Snow, had obtained.
Was not
Objection
aware
to form.
of that.
You're aware that Dennis Montgomery actually was working with the cold case posse of Mike Zullo, investigating illegal surveillance in Arizona.
I was
Objection to
not
form.
aware of that.
You're aware that that was an issue in that case.
Objection to
I was
form.
not aware of that.
At 1 o'clock, you also published, quote, "To be clear, Larry Klayman is a moron. He has never won a case in court in his life. He may have won a few motions. He is a lightweight. He is a know-nothing." Now, to be able to make the statement that I never won a case in court, you had to look back into my record as a lawyer, correct?
Well, that's the impression I had.
Okay.
I believed that to be true at the time I
So
said it.
you basically showed a reckless disregard for the truth at a minimum.
Are you
Objection to
not
form.
disputing the other things I said?
I'm getting to that.
Constitutionally protected
So,
free speech.
so you then stated he may have won a few motions.
That's what I believed at the time.
So to do that, you would have to go back into my background to find out whether or not I had won a few motions, correct?
It was just an impression that I had.
And where did you get that impression?
Don't recall.
So your concept of constitutionally protected free speech is that you can say anything you want about anyone without consequence.
Objection to form.
That's your view.
You're a public figure. Worse has been said about you.
Because you, Roger Stone, specialize in attacking people publicly. That's part of what you do.
That's not a question.
Object.
That's a personal attack.
Yeah. It's not a personal attack to say I've never won a court case in my life.
That was my impression at the time.
It's
I
not
believed it at the time I said it.
It's not a personal attack to say that my IQ is less than 70.
It was that was my opinion at the time.
A moron and a retard.
I didn't. Those words are not there.
Okay, moron's here though, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed.
Okay.
That's a constitutionally protected opinion.
You've done research on what is defamation and not?
I am entitled to an opinion.
Well, you've done research and you know what constitutes defamation, correct?
Objection to form.
No, I'm not an attorney.
So you have no clue as to what defamation entails.
I know I'm entitled to my opinion.
And because you have no clue, that means you can say anything you want about anyone without
Objection to form.
consequence, correct?
I'm not an attorney. I couldn't say.
You know, if I was you talking about me, I would ask you if your IQ is less than 70.
Object.
What is your IQ?
What's the
I'm not answering the questions. Those aren't questions. Those are attacks.
Do you know what your IQ is? What is it?
Couldn't tell you. Don't know.
Have you ever been tested for that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Turn to the next page, which is 12. You have had contact, you're aware that I represent Klayman Bundy, correct?
I became aware of that, yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Because I spoke at a rally in Nevada in favor of a pardon for Mr. Bundy and others who got caught up in that action by the federal government.
And who did you speak to about that pardon?
I think I sent a letter to the president.
You spoke to Deborah Jordan, the person who works with and apparently is the girlfriend for Pete Santilli.
I don't recall ever discussing that with her.
She's the one that invited you to Nevada, correct? To speak.
No, actually, I don't think so. I think Dean Ryan was the person who invited me to Nevada.
Who's Dean Ryan?
An activist out there.
Okay. Have you spoken to anyone about that pardon with the Bundy family?
Mrs. Bundy, Klayman's wife, I guess, was at the event, yes.
And what, if anything, did you say to her?
I said I thought her husband deserved a pardon.
Did you say you were trying to get a pardon for him?
I told him I would write the president, yeah.
And you did?
I believe I did.
And you have a copy of that letter today?
Today? No, not.
No, you have a copy of that in your possession, custody, or control?
I honestly don't know.
Did you give that to Mr. Bushell?
I did not, but I don't see the relevance.
Now, at the time that you met with Mrs. Bundy and others in Nevada, you were aware that I represented Klayman Bundy.
No, actually, I wasn't. I became aware afterwards. If you're asking whether your name came up, I don't recall it coming up.
In fact, the basis upon which you offered that pardon was to help yourself make money, correct?
Absolutely not. I was paid nothing for my appearance there.
You were attempting to trade off your relationship with President Donald Trump.
I received nothing for that event. I did that because I think these people were wronged.
You are aware that I told Carol Bundy not to have anything to do with you?
I'm unaware of that.
Because I believe that you're unethical? You're aware of that?
That's argumentative.
That's a personal attack.
Are you aware?
Along with Defendant Stone has tried to trade off my clients like a scavenger, there's defamation for you. I asked nothing of the Bundys, nothing. It's not even expenses.
But this was to boost your reputation so you could make money, correct?
No, it was to try to help right a wrong.
Because money is what primarily matters to you.
That's conjecture on your part, some kind of veiled insult, I guess.
Okay. Well, you just said that was the case when you represented me.
No, that's not what I said at all. I said you needed the resources to try to communicate a message.
And those resources will go to pay you and your staff, correct?
Partially, but I generally believe that overhead in a campaign should be less than 20% of the budget.
And would pay your friend Tony Fabrizio, the pollster.
Any campaign that's a serious statewide campaign needs a benchmark poll, which cannot be had for $10,000.
You were making a percentage off of what Fabrizio was charging the campaign, correct?
I have no such memory whatsoever. Do you have some evidence of that?
You're a friend of Tucker Carlson, aren't you?
I am.
And Daily Caller.
I am.
And you know Chuck Ross, a reporter of the Daily Caller, correct?
I do.
And you've talked to him?
Not recently, but prior to the gag order, yes.
Yeah. And you used Tucker Carlson to make statements favorable to you during the time period that you were under a gag order and still are under a gag order.
Objection. We're not answering
with Judge
these.
Jackson in Washington.
Okay, we're not answering these questions. So next. Has nothing to do with your lawsuit. Next.
In fact, you used Chuck Ross, a Daily Caller, to make negative statements about Jerry Corsi and his involvement with a doctor in Florida, correct?
Say that again? Repeat the question.
Sure. In fact, you used Chuck Ross, a Daily Caller, to make negative statements about Jerry Corsi with his involvement with a doctor in Florida, correct?
The doctor, you're saying?
He knows what I'm talking about. We'll get to it more specifically.
Okay.
I don't recall any such conversation.
You planted a story with Chuck Ross to try to harm Dr. Corsi, correct?
You have no evidence of that whatsoever because it's not true.
Well, we'll be deposing Chuck Ross.
Good, help yourself.
And Tucker Carlson.
Have fun. I don't think either one tells either one of those guys what to say or write. I certainly haven't.
But you have had contact with them about various matters.
Prior to the gag order, yes.
And during the gag order.
No.
In fact, the evening before
We're not.
you were convicted, you had discussions with Tucker Carlson, correct?
We're not talking about any of that. Next question.
Certified. You are aware that in 2018, I told Alex Jones and his producers on InfoWars that I did not want to appear on any show which included Defendant Stone or had ties to Defendant Stone, either as a guest or as a host, because I strongly felt at the time that Mueller may indict Defendant Stone. Defendant Stone was at the time a host on InfoWars. That's a correct statement, is it not?
Objection to form.
I have no knowledge of that.
Alex didn't tell you that I wouldn't go on a show with you?
He did not.
Are you aware that the National Enquirer, I also told them that I didn't want to appear in any article where you were mentioned? That's paragraph 64.
Yes, I just read it. Unfamiliar with that.
Persons at the National Enquirer told you that, correct?
I have no memory of that.
Now, you had a relationship with the National Enquirer, didn't you?
I knew one woman reporter in New York who worked for the National Enquirer.
In fact, you've written stories for the National Enquirer, correct?
I think I wrote a sidebar on the JFK assassination, yeah.
That's it?
There may be others, I just don't recall.
Paragraph 66. You're aware of this as well, are you not? I also warned Alex Jones not to release any information that was potentially under seal in the contempt case of Melendrez versus Arpaio, 07-CV02513, District of Arizona, 2007, which he may have improperly obtained from Defendant Stone or others concerning Dennis Montgomery, another whistleblower client of mine who contracted with the U.S. government so it could use his software capabilities for intelligence gathering. That refreshes your recollection.
Objection to form and foundation.
I have no memory of that.
You're also aware that I warned my client Dennis Montgomery to stay away from you.
No memory of that. I have no knowledge of that, I should say.
Paragraph 69. Stone wanted to and did intimidate and threaten my client, Dr. Corsi, since he is a material witness in the Mueller investigation, as Defendant Stone obviously feared that he would testify against him to Mueller. Defendant Stone feared me as Dr. Corsi's lawyer, as he knew that I know what type of person he is, and must have thought falsely that my representation of Dr. Corsi was my revenge for him having harmed me during my U.S. Senate campaign. That's an accurate statement, isn't it?
We denied it in the complaint, and we're not talking about it, but it assumes
You denied
more
it.
facts in the
He didn't sign the complaint. I can ask that question.
He what?
He didn't sign your answer. I can ask the question.
That would be all, that would
just-
all be conjecture on your part.
That was in fact the motive to attack me and Corsi. You feared us both, correct?
We're not talking about
Not
your
answering
motives regarding the indictment or
Well,
anything.
given that I'm a know-nothing, a moron, have IQ less than 70, never won a case, why even bother mentioning me on InfoWars?
Don't recall.
Just something that you had an epiphany at the time that you had to attack Larry Klayman and Dr. Jerry Corsi?
If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Would you attack people that have no relevance to anything? Is that your modus operandi?
Objection to form.
Not answering that question. Do you have any questions that pertain to your lawsuit?
This does pertain to my lawsuit. In fact, the affidavit was submitted in furtherance of the lawsuit. Paragraph 72, where I state, this vindictive, malicious retaliation by Defendant Stone had a logical purpose. He tried to intimidate and threaten Dr. Corsi and me in order for us not to collaborate with Mueller. We obviously did not collaborate with Mueller, but Defendant Stone is both unstable and unhinged. CDs containing videos of defamatory statements and publications, and apparently paranoid, and he tried to prevent collaboration at all costs in order to save his own skin. His conduct towards us is similar to his conduct toward Material Witness 2 in the Mueller investigation, Randy Credico, who he allegedly threatened mafioso style, in quotes, to kill. He even allegedly threatened to kill Credico's service dog, for which he was in part indicted. That, in fact, is your motive, is it not, for attacking Dr. Corsi?
I'm not commenting on any of that.
I don't. It assumes facts, not in evidence, and it doesn't even make sense. Ask your next question, please.
Certified. Also, Madam Court Reporter, at the front, list all the certified questions.
Oh.
And the questions where he was instructed not to answer, even if I didn't say certified. Thank you. You are aware that Judicial Watch filed a complaint I'll start over again. You are aware that Judicial Watch filed a complaint under the Freedom of Information Act, a court complaint, and before that a FOIA request to obtain documents about the raid on your house where you were arrested on January 25th, 2019.
We're not going to discuss the arrest, indictment, any.
You are aware that they filed a complaint to get the documents from the government, the FBI, the Justice Department.
If you're aware.
Yes, I read that.
Yes. And you've had discussions with people at Judicial Watch about that.
I've never spoken to anybody
In fact,
at Judicial
you've
Watch.
contacted them to find out what documents, if any, they've gotten.
I've never had any communications with anyone at Judicial Watch other than the one I described previously.
And during that discussion that you now remember, you discussed with Fitton the raid on your house?
No, I didn't. That did not come up.
Did Fitton express sympathy for the raid on your house?
I don't recall that. I think our conversation was more casual than that.
What was your conversation?
Hey, how you doing? You do a great job. Thank you very much. I think that was kind of it. We passed each other in a hallway. There is no other communication. I don't know Tom Fitton.
Now, you're not in any way interested in what documents, if any, Judicial Watch got from the FBI, the Justice Department, and any others involved in the raid on your house on January 25th, 2019?
I don't recall that they got any. I thought I read that that the FBI turned over nothing and they subsequently filed a suit.
Who's been contacting with Judicial Watch in that regard on your behalf?
No one.
Are you saying you have no cell phone records or emails?
Exactly what I'm saying.
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly what I'm saying.
So you're saying that when I get your telephone records, they're not going to show anything
They
like
will,
that?
most certainly will not.
And your emails will not show anything
Most
like that?
certainly will not.
Because you've erased all of this, haven't you?
Objection, a form. It assumes facts, not in evidence.
Absolutely
and it's
untrue.
argumentative.
Before your deposition today, you're aware that lawyers for Judicial Watch were in contact with your lawyers today? You're aware they've talked?
I don't know that they have talked.
Have you talked with lawyers for Judicial Watch?
I'm not a witness today. Ask your next
All right,
question.
well, that'll come some other day. You're aware that I have a defamation judgment against Judicial Watch that was obtained in the Southern District of Florida on June 11, 2014. Turn to page 28.
I think it's after this. That's it, right there.
No, I'm unaware of this.
Turn to page 32 of my affidavit, which is Exhibit 2 to this deposition, Larry Klayman versus everyone.
is after the clippings?
This 32, look at the bottom, Klayman production 32. It's called a Bates number. At the very bottom.
That's 60.
Yeah, so
Oh, is this it?
No, 32, what are you saying? 32?
Mm-hmm.
57. I'm getting there. Here we go. Yes.
Page 32. I don't think you're on 32.
Oh, 32, I'm sorry, 37. This doesn't have a marking on it.
There it is. That's it.
You make it a practice to read the Washington Post as part of your work?
No, I actually don't, because they're behind a paywall and I refuse to pay for them. So I rarely read the Washington Post.
But in fact, their articles are published publicly without being behind a paywall. You
Much
get it
later, they usually.
a few days later.
Yes, but
so
I rarely
you read those.
I rarely read them.
You get on Google prompts about various articles involving politics and law and things like that.
Yeah, that would be true.
Yeah, and you read it off your phone.
Usually.
And you're aware that the Washington Post published the story Larry Klayman versus Everyone in their weekend edition back in 2014, which is pages 32 through 36 of Exhibit 2 to this deposition, my affidavit.
I'm unaware of that, and I've never seen this article.
Take your time and look at it.
I've never seen it previously. I was unaware of it.
Turn to page 37.
Yep.
This is a biography that's on Freedom Watch's website. You've seen that before, haven't you?
No, I can't say I have.
You've gone to Freedom Watch's website, have you not?
I think I get blast solicitations from you. I don't know if I've ever gone to the website.
You're aware that I graduated from Duke University?
Not aware of that.
You're not aware that I went to Emory Law School?
Not aware of that.
In the course of representing me in my Senate campaign, you would not have come to know that?
I may have then, but I don't recall it today. In fact, now that I read it, I'll take your word for it. I assume you wrote this, but I didn't recall it. No.
In fact, when you were working with me on the Senate campaign, you actually created a website for my candidacy which had my biography on it, correct?
That's true, but I haven't memorized your biography.
Okay. You have screenshots of that website and biography
No,
during my Senate campaign?
I don't believe so. Why would I?
In fact, you wrote the biography that was on the Senate website, correct?
I don't recall that. It's certainly possible.
And to do that, you would have had to know about my background, correct?
Or taking it from something that you had written.
Okay. You're aware that I've sued Tom Fitton for defamation over the statement that I was ousted from Judicial Watch because of a sexual harassment complaint?
I'm unaware of that.
Just ask Tom Fitton.
Objection to form.
Turn to What I'll ask to be marked as Exhibit 3.
It's already Exhibit 2, no?
Well, Exhibit 3 to deposition.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me. You're right, it is Exhibit 2 to deposition. So turn to page 60.
At the top.
At the bottom, 60.
30. Yes.
Can I ask what exhibit within the affidavit that is?
What's on page 60 of the affidavit, which is Exhibit 2 to this deposition?
Right, but isn't it itself is an exhibit to your affidavit, right? Does it have a exhibit number?
It's Exhibit E.
Exhibit A, thank you.
Let me just double check.
And it's page 60.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Let me just check. Page 60 of Exhibit E to Exhibit 2 of this deposition is a complaint filed by Dr. Jerome Corsi versus U. Roger Stone, Newsmax Media, Inc., Christopher Ruddy, Cassandra Fairbanks, John Cardillo, and John Bachman as defendants. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, you know Christopher Ruddy, correct?
Yes, I do.
You know Cassandra Fairbanks, correct?
Yes, I do.
You know John Cardillo,
Yes,
correct?
I do.
You know John Bachman?
Yes, I do.
Correct. Now, how did you come to know Christopher Ruddy?
Let's see, I've known him a long time. I guess I met him probably in sometime around 2010, 2012. He is from New York. I think it was around the time that Donald Trump was talking about running for president in 2012, maybe been a little before that, but I've known him for a while.
Did you meet him during the time that he was investigating the death of Vince Foster? Or did you ever talk to him during that time period?
I did not know him at that time.
You're aware that he investigated
He wrote
the
an
death?
excellent book, I've read it.
Okay. And you are aware that he is the one who founded Newsmax?
Yes.
And what is Newsmax?
Newsmax is a news organization that is both on cable television and digital, and I think on radio, although I'm uncertain about that.
And it purports to reach about 80 million households in the United States?
I've heard that or read it.
Okay. And Ruddy's the founder, correct?
That's my understanding.
And he's the CEO?
I don't know his title, but I
Right.
believe he's the I think he's the sole owner, and I think he's the founder.
Now, Ruddy purports to be a close friend of President Trump. Is that accurate?
Objection.
I don't know whether he purports that at all. I think he's a friend of President Trump.
Has the president ever told you that Ruddy's a friend?
I don't recall him specifically saying that.
And do you recall any inkling as to whether or not the president has ever made reference to Christopher Ruddy?
I mean, I have been in both their presence, so I know they are friends, but not since he's been elected president.
You don't know that Ruddy's a close friend?
I wouldn't be in a position to know that.
Okay. It is your impression that Ruddy tries to trade off of the fact that he's a close friend of the president?
I've never said
Section
anything of the
4.
kind.
You haven't seen articles about that in the media?
I've seen articles describing them as friends, but I believe that to be accurate.
Okay, but not close friends.
Again, I'm not in a position to know how close they are.
John Cardillo, who is he? C-A-R-D-I-L-L-O.
He is a commentator on Newsmax.
How long has he been a commentator on Newsmax?
Could not tell you.
More than a year?
I honestly don't know.
Cardillo's your friend, correct?
He is a friend of mine.
How did you get to know Cardillo?
I think we were introduced by, good question. I think we were introduced by a mutual friend, although I don't recall who. I've only known him for a couple of years. I was familiar with his work just from seeing things he'd written or just watching him online, but I have not known him that long. A couple of years, 2, 3 years perhaps.
Other than being a commentator on Newsmax, what, if anything, does he do professionally?
I do not know.
He's a lobbyist, is he not?
Not that I'm aware of.
You've worked with Cardillo doing lobbying?
I've never worked with Cardillo doing lobbying. If he's a lobbyist, I am unaware of it.
Okay. Cassandra Fairbanks,
Yes,
you know her, correct?
I do.
How did you come to know her?
She was introduced to me by Jack Posobiec.
How's that spelled?
Posobiec.
Who's Jack Posobiec?
He is a commentator for OAN, Online American News.
And what was the context that Mr. Posobiec introduced you to
They're
Cassandra
friends.
Fairbanks?
They are friends. I think she was, I forget where she was working at the time. She was not at the Gateway Pundit. I don't recall where she was working. Just they're close friends, so that we were introduced sometime during the Trump campaign, I think.
Where were you introduced?
Don't recall.
In New York?
No, definitely not.
Where does she reside?
Don't know.
You're aware that she claims to have a close relationship with Julian Assange, A-S-S-A-N-G-E.
I have read that.
You're aware that she claims to have visited Julian Assange.
I have read that.
You're aware that she knows Dr. Jerome Corsi.
I understand she was on television with him, but I don't know what the extent of their relationship
When
is.
was she on television with him?
Couldn't tell you. Sometime in the last year.
You have spoken with Cassandra Fairbanks, have you not?
I have spoken to her, certainly.
And you've spoken to her about Dr. Corsi.
Name never came up.
And you've spoken to Cassandra Fairbanks about me.
I've
Larry
never,
Klayman.
name has never come up that I recall.
You've spoken to Christopher Ruddy about me, have you not?
We had one exchange, I believe, about the ridiculousness of one of your lawsuits, but beyond that, no, not really.
When was it this lawsuit that was discussed?
No.
What other lawsuit was discussed?
This is the one, the tortious interference lawsuit, I believe. I was unaware that you had a contract with them.
Christopher Ruddy called you?
No.
You had a discussion in person at Newsmax
No.
headquarters?
No.
What was the context and
I think
I
believe we turned that communication over. I told him that you had filed a lawsuit, and I believe he responded, "But I don't recall you ever discussing this with me." And I said I didn't, because I didn't.
Well, if the case was against Newsmax, well, strike that. It wasn't against you at the time, it was just against Newsmax, right?
No, I think I'd just been served. I'd just been served at some event.
You are aware that there's a separate suit just against Newsmax, correct?
I just became aware of that today.
You attempted to evade service of process on the cases that were
Most
served on you.
certainly did not.
In fact, I had to have you served at a strip club, did I not?
You attempted to have me served at a strip club, but I don't think you were successful. But I've accepted service at home and in public events for all of your suits.
Now, the conversation that you had with Ruddy, tell us what was said.
Never had a conversation with him. We had an exchange, which you have a copy of.
Now, in the course of the last 2 years, you have gone over to Newsmax's headquarters in Boca Raton.
Rarely, but
And
occasionally.
before that, Palm Beach, right? To
Rarely,
do
but
appearances.
rarely, but occasionally.
During that time period, you have seen Christopher Ruddy,
Yes, sometimes he's not always there.
and you had conversations with him, correct?
Certainly, if I was there, I had a conversation with him.
Right, and you discussed the Mueller investigation with him?
No, he declined to discuss that, other than saying he wished me well.
So what did you discuss with him?
I don't recall any specific discussion. Generally, how you doing? I'm fine. Nothing significant. He's been a friend of some long-standing.
Regardless of being significant, what did you discuss?
I don't recall.
Have you ever asked Christopher Ruddy to make you a paid contributor to Newsmax?
I have not.
You have discussed Larry Klayman with Christopher Ruddy.
I've never discussed Larry Klayman.
You have discussed Dr. Corsi.
I never discussed Jerry Corsi with Christopher Ruddy.
Did Christopher Ruddy tell you that I put him on notice and John Cardillo and John Bachman to retain any and all communications with you in writing or otherwise?
No, I'm unaware of that. He has declined to discuss any of these lawsuits with me in any way, saying he would only speak through his attorneys.
You're aware that destroying evidence that is relevant to a lawsuit or which may lead to relevant evidence can constitute obstruction of justice?
Okay, argumentative. We understand the oath. Next question.
Has Ruddy ever discussed with you the documentation he has on communications with you concerning Larry Klayman and or Jerry Corsi?
No.
Have Corsi's lawyers communicated with your lawyers over the lawsuits against you and Newsmax and Ruddy and Fairbanks, Cardillo, and Bachman?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know.
Who's John Bachman?
He's the one I know the least on this list. He is a talking head at, an analyst at Newsmax.
Have you ever appeared on his show?
One time.
When was that?
Don't recall the exact date.
And what was the subject?
Don't recall the subject.
Have you ever appeared on Cardillo's show?
Yes.
And what were the subjects discussed then and when?
Fairly recently, regarding the Democratic primaries and the Democratic contest for president and impeachment, subjects that I'm allowed to speak about.
You have appeared on Cardillo's show in the past and talked about Special Counsel Robert Mueller?
Don't recall whether I had, but if so, it would have been prior to the gag order, obviously.
It has been alleged that you violated the gag order on a number of occasions, correct?
We're not talking about any
Not
gag
going to discuss
orders.
that.
I just ask you whether it's alleged, not whether you did it.
You know it's alleged because they're court records, so.
Excuse me, Mr. Klayman. I have to do
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's take a break.
Back on record at 11:50.
With regard to Ms. Fairbanks, you've had discussions with her about Dr. Jerome Corsi, have you not?
I don't recall any specific conversation with her about Dr. Corsi.
You just can't recall a specific one, but
I
you
can't
can recall a general one?
I can't recall any conversation with her regarding Dr. Corsi.
Are you aware that the Clintons used to say, we have no specific recollection?
No, but it's not a bad turn of phrase. I have, in this case, that would be the case.
That would mean that you might have some recollection, but you just don't remember now.
No, I don't recall ever having any conversation with Cassandra Fairbanks regarding Dr. Corsi.
Are you aware there are photos of Cassandra Fairbanks on the internet?
I would think so. Isn't she a columnist?
Are you aware that there are photos of her in other contexts on the internet? I'm trying to be polite.
No, I'm not.
Now, you had an interest in Cassandra Fairbanks because she had had contact with Julian Assange, correct?
I don't know that we've ever discussed that other than the fact that she has a concern for his well-being.
And she visited him in the embassy in London?
I've read that.
Ecuadorian embassy?
I've read that.
Are you aware that she told Dr. Corsi that she actually slept with him in the embassy?
I saw where Dr. Corsi alleged that, but I don't know it to be true.
Where did you see that?
Read it somewhere.
She told you that, right?
No, she did not tell me that.
You put her up to defame Dr. Corsi on Newsmax.
I most certainly did not. Do you have any evidence of that?
In fact, you are aware that there came a point in time when I appeared on Newsmax with John Cardillo, correct?
Not specifically. I understand that you have, but I don't recall ever seeing one of your interviews.
Turn to paragraph 16. That's page 63 of Exhibit 2.
Yep.
On or about January 30, this is the paragraph of the complaint against you and Newsmax and Cardillo and Fairbanks and company. On or about January 30th, 2019, plaintiff Klayman appeared on Newsmax with host defendant Cardillo on America Talks Live. That's Cardillo's show, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Along with defendant Fairbanks, who is a friend of defendant Stone, defendant Cardillo, and Julian Assange of WikiLeaks. The Newsmax video is incorporated here by reference. You are aware that I appeared on or about January 30th, 2019 with John Cardillo and Cassandra Fairbanks.
No, I was not aware of that.
You've seen this complaint before.
I handed it over to my lawyers. I must tell you, I didn't study it in detail.
You know what's alleged in this complaint?
Defamation, as I understand it.
Yeah, well, what is the defamation that's alleged?
I couldn't tell you specifically.
So when your lawyers answered the complaint, they made up the response on their own?
No, you don't. That's not an appropriate question to ask. It's work product.
Well, it's not. Apparently, he had no input into the answer you filed where you're denying things.
Well, I read the complaint. I did not memorize the complaint. There's so many of them, it's actually kind of hard to keep them separate in my mind. I have had a few other things on my mind. Do you have a specific question about this appearance? Because I don't think I saw it.
Paragraph 17. So I take it you never actually saw the answer that was filed in this case on your behalf?
I did see it. I read it very quickly. But defendant Fairbanks, at the direction of and in concert with others, I don't know that to be true. Certainly not me.
I'm not asking that question. I'm not asking that question.
I noticed.
I'm just asking whether or not you were aware that I appeared with Cardillo and Fairbanks.
I was not, and I haven't seen this interview.
Turn to page 64. At 3:45 in the Newsmax video, defendant Fairbanks says, quote, "There are so many things that Jerome Corsi has blatantly lied about. I confronted him last April in person about the fact that he was reporting false things about WikiLeaks, and he was using my reporting that he plagiarized in order to do so. The fact that anyone is taking him seriously at all is making me completely just. It makes me laugh. It's ridiculous." You see that?
I do.
Are you aware that Cassandra Fairbanks made these statements about Dr. Corsi?
Not specifically. I never saw this interview. I understood that they had clashed on the air.
And you agree with what Cassandra Fairbanks says here about Dr. Corsi?
Cassandra Fairbanks is responsible for her statements. I am not. I don't know whether that's accurate or not regarding plagiarizing his work. I have no idea.
Is it your view that Dr. Corsi is a serial liar?
I have no opinion on that one way or another.
Is it your view that Dr. Corsi plagiarized Cassandra Fairbanks' work?
I have no opinion on that. I have no way of knowing.
In fact, Dr. Corsi has actually ghostwritten books for you, has he not?
He's an excellent writer.
He's ghostwritten books for you, correct?
He worked on one of my books, yes.
What book was that?
Making the President. He's an excellent writer.
Paragraph 20. At 6:05 in the Newsmax video, defendant Fairbanks said, quote, "Everything that Dr. Corsi said was completely absurd." I mean, we're talking about someone who had no even basic understanding of how WikiLeaks works.
Yes, what about it?
You agree with Cassandra Fairbanks?
I don't have enough knowledge to know. I didn't see this interview. I don't know what she's specifically referring to.
Paragraph 21. At 8:45 in the Newsmax video, defendant Fairbanks said Dr. Corsi raised money for a cancer patient with some false claims for someone who didn't even exist. Please, he has no credibility. Jerome Corsi has never even met the truth. Go look at his reporting. It's a mess. It's outrageous that anyone, let alone Mueller, would take him seriously. This is a clown show. You see that?
I do.
Now, you're the one who fed that statement to Fairbanks.
That is
correct?
entirely false.
In fact, what Ms. Fairbanks is referring to is the publication of an article by Chuck Ross of Daily Caller, which was owned by and may still be owned by Tucker Carlson, Fox News, that accused him of committing a fraud with a doctor in South Florida, correct?
I don't know that.
You are aware of the allegation by Chuck Ross?
I'm aware of that a story was written. I presume Cassandra Fairbanks can read, but I don't, beyond that, I couldn't comment.
And you fed that story to
Most certainly did not.
Cassandra Fairbanks?
Most certainly did not.
You're aware that a lawyer that was representing that doctor you're friends with?
Who? What?
I'm allowed to ask the question. Please do not interfere.
Okay.
Michelle.
Objection to form.
What doctor, first of all?
Well, we'll get to that. I'm asking you a general question right now.
You'd have to identify the doctor before I could tell you whether I knew a lawyer who represented him.
You have had contact with a lawyer who represented this doctor in Florida that was, of course, he was raising money for a cancer patient.
I don't know that. I don't know what doctor you're referring to. Does this doctor have a name?
All right, we'll get back to it.
Okay.
I'm just asking you right now.
I can't answer the question before I know who the doctor is.
Turn to the following page, 65.
Yep.
These are tweets by defendant Cardillo.
Yes.
Correct? And you've seen these before.
Well, let me read them and I'll tell you. I don't recall them specifically, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Let's break at this point. It's a good break point for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Off the record, voted. Back on record at 1:04.
Turning to page 66 of Exhibit 2 to your deposition. Paragraph 26. Mr. Klayman is, as is Dr. Corsi, a strong supporter of the president, but has publicly criticized him for his association with defendant Stone and past association with the likes of his former and criminally minded personal legal counsel Michael Cohen and another defendant's associates, Paul Manafort, who himself has been convicted of crimes. You're aware that I've been critical of the president's association with you and these other people.
Actually, I'm not.
You have talked to the president about me, have you not?
I have not.
Told the president not to have anything to do with me, correct?
I have never said anything of the kind.
You've told people in the White House not to have anything to do with me,
I've
correct?
never done anything of the kind.
Turning to page 70 of Exhibit 2, this is a complaint, Dr. Jerome Corsi versus Roger Stone in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, which I previously identified, filed on February 7, 2019. Now, during the time that you were under a gag order, you used surrogates, so to speak, to get out information that you wanted to disclosed to the media and to the public, correct?
Objection, and we're not talking about any implications of the gag order. This case has been pending for over a year on a motion to dismiss, so I don't know what the situation is in the District of Columbia.
Well, it's part of the order for consolidated discovery, regardless of whether there's a motion to dismiss, it moves forward.
I think we're going to have to come back on other days.
No, you're not going to get to decide for the court what to do. There's no motion to stay discovery. There's nothing.
Well,
in that regard.
You haven't done anything in a year, and the court hasn't done anything in a year. So, and
I don't
we're
have
not
to do
talking
anything.
about-
I don't have to do anything.
We're not discussing any.
Well, you're going to be
orders.
sanctioned, Mr. Buchel.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to move for sanctions against you personally. Okay, because you're obstructing process here.
You can continue with your deposition.
Well, I'm going to
we're
ask questions about Dr. Corsi. You have filed no motion for protective order. You filed nothing, and even if you did, until it's ruled upon, it's of no force in effect.
Well, we had agreements on this case, and it just didn't work out.
We have an order in this case. There's no agreements, and you've lied before to the court. You're lying again. Okay, I'm not going to put up with it anymore.
Okay, well, I take exception to
You
your
also lied to the special
characterization.
counsel. You're lucky you weren't indicted. I mean, to Congress.
Listen, settle down. Ask your next question.
I sat there at the trial. I saw the letters you wrote to Congress.
Sir, I'm not a witness in this
All
case.
right, it's fine. That's why you were
Ask
so
your next
patting them on the back. You were happy they didn't indict you.
Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about, but please ask your next question.
You have been involved in defamation lawsuits before, have you not, Mr. Stone?
Yes.
What lawsuits have you been involved in?
I settled a suit with a gentleman named Miles Kwok over a year ago, I guess. That's the only one I recall at this moment.
What was that case about?
He said that I had said some inaccurate things about him on InfoWars. I had relied on a research from Sam Nunberg, which turned out to be incorrect. I issued an apology. He dropped the suit.
You've paid him money, did you not, in that settlement?
No, I did not.
He dismissed the suit?
The suit's been dismissed. I believe it's subject to confidentiality.
Confidential settlement agreement?
I believe so. Yes.
Well, the plaintiff didn't pay you money, did he?
No.
Now, on or about January 18th, 2019, at the same time you were allegedly defaming me, you were also in InfoWars talking about Dr. Jerome Corsi, correct?
I'm uncertain of that date.
I turned to page 5, that's Klayman Production 74.
Which section?
Paragraph 17, 1819. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So you were on InfoWars on that day talking about both me and about Corsi, correct?
If you say so. I don't recall the specific date. But assuming the information here is correct.
Okay. At 2:09, 2 hours and 2 minutes and 9 seconds into that video on InfoWars, you stated that Corsi was fired from WorldNet Daily, correct?
Yes, I think that's what he told me.
But you had no independent knowledge of being fired from WorldNet Daily.
That is correct.
So you're claiming Corsi told you that?
I believe so, yes.
At 2:27 in the InfoWars video, Stone falsely and misleadingly publishes that, this is in the paragraph 18, he, Corsi, was perfectly willing to lie, to perjure himself, saying that a memo he had wrote me was written on the 30th for the purposes of cover-up, which is further proof that Jerry lied under oath. Now, what proof do you have that Jerry lied under oath?
Substantial, because everything in that paragraph I said is accurate and true. and I could prove it if I needed to.
Have you had access to the grand jury transcripts with regard to Dr. Jerome Corsi?
My attorneys certainly have.
But you have not, correct?
I have. I've reviewed all of the discovery material that was relevant.
You didn't review what Dr. Corsi had testified to?
I think I did read his testimony, actually. I would be entitled to it under discovery, of course.
You're not sure whether you read it or not?
I believe I did read it.
Okay. Dr. Corsi was not charged with perjury as you were by the special counsel, correct?
Objection to form.
Correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
So consequently, you have no proof that he lied.
Oh, actually, I do.
Are you suggesting that the special counsel engaged in selective prosecution with regard to you and Jerry Corsi?
Objection to form, if you want to answer your opinion.
We filed such a motion. It was denied, but I think it was correct.
And in fact, that was your motive in defaming Corsi, was it not? Because you thought he was testifying against you.
Well, he did say those things publicly, and they are incorrect.
At 255, this is paragraph 19 in the InfoWars video, defendant falsely and misleadingly publishes, quote, and then states that I knew about John Podesta's emails being stolen in advance. The only proof of that is Jerry's feeble alcohol-affected memory. It's a lie. Where did you...
All accurate, completely accurate.
And where do you take that information?
Because he said it repeatedly in public, and actually on Tucker Carlson he said, I told many people. With Ari Melber, he said he told many people, including me. He actually never told me anything in the kind, verbally or in writing, anywhere.
Feeble alcohol-affected memory. You're in fact stating that Dr. Corsi is an alcoholic.
I can only assume that this memory had to be caused by something because it was inaccurate.
But you
untrue.
Didn't know whether he made the statement under the influence of alcohol, did you?
No, but I've certainly had drinks with him.
Again, Dr. Corsi was not indicted and you were.
The same. Yeah, what's the point of that? That's an objection to form.
In this context.
Is that accurate? Yes, that's accurate.
Paragraph 20. At 355 in the InfoWars video, defendant Stone falsely and misleadingly publishes that, quote, Jerry was prepared to stab a principal Trump supporter in the back. He was perfectly prepared to bear false witness against me, even though I had done nothing in my entire life other than to help him.
Entirely accurate.
Okay. What statement did Dr. Corsi ever make that stabbed you in the back?
The previous one that you just stated, for example, regarding a memo that he incorrectly said that he wrote to give me a cover story at a time that I needed no cover story because the controversy regarding John Podesta's emails, which was never mentioned in the indictment whatsoever, would not happen until 6 weeks after he had written said memo. So it's it's patently false.
But you were not indicted by the special counsel for a cover story. You were indicted because you testified falsely to Congress, correct?
Let's not get into the indictments and the whole trial thing. He answered your question. You know what he was.
Let me ask the question a different way. There's no aspect of your indictment that deals with a cover story by Dr. Corsi on your behalf.
It calls for a legal opinion.
No, but he certainly said that on numerous interviews and in public, so I certainly have the right to respond to it. It's not true.
At 420, in paragraph 21, at 420 in the InfoWars video, defendant Stone falsely and misleadingly publishes that, quote, all I ever did was show Jerry Corsi friendship and support and try to help him and his family, and what I get is Judas Iscariot, Iscariot, I-S-C-A-R-I-O-T, the willingness to testify against me and help the deep state bury me. And then he makes up this story about helping me formulate a cover story. That's your statement, is it not?
It is. That's exactly how I felt at the time. I did get Jerry Corsi. I did recommend him for his position at InfoWars. I also sent him freelance work. He's an excellent writer. He's an excellent researcher. And I had affection for him until he went out and said things that were not true.
And when he said things that you claim are not true, such as what I just read, That's when you decided to defame him and me publicly.
Objection of form.
That's a conjecture on your part. I have every right to correct the record when somebody says something incorrect me in public, as do you.
But you went way beyond correcting the record.
No,
correct?
I don't think so.
Saying that it had an IQ less than 70 is beyond correcting
Oh
the record.
boy, that really got to you, didn't it?
Objection of
You
form.
want to, Larry, take the heat if you want to be in the kitchen.
Oh, I can take heat. That's
You're a
why I'm
public- you're a public
That's
figure.
why I'm sitting here with you, Roger. I can take heat.
I'm not so sure.
Okay.
You seem rather, you keep,
Yeah,
that
well-
was in our previous question. You just want to keep
Yeah.
going back to it?
Okay. You know I can take heat. The question is your false statements, okay? Is that you also made a statement, I never won a case, correct?
Yes, I did say that, but
Right.
we've
Now,
already covered that.
What does that have to do with Jerry Corsi
Has nothing
being
to,
a Judas?
has nothing to do with it. Why? I don't know why you're bringing it
So,
up.
but you wanted
I
to
don't
make
see-
it anyway
I don't
because
see how it's related to any of this.
you wanted to harm not just Corsi, but you also wanted to harm his lawyer and discredit him.
That's conjecture on your part.
You felt that would give you an advantage with Mueller, maybe you wouldn't be indicted.
That's
Objection of-
conjecture on your part.
objection of
You,
form.
you were trying to cast the blame on Corsi so you wouldn't be indicted.
Wild allegations on your part.
Paragraph 22, at 6:26 in the InfoWars video, defendant Stone falsely publishes that, quote, you can always tell when Jerry Corsi is lying because his lips are moving, unquote. See that?
Yes,
You
definitely.
said that, correct?
Definitely, because he was lying, as we had just said on the previous
Well,
matter.
this goes beyond what you claim was a specific lie, that he lies any time that he says anything, correct?
Well, I think he told multiple lies, to tell you the truth,
You're-
but yes, I definitely said that.
You're calling him a total liar.
I think he lied on some occasions here, yes.
But this goes beyond just some occasions, right? Anytime his lips are moving, he's lying, correct?
That's what I said, yeah.
Okay. In fact, that's an expression that's frequently used with regard to lawyers, isn't it? How do you tell a lawyer's lying? His lips are moving?
Objection of form.
Never heard it in that context.
So you're also referring to me, weren't you, in this statement?
Wild conjecture on your part.
I'm his lawyer.
Wild conjecture on your part. Where's the word lawyer?
And you're suggesting I help him lie, correct?
Where does it say that?
That's a phrase that's used with lawyers.
But where does it say that? It doesn't say that. You're putting words in my
Well,
mouth.
do
You're not that clever.
Do some research on defamation by implication.
Good luck.
Apparently you've
Good
done
luck.
a lot of research but won't testify truthfully. to
Good
it.
luck.
Listen, stop. You got to stop with your commentary, sir.
Okay,
Ask
he's
your next
making
question.
commentary towards me.
You asked for it.
23.
Yep.
You made these false and misleading statements knowing that they were false, or at a minimum with reckless disregard for their truthfulness.
Incorrect.
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Incorrect.
No, it calls for a factual statement.
I believe everything in that paragraph to be true.
Paragraph 24. On January 2nd, 2019, Defendant Stone published an article on www.infowars.com titled Roger Stone Believes Jerome Corsi Works for Mueller, in which Defendant Stone falsely, misleadingly, and maliciously writes, quote, before you decide that Corsi is a hero, you should be well aware of the fact that the good doctor was prepared to bear false witness against others in the Trump orbit if I thought it would save his own skin.
It's exactly what I believed at the time,
Okay.
based on his false comments
But
in
what
public.
information do you have that Dr. Jerome Corsi worked for Robert Mueller?
Well, I've read his book, first of all, which is rife with things that are incorrect. But secondarily, we go back once again to the question of the memo that he claims was written as a cover story, which is chronologically impossible as well as illogical and false.
Did Dr. Corsi defame you?
I think he did.
You threatened to sue me, didn't you? You said, Larry Klayman, bring it on. I welcome your suit.
I don't remember saying that.
Objection
but
of form. That's you suing
I
him.
don't recall that.
So why didn't you sue Corsi if he defamed you?
I actually considered it.
And what caused you not to do it?
Events.
In fact, the reason is because he wasn't lying. He was
Conjecture
telling
on
the truth.
conjecture on your part. False.
In fact, you don't like to be in a court of law. You'd rather destroy people outside of a court of law.
Objection.
Personal
This is
attack.
This is
and
argumentative.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you have questions, ask them. I'll
That's
answer
your
them.
modus operandi, the dirty trickster, right?
That is that's a personal attack on
Objection
me.
of
It's not a
form.
question. If you have questions, ask them.
You don't like to be seen in public, do you?
I don't like to be seen in public.
In fact, when you were handling my campaign, you said you didn't really want to be visible. You didn't want to be known that you were assisting me. correct?
I think the candidate should get the attention in a given campaign, yes.
Okay, the reason is because of your reputation, correct?
That has nothing, that's a personal attack, I mean, not a question.
Paragraph 26. In another appearance on InfoWars, which was posted to YouTube on January 17, 2019, defendant Stone at 622 falsely and misleadingly publishes that he, Corsi, was perfectly willing to bear false witness against me on multiple points that are complete fabrications. That's your statement, is it not?
Yes, it is. It's exactly what I believed at the time I said it.
And again, you were trying to implicate Corsi to get the special counsel to indict him and not you.
No, that's conjecture on your part. I was just trying to correct the public record.
So in fact, you were the Judas.
Objection. His argument.
That's a personal attack. It's not a
Jeez.
question. Do you have a question?
Well, I'm asking you, under your definition of being a Judas, Iscariot, or whatever the heck it is.
Iscariot.
Okay,
If
good.
you've ever read the Bible, you'd know that.
I didn't know the word Iscariot. I will definitely agree to that.
Old Testament,
Now,
too.
you recently found religion, right?
Objection. This is not relevant.
Right before you went to the strip club, you declared you found religion.
These are personal attacks. I'm not going to stand for them much longer. If you have a question, ask the question.
Well, you're mocking my knowledge of religion.
I just told you that it's a pretty broadly known term. And yes, I do believe in Jesus Christ, and He is my personal Savior.
Yes, I believe in that too.
Good.
Paragraph 27, in another appearance in InfoWars, which was posted to YouTube on January 24th, defendant Stone at 5:58 falsely and misleadingly publishes the quote, "The good doctor, Corsi, has told a number of lies. In fact, he's starting to conflate his lies. He was perfectly willing to lie about me, but now lying about Alex Jones, lying about InfoWars, lying about Dr. Jones." That's
I said all
Jones's
the,
father, correct?
yes, I don't know his
He's
first
one of the
name.
nicest, gentlest, sweetest, most honest men I've ever met. It's beyond the pale. Jerry Corsi can no longer be believed. You said that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, this is exactly why you recruited Cassandra Fairbanks to go on Newsmax and defame Dr. Corsi.
Categorically false, and for which you have no evidence whatsoever. Wild conjecture
But
on
in
your
fact,
part.
that statement is markedly similar to what Cassandra Fairbanks said on InfoWars.
Then that might be, if that's true, and just because you say it doesn't make it true, that would be a coincidence.
And if,
Since I never instructed Cassandra Fairbanks to do anything.
and in fact, you worked with your friend, John Cardillo, to set me up to go on InfoWars to have Cassandra Fairbanks appear and defame my client.
I'd say
Jerome
that
Corsi.
earlier you called me paranoid. I'd say you're the one that's paranoid, because that is entirely false.
Does 2 and 2 equal 4, Mr. Stone?
As far as I know, it does.
The bears live in the woods?
Do you have any proof, evidence, real evidence? Not just wild conjecture, evidence.
It's called circumstantial evidence at
No,
this point.
you don't even have circumstantial evidence. You have a recording. You have some proof that I spoke to Cassandra Fairbanks about this? You have nothing. In fact, most of your complaints have nothing. They're just wild conjecture.
Everything about you is conjecture, right?
No, everything about you is
Objection to
conjecture.
form, okay.
It's your reputation.
Was that-
You sue at the drop of a hat, but where's your evidence?
Was that your defense in your criminal prosecution?
We're not discussing that, and you know it.
Paragraph 28. In the same appearance, defendant Stone at 8:34 falsely and misleadingly publishes that, quote, "I think you've, Corsi, been deep state from the beginning. Your whole birther thing is used as a club to destroy conservatives. I look forward to our confrontation. I will demolish you. You are a fraudster. Out of your alcoholic haze, you have made up lies about David Jones and Alex Jones and Roger Stone, and now I suspect that you want to lie about the president." You were threatening Dr. Corsi with that statement.
That is incorrect. Dr. Corsi said that he was kept on the payroll to buy his silence, I believe. That is absolutely, totally false. In fact, I didn't even know when he came and went on the InfoWars payroll. So that would be a false statement. And it would certainly be one that involved those other individuals, Alex Jones and his father.
This is a statement that you made, is it not? On InfoWars.
If you say so, I don't specifically recall it.
Again, you're calling him an alcoholic, correct?
I've drank with him.
You have no evidence he's an alcoholic.
I have some personal experience where I've seen him carried out of a restaurant, stone drunk, yeah.
That doesn't mean that you're an alcoholic, that you were drunk on an occasion.
I've seen him drunk on more than one occasion.
Are you medically capable of making a determination of someone?
I can certainly tell when somebody's inebriated.
You've seen Dr. Corsi many times when you don't claim he was inebriated.
Correct, I have. I like Jerry Corsi.
Yeah.
At least I did until he started bearing false witness
Are
against
you
me.
saying that if I go out on Google, I will find no reference that you supported the principle, or at least the proposition, that Barack Obama had a false birth certificate made?
I don't think you will. I think what you will find is a quote where I said that I thought that a substantial number of Republicans, probably a majority, believe that the issue therefore had currency within the Republican Party. And I think it's the reason that in 2012, after Donald Trump raised this issue publicly, he briefly jumped ahead of Mitt Romney in the Gallup poll. But that was an analysis of the issue. I've read excellent work on it. I've seen a video on it. There's something odd about the fact that that president didn't immediately produce his papers, but I'm not an expert on the subject. I don't think I've ever put forward an opinion.
Now, you've been an advisor to President Trump for many years, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And you've given advice on politics?
I have.
And you urged him to run for the presidency?
Yes, I have.
And you had input with him up to the point that he announced his presidency in Trump Tower?
Yes, I did.
And you had input with him later, too, correct?
Some, yes.
In fact, you spoke with him later, even with regard to WikiLeaks, correct?
No, I've never spoken to him about WikiLeaks.
There were calls being placed during the period that you were under investigation by Congress to him, correct? That came up during your trial.
Yes, indeed, but none of them regard WikiLeaks. There was no evidence of that presented at trial. It was an assertion by the government, but that does not make it true.
Because those communications occurred on WhatsApp, correct? And it was.
No, I don't use WhatsApp.
We're not getting into the trial.
I use the only person I know who used WhatsApp is Chris Ruddy. Actually, I don't particularly like WhatsApp.
Chris Ruddy uses WhatsApp because he doesn't want it to be subject to surveillance, correct?
Objection.
I told you that.
I have no. He's never told me anything of the kind. I don't know that.
Now, in the course of your advice to the president, you were the one that actually suggested to him to use the so-called birther issue
False.
to gather support among conservatives.
False. Incorrect. If you know Donald Trump, you know that no one tells him anything, first of all. He decides what he's going to talk about. He decides what he thinks. Decides where he's going to go. He decides what he's going to do. He's not handled or managed or scripted. And he found this issue and found interest with the issue on his own. I believe that he read Dr. Corsi's book, or at least thumbed through it. And he came to this decision on his own. I did not advise him to do so.
You need to give dates too, please.
Well, we're talking about 2012, or in the run-up to 2012. No one tells Donald Trump what to think. It just doesn't happen.
But you gave him advice. It's for him to decide.
Doesn't mean that he took all my advice.
In 2012, President Trump wasn't perceived as a conservative, was he?
I think some people perceived him as a conservative, yes.
You actually advised him to move right, to position himself to run for president.
I didn't need to do that. I think he knew where the Republican Party was.
Okay, and that was one of the issues, the so-called birther issue, that could garner support on the right.
I did say that I believe that the issue had currency on the right, and I'd seen polling that showed many Republicans believed there to be some question about the birth certificate, but I didn't advocate the use of the issue. Donald Trump decided that on his own.
In fact, you've seen the birth certificate that was posted on the Obama White House website, have you not?
At the time it came out, yeah.
You're aware that it listed his race in 1961, when he was born, as African American, correct?
I don't recall that.
Yeah. In fact, the term African American was not even coined until the 70s by Jesse Jackson. You're aware of that, correct?
I was not.
You're aware that every other birth certificate in Hawaii in and around 1961 either designated someone of African American descent as black or Negro.
What is the point of this?
Point is that you're aware that this was not a phony issue.
I don't have the expertise to say. I always thought it was odd that the president didn't just put it to bed when it first came up by releasing the documents. But I don't have the expertise to say, and I haven't studied the issue. You just told me things I don't know. I had read that there was a birth notice in a Honolulu newspaper, which would tend to debunk this, if that's even true. I can't tell you whether that's true because I haven't researched it.
You're also aware that many people who wanted to claim citizenship in and around that time, and even to today, put notices to try to prove that they were born in the United States.
I was not aware of that.
You've read Dr. Corsi's book yourself, have you not? About the birth certificate?
I actually have not.
Okay, so you're testifying under oath. There's nothing you've ever said or written in support of the theory that the birth certificate is a fraud.
I have no specific memory of having said that. I have memory of being interviewed about the power of the issue.
But yet you'll try to smear Dr. Corsi on the basis of his book claiming that the birth certificate was fraudulent.
I don't believe I smeared him at all. He takes that position.
You're claiming that his position, which apparently, you know, your confidant, President Trump, also took about the birth certificate of Barack Obama, that he used that as a club to destroy conservatives.
I think that many conservatives have been damaged by it because of the allegation that it is based in racism, which was not the reason I thought. I mean, Donald Trump's view was he's either constitutionally eligible or he's not. This isn't a racial question. But I did see how it could be viewed as a racial insult, yes.
But you're saying here, with regard to Dr. Corsi, as quoted in paragraph 28, your whole birther thing is used as a club to destroy conservatives.
I think it has been.
Well, you're saying that he did it intentionally to destroy conservatives, correct?
No, I didn't say, where's the word intentional? I don't see that.
You're saying, I think you've, Corsi, been deep state from the beginning. Your whole birther thing is used to destroy, is used as a club to destroy conservatives. You're tying him to the deep state and saying that he wants to destroy conservatives.
I did say those
with
things,
the
yes.
birther thing. Yeah.
Yes, I did say that. Mm-hmm.
You're aware that Dr. Corsi's livelihood is based upon his reputation and goodwill with conservatives, correct?
I'm just telling you that was my opinion, which I'm entitled to on the First Amendment.
You are aware that he's a New York Times best-selling author.
As am I.
Correct? I didn't ask you about you.
But I decided to say it because I get to answer the questions.
But that wasn't the question.
I am aware of that, yes. I've read his book on the Kennedy assassination. It tracked mine almost exactly. It was a good book.
Do you think the CIA killed Kennedy?
I think they were among several institutions. I don't think it's that simple. Organized crime is involved. Big Texas Oil is involved. I think, as Dr. Corsi does, the Vice President Lyndon Johnson is involved. Motive, means, opportunity, eyewitness evidence, fingerprint evidence. Dr. Corsi's book and his research tracks mine pretty closely.
You may be pleased to know I actually agree with you on this issue.
Good.
But are you concerned with regard to President Trump right now after having weathered impeachment with regard to the CIA?
I pray for the president's safety every single day.
So do I.
Good. Prayer has power.
Can we get back to the deposition?
You are aware that his books are purchased primarily by conservatives, libertarians, people of faith.
I don't really know who purchases his books. I don't really know who purchases his books or how.
But you're aware that they tend to be conservative-oriented.
No, the same
or
people.
Borderline.
Yes, I would say probably. It's the same people who buy my books.
So by claiming that he's part of the deep state, that he was working for Mueller, that he used the birther thing as a club to destroy conservatives, you're intentionally trying to harm him with his constituency and people that purchase his books and listen to him on radio and television and in print.
Conjecture on your part, just although his saying that I needed some cover story is probably meant to destroy my ability to sell books. What's the point?
Do two wrongs make a right?
You're deciding what my intent is, but you can't know my intent. Only I can know my intent. My intent was to defend myself.
Well, the jury is in charge to figure out what intent is.
If you ever get that far.
You can rest assured in Florida that I will get that far.
I doubt it.
Okay. Hopefully you'll be available to appear.
Let's see if you're admitted at the time.
Now, Mr. Stone, you, at this point, intensely dislike Dr. Corsi and me. Correct?
Objection to form.
That statement is only half true.
You only dislike me.
Yeah.
Okay. And what epiphany have you had that you now do no longer dislike Corsi?
Objection to form. Go ahead.
I actually have a deep affection for Corsi. He's a great guy to hang out with. He's a great guy to drink with. He's very, very knowledgeable. I do think that the enormous pressure they put him under caused him to say things that were not true about me, and that's unfortunate. But I actually bear no ill will towards Jerry Corsi. You, on the other hand, we have this proceeding, for example, as to why I feel the way I do.
Now, don't you think people need to be held accountable under our legal system?
Objection to form.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Yeah, yes, of course,
Right.
including you.
Isn't it more appropriate to, in your opinion, to pursue legal action than to defame someone in public?
I'm not an attorney, so I guess I can't answer your question. When I'm attacked, I will respond when I can.
But you don't respect the legal system, do you?
Objection.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Argumentative.
Now, given the fact you have great affection for Corsi, have you apologized to him for anything you've said in the past?
I'm not entitled, I'm under a court order not to contact him at this time. I'm not able to speak to him even if I wanted to.
That hasn't prevented you from breaking the gag order before, has it?
Objection. It's argumentative. So,
You
what's the point of those
You posted
questions?
a memo with a crosshairs to the head of the judge, Amy Berman Jackson,
right.
correct?
Thank
Not
you.
not responding to
don't-
that.
You're behind. So let's ask some good questions.
Turn your attention to page 111 of Exhibit 2. Case styled in the District of Columbia, Corsi and Klayman, Klayman's no longer a defendant, versus Michael Caputo and Roger Stone.
And it's no longer a plaintiff.
Plaintiff.
Okay?
Okay. Now, over the years, you've done a lot of work in Washington, D.C., correct?
That's correct.
And you continue to do work in Washington, D.C.?
No, I really don't. I have no clients in Washington, D.C. I have no work in Washington, D.C.
Your publications are, for instance, InfoWars are published in Washington, D.C.
Well, I no longer work for InfoWars, but I guess InfoWars would have been seen in Washington,
When
D.C.
did you actually work for InfoWars, other than just as a non-paid consultant?
I could not tell you the date in which I joined them. I can tell you I left them shortly after I was indicted by the special counsel.
Were you fired from InfoWars?
I was terminated.
And what was your position when you were employed by InfoWars?
I had a syndicated radio show that was simulcast on the internet, and I had a contractual agreement to sit in for Alex Jones on Wednesdays in his stead.
You were being paid money by InfoWars?
That is correct.
How much were you being paid?
I don't recall.
You file income tax returns, correct?
Yes, but I don't really specifically recall.
In fact, you prepared a financial statement with regard to your sentencing in the criminal
I
prosecution.
did.
And in there you had to list what you were paid by InfoWars.
I did, but I don't really recall.
Have you submitted that yet?
We're not talking about his sentencing reports and what he submitted and all that. Those are confidential.
Do you have offshore bank accounts, Mr.
We're not answering.
again?
Do you have offshore bank accounts?
Hang
No,
on,
I do not.
well,
No, I do not.
whatever.
Do you keep resources in gold bars?
Objection.
I wish I did.
This is not financial discovery. You have no right to ask these questions. So objection, ask relevant questions, please.
In fact, the statements that you made attacking Corsi and me were intended to help you raise money for your legal defense in the criminal prosecution.
Objection to form.
False.
In fact, it was intended to take contributions away from Dr. Corsi and my organizations and in fact, direct them to yourself.
Objection to
False,
form.
incorrect conjecture on your part, wild speculation. I was able, thankfully, to raise what I needed for my legal defense, and hopefully can continue to do so.
Michael Caputo, what's his background?
Objection to form. What do you mean by what's his background?
How did you come to know Michael Caputo?
I met him when he was working for Jack Kemp as his press communications director, I guess he was, or deputy communications director. Then he went to work for the U.S. House of Representatives, and then I think he went abroad after that.
And of course, he worked for my campaign.
Yes, he did. He's a very talented guy.
Caputo did.
Yes.
You're a close friend of Caputo, correct?
We are good friends, yes.
Has Defendant Caputo talked to the president about Dr. Corsi or me?
I have no way of knowing.
Has he met with the president?
I read that he did.
When did he meet with the president?
Several months ago. It was pretty widely publicized.
And that was to urge the president to grant you a pardon?
I think the president specifically said that was not discussed.
What did you read?
That he had met with the president, but that my name did not come up.
But it was discussed, or it was published that he was talking about a pardon for you, correct?
I don't recall that.
In fact, you instructed him to meet with the president.
Actually,
to ask
that's
for a
not
pardon.
true. I haven't spoken to him since January 25th. I haven't communicated him in any way, spoken to him, or any other form, including through third parties, since January 25th.
What was January 25th, the day you were convicted?
The day that I was arrested, I was given a no contact list, which I have not violated. He is among those on that list, as has been publicly reported.
Caputo has done work in Washington, D.C., correct? For you and for others.
As far as I know, yes.
And he continues to appear on cable news with studios in Washington, D.C. You've seen that on TV, right?
Yes, I think so, although I don't know if he's doing those broadcasts remote or in the studio.
Paragraph 17, that's page 114. Defendant Caputo has publicly called for President Trump to immediately pardon his close friend, mentor, and co-conspirator, Defendant Stone, on Fox News. That's correct, is it not?
I've actually never seen him say that, but if you say so, he's entitled to his opinion.
You're aware that he has appeared on Fox News and urged your pardon?
I know he's been on Fox News. I don't recall him specifically saying this, but he certainly may have. He'd be entitled to his opinion.
And in fact, in an appearance on Tucker Carlson of Fox News, Caputo said, quote, "Pardon Stone right now, Mr. Trump," correct?
I don't know that to be accurately true.
You're aware that immediately after your conviction in court, Caputo, who was in the gallery was thrown out by the marshal.
I had heard something to that effect, but I didn't see it myself.
That he refused to stand when the jury was leaving the courtroom
I heard that, but I did not see it myself.
and turned his back to them.
I heard that, but I did not see it myself.
So he has the same lack of respect for the justice system. that
Well,
you
what's
do.
the point of
What's
that
the point?
question?
Just to attack him?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Turn to page 7. That's page 117. Wherein it, this is on March 29, 2019, paragraph 30. Caputo appeared on MSNBC with host Ari Melber, A-R-I, M-E-L-B-E-R, family name, where he made several statements which are alleged to be defamatory. You were aware that he was appearing on MSNBC on that date and at that time, correct?
I think there was a promotion for it, so yeah, I believe so.
In fact, you asked him to go on MSNBC, correct?
Absolutely false. I had no contact with him in 2019 at all.
At 8 minutes in the MSNBC video, this is paragraph 31, defendant Caputo says, the Mueller team finds themselves at the hallway and they're staring at Jerry Corsi, who believes the most wild conspiracies in the world. They end at the freak show tent. You see that?
I do.
That what Caputo says comports with your opinion of Jerry Corsi's, your statement about Jerry Corsi as well.
No, I don't think I use those words at all. I don't see any comportion, I guess it would be called. Mr. Caputo is entitled to his view. On the other hand, the line before that, this was done in concert with and the direction of defendant Stone and published in this district nationally and internationally, is categorically false, and there is no evidence of that because it's not true.
In fact, the special counsel and his staff has maintained that you have coordinated appearances through surrogates to promote your interests.
Objection. Do you expect him to speculate on that? It's
I'm just saying what they
speculation.
said. That's not speculation.
Okay, then it's not testimony
They've
from
taken
him,
that
is it?
position. They've taken that
I
position.
don't.
Where? Where?
And
With Judge Amy Berman Jackson.
Okay. Well, we're not answering
In fact,
that
that's
question.
one reason they asked for 7 to 9 years. Correct?
No,
No, we're not.
actually
We're not talking about it. What's the point? What's the point of that?
I'm probing him
You're probing him about nothing to do with the
about
lawsuit.
the lack of truthfulness of his testimony.
Okay. Thank you. Let's ask questions about the lawsuit.
Paragraph 32, when asked about his thoughts as to why Dr. Corsi was not indicted, defendant Caputo said, quote, he is the luckiest man in the world. I think he should buy a lottery ticket or 10. I'm surprised. I also believe that it indicates that Corsi's gave them information that they were looking for, probably on Roger Stone. We'll probably see him brought in as a witness in Roger Stone's trial. Now, Caputo got that statement from you, correct?
Categorically false.
That Corsi is a Judas.
Categorically false. You have no evidence to prove that. It's wild conjecture on your part.
And then at the end it says, we'll probably see him brought in as a witness in Roger Stone's trial, correct?
It does say that.
Now, in fact, it was your counsel who subpoenaed Dr. Corsi to testify at your trial.
We're not talking about the trial. Mr. Corsi didn't testify.
Are you aware that your client subpoenaed Corsi to testify at the trial?
You mean your lawyer?
Your
And no,
lawyer,
he's not
Mr.
answering.
Buchel and Mr. Smith.
What?
I'm not going to discuss anything pertaining to the trial.
You were not aware that Corsi had been subpoenaed by them?
I'm not going to discuss anything pertaining to the criminal trial.
So if Corsi was a liar, your counsel would not have subpoenaed him to give false testimony in your criminal prosecution.
Speculation, objection to form.
Yeah, I'm not going to address anything
Caputo
pertaining-
said that, right?
I'm asking independently. Don't interrupt, please. You got the cross-exam.
I'm not going to respond to questions regarding my criminal trial.
Are you aware that during your criminal trial, which I attended as an observer for Dr. Corsi, that Caputo on several occasions cursed at me in the hallway in front of the media?
I have no knowledge of that.
take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
Off the record at 1:51. Back on record at 2:05.
Mr. Stone, you're aware that President Trump himself has praised Dr. Corsi during the course of the Russian collusion investigation?
I don't recall that.
You are aware that Dr. Corsi refused, when presented with a guilty plea, to take that guilty plea with Robert Mueller?
I read that in his book, yes.
And you're aware that he had stated at the time that he would not lie under oath to implicate the president?
I read that in his book, yes.
Okay. And it was in that context that the president praised Dr. Corsi's courage?
I don't recall that specifically.
Now, the president never criticized Dr. Corsi vis-a-vis you, that you are aware of, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
In other words, he's never been critical of Dr. Corsi
In my
making the same
presence?
claims that you have, that Corsi was a Judas.
I don't think he, I'm unaware of him doing so, no.
I'll show you what, I'm going to get back to Exhibit 2, but let's mark this as Exhibit 3 for right now.
Did you provide this as part of your discovery response?
Hang on one second.
No, because I just, Dr. Corsi just found it today, gave it to me.
There you go.
It's available on the internet.
Well, did we get that? Do we want to have that conversation again?
If you can, yeah.
Yeah. Did you provide this Exhibit 3 in discovery?
No, because it wasn't called for, and Dr. Corsi just found it today. He just sent it to me, and it deals with him, not with Roger Stone.
I believe I had a discovery request saying all documents you plan to rely upon.
That's right. Well, I'll tell you something. This was out on the internet. I didn't have possession of it, neither did Dr. Corsi. He found it this morning. Take your time and review that.
So Exhibit 3 is a article entitled, "It's Cool and Normal That the President Endorsed an Infamous Conspiracy Author Who's Promoting a Cancer Quote-Unquote Miracle." It's dated December 18th, 2018 by Ben Mathis Lilly.
Mr. Stone, do you know Ben Mathis Lilly?
I do not.
Do you know of him?
I do not.
This appears to be a leftist publication, does it not?
Objection to form.
Well, he's expert at these things, so.
So far, I can't tell, but I'm only about halfway through it, so.
Have you ever heard of an Andrew Strickler?
I have not.
Can we let him read it first?
I'm almost done. Last page. Oh no, I take it back. 2 more pages. Okay.
Okay. I show you this only because, to refresh your recollection, with regard to the president praising Dr. Corsi, this is written obviously by someone on the left. And does this refresh your recollection that President Trump...
Objection of form and assumptions.
Where, I'm sorry. I see. Okay, well, I had not seen this previously.
Does that refresh your recollection that the president...
Well, it's a,
He
it doesn't tell me what he actually said, it just appears to be a hyperlink. But for what it's worth, yeah.
Now, I asked you a question earlier about this doctor in Florida. I didn't remember his name at the time. That Daily Caller reporter Chuck Ross, who works for Tucker Carlson, wrote about, accusing Corsi of fraud. The doctor's name is Mendelsohn. Do you know Dr. Mendelsohn?
I do not.
Have you ever heard of him?
I think I read the story when it was written.
Now, the lawyer, and there's also somebody mentioned here by the name of Tommy Sickler, who is somehow associated with Dr. Mendelsohn. Do you see that? S-I-C-K-L-E-R. You know Tommy Sickler?
I do not.
Okay. Now, the lawyer who represented Tommy Sickler, you know him, do you not?
Who is it?
I'm not certain. Do I?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know Tommy Sickler, so, I mean, I know a lot of lawyers. If you name a lawyer, I'll tell you whether I know him.
Well, I'll go back and find my notes this evening, but I'll ask you questions about that tomorrow.
I mean, fine, that's fine. I don't know Thomas Sickler.
You are aware that a lawyer was in contact with me with regard to this matter with Mendelsohn and Sickler.
Whose lawyer?
Objection
I'm going
of
to
form.
get the name,
Oh, okay.
and I'll raise it with
no,
you tomorrow.
No, I am not.
Okay. And you are aware that he claimed to be your friend.
I don't know who he is.
All right, we'll just table that conversation for right now.
It's conceivable, but you got to give me a name.
Okay. Now, my question is, this story about Dr. Corsi claiming he committed a fraud with a doctor named Mendelsohn and Tommy Sickler, that was something that you encouraged Chuck Ross to write, correct?
Categorically false.
You talked to him about it, correct?
Categorically
And
false.
you talked to Tucker Carlson about it.
Categorically false. Do you have any proof of that whatsoever? Any evidence other than wild conjecture, supposition?
Well, you can tell your friend Tucker Carlson that he will be deposed at some point.
I'm sure he'll
And-
answer.
and Ross.
I'm sure if they are, they'll answer honestly.
Do you know or ever had contact with someone by the name of Mark Randazza, R-A-N-D-A-Z-Z-A, an attorney for InfoWars?
Can you give us a page number?
Page number 200 of Exhibit 2.
Let's look it up.
I know who he is. I don't think I've ever met him. I may have been on air with him where he was remote, but I don't think we've ever met.
And what were you on air with him about?
InfoWars. I don't recall. What page?
200. 200.
Okay.
Were you ever in contact with him or anybody with his law firm Randazza Legal Group with regard to alleged defamation against Dr. Corsi that you allegedly had done on InfoWars?
No.
Why were you fired by InfoWars?
There was no way I could continue to speak. I was entirely consumed with my defense.
But you have been on television and radio on issues other than with regard to your criminal prosecution.
Very occasionally.
You can certainly speak about a lot of other things other than that.
Very occasionally, but there was not a chance that I was going to continue at InfoWars because there wouldn't be enough material.
You were fired from InfoWars because of what you said on InfoWars concerning Dr. Corsi and me?
No, that's categorically false.
Because you exposed them to a defamation
Categorically
lawsuit?
false. If that's so, no one ever told me that.
Persons from InfoWars, Alex Jones, Owen Stroyer, etc., have discussed the defamation lawsuits that were filed by Dr. Corsi and me against InfoWars, correct?
Discussed with whom?
You.
No, other than that they were sued.
Did they show you a copy of the complaint?
They did not.
And what specifically did you discuss about the suit?
Well, I think you think they were sued around the same time that I was. That's about it.
And what specifically did you discuss with them, other than just...
Oh, I've been sued.
That's it?
That's it.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Did you put them in contact with your lawyers, Mr. Bushell or Mr. Smith?
No, I don't think so.
I'm sure you must have had some reaction to them being sued. What was it?
This was a nuisance lawsuit.
More defamatory statements against Corsi and me?
It's your
Objection
opinion.
to form.
It's your opinion.
Or more negative statements against
It's your
Corsi?
opinion. There is still a First Amendment, as you probably are aware.
Well, they'll be deposed too, so you might want to tell me now
Good.
before we find out that you're not telling me everything you know.
That's a wild guess on your part. You have no evidence to the contrary.
In the last 2 years, have you gone out to lunch with Chris Ruddy? Or seen him in any events?
Certainly not lunch. I don't think we have had a social occasion within the last 2 years.
How many times have you been in his presence in the last 2 years, physical presence?
I can only think of once, and that was recently.
And when was that?
2 weeks ago.
What was the context?
I was in to do an interview with both John Cardillo and Howie Carr, and he was in the office and came by and said hello.
And what was the interview about?
The Democratic candidates for president and impeachment.
So you can talk about things other than your criminal prosecution?
Some things I can, yes.
There's a lot of things going on in the world that you can talk about.
Yes, but that's not what most people want to interview me about.
During that encounter with Ruddy a few weeks ago, he mentioned the lawsuit against Newsmax, him, Cardillo, Bachman.
No, he did not. He has stoutly refused to discuss the matter. And has always said that's best left to the lawyers.
What did he say about me?
Didn't say anything about you. Your name didn't come up.
What did he say about Corsi?
Of course, his name didn't come up.
You're aware that Ruddy frequently touts his association with President Donald Trump.
Objection to form.
Not aware of that.
And in fact, you're also aware that, frankly, his association isn't that great with Trump.
Objection to form.
I don't know that.
You are aware that Dr. Corsi and Dr. Corsi filed pleadings with Judge Amy Berman Jackson concerning defamatory statements that you made against him and me.
Yes, I had been told that by my attorneys.
Have you reviewed those pleadings?
I did not. I understand they were rejected by the court.
Who told you they were rejected by the court?
One of my attorneys.
Turn to page 327. Of Exhibit 2.
Yeah, we're not discussing your filings in the criminal court.
Well, I'm just using it to refresh his recollection.
Of what?
I'm going to ask the questions, not you.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, you're aware that your gag order prevents you from using surrogates to pursue your objectives in the media, whatever they may be.
Okay. This is what I'm talking about. We object. We're not talking
That's
about
right.
gag orders and anything to do with the criminal case.
Now, one of your turn to paragraph 7.
Yes.
On Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday this week, February 24th to 26th, 2019, persons in blue Lincoln Zephyr and a white Dodge Caravan in front of my house in New Jersey and the dwelling of my stepson in New Jersey. They both lingered there for no apparent reason, as if they were watching us and threatening us. Have you ever sent any vehicles to show up in front of Dr. Corsi's home?
This pleading, document number 47, was rejected by Judge Berman Jackson, and so we're not
How do you know
talking
that?
about.
She didn't let it be filed.
Well, she did accept some pleadings, did she not?
Your amicus brief, I believe it was, on some matter, and then she rejected after that. So this is not.
Well, I'm not asking about whether it's rejected or not. I'm just refreshing recollection here. Did you ever send?
He never said that he forgot something.
Did
so
you
what are
ever
refreshing?
send? All right, then I'm just going to ask you straight up, without regard to this. That's fine. Did you ever send people to go in front of Corsi's house to intimidate him?
Let me answer the question. Sure. Categorically, positively not. Do you have some evidence to the contrary? Present it.
Now, when you were representing me in the Senate campaign as a consultant, I told you about some difficulties I was having with Fitton of Judicial Watch, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you told me, I've got people that can take care of that, correct?
That I have no memory of that whatsoever.
And in fact, I said I don't do those things.
How do we know that this even happened? Just because you say it?
I'm asking you.
I have no recollection of that. It's false.
And I told you not to do that?
That's completely false.
What things are you talking about, Mr. Klayman?
Mr. Stone knows.
No, Mr. Stone doesn't know, but if you have any evidence that I sent these people to Jerry Corsi's home, present it. Let's see it. Where is it? It's categorically false.
Now, you know Peter Santilli, don't you?
I do.
Okay. How did you get to know Peter Santilli?
He was he had a talk show on the internet, kind of like Alex Jones, and I believe I met him either at or before I took on the Bundy cause for free because I felt that they had been unfairly treated by the federal government, and I was glad to see that they got justice. That's about it.
And he's a convicted felon as well, is he not?
Yeah, but I think you know the circumstances of that case. Weren't several people there unfairly treated by the federal government?
He has promoted you on his show, has he not? His radio show.
I believe he has.
Which is heard in the District of Columbia, as among other places.
I don't know that. I don't know that to be a fact.
In fact, you've appeared on his show, have you not?
I have appeared on his show.
And you appeared on his show and discussed me, have you not?
I don't recall that specifically.
In fact, you put him up to file a bar complaint against me in the District of Columbia, did you not?
Categorically false.
Now, during the trial, there was reference made, your criminal trial, to threatening Randy Credico with filing a bar complaint against Margaret Kunstler. You remember that?
We're not answering questions about the trial.
Okay. Putting people up and yourself filing bar complaints is one of your modus operandis to strike at people who you consider to be a threat.
Do you have a question? That's
Objection
a
affirmed.
false assertion. Do you have a question?
Yeah. You put Santilli up to file a bar complaint.
Categorically false. You have some evidence of it, produce it.
You know Barbara Jordan, Deborah Jordan?
Only by name.
That's Santilli's girlfriend, is it not?
I believe that's isn't she a co-host or something?
And a co-host. Dual role.
Okay, if you say so.
Right. You're aware that she made statements that Jerry Corsi and I are working with Robert Mueller, correct?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
You, in fact, told her to say that.
No, actually, I did not tell
In
her
fact,
to say
that's
that.
the same type of language that was used earlier that we went over with regard to Corsi and me.
You really are paranoid. No, that is false.
We didn't talk about that today?
Oh, we did talk about that, but it was false then and it's false now.
Okay. Now, you're aware that Corsi and I depend on our livelihood from conservatives and libertarians and people of faith, correct?
Objection affirmed.
You're aware of that?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. So to say that we are working with Robert Mueller is to say that we're Judases, correct?
I didn't say that about you.
But Barbara Jordan did. Deborah Jordan
I'm
did.
not responsible for the statements of Deborah Jordan. I've never told her to say or not say anything.
In fact, you're aware that I've sued Mueller on behalf of Corsi, correct?
I did. What happened with your lawsuit?
It's going through the courts.
Okay, good.
Read about it. You're aware that on behalf of Corsi, you think that's funny? Michelle, at least I did something for my client rather than sitting there, you know, during the trial and getting him convicted.
Ooh.
Ask your next question. Your lawsuit was dismissed. That's why I smiled.
Okay, fine.
Go ahead.
Are you aware that on behalf of Corsi, I filed a criminal complaint against Mueller at the Department of Justice?
I did. I read that, yes.
With the Inspector General and the Office of
I
Professional
read that, yes.
Responsibility? Okay. In fact, you did tell Randy Credico that you were going to file a bar complaint against Margaret Kunstler, his best friend, if he didn't testify the way you wanted him to testify with regard to Congress and the independent and the special counsel.
I'm not going to address that.
That's one of your modus operandi, isn't it? File bar complaints against people.
You asked that already, and
I don't think I've ever directed anybody to file a bar complaint.
Or
against
yourself
anybody.
filing them.
I don't think I've ever filed a bar complaint.
Yeah, you don't want your fingerprints on it, do you?
I don't think I've ever directed
So you get
anybody
other
else to
people
do
to do
so. Wild conjecture and
Objection to
supposition
form.
on your part.
You are aware that Santilli did file a bar complaint against me.
No, actually, I'm not.
In fact, you've talked to Santilli's lawyers, have you not?
No, I have not.
You're aware that he's been sued, are you not?
Sued by
Me.
No, I was not aware of that.
separate from the lawsuit you're filing here.
You're aware that you were joined as a defendant in that lawsuit?
Show them the page number, please.
I'll get to it when I want to. Are you aware of that?
No, I don't recall it.
Okay.
What's the status of the suit?
We'll get to it. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Off the record.
15-minute break. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go back on the record.
Back on the record at 2:47.
Mr. Stone, you testified previously that you didn't have any contact with Santilli over a bar complaint concerning me, correct?
I said I didn't recall any.
But you have, haven't you? In fact, the first document in Composite Exhibit 4 is from Pete Santilli to you saying, here's another important document, Klayman's disciplinary information.
Yeah, I didn't recall this.
So, but you just testified unequivocally that you didn't have any contact, correct?
I didn't recall it, certainly.
So what contact did you have over a bar complaint filed against me?
I didn't tell him to file a bar complaint against you. I believe he did that on his own. I don't even know the issues contained in the
Well,
bar
you don't
complaint.
care just as long as there was a bar complaint, correct?
Conjecture on your part.
You're aware that I never represented Mr. Santilli, correct, in the Bundy matter?
I didn't know whether you did or whether you didn't. I remember that reading that they would not let you come in pro hoc in Nevada.
Nevada.
Nevada, correct. Pardon me.
This is the first page of the binder I've given you as Composite Exhibit 4, correct?
Yes.
And this is a document that your counsel just, these are documents your counsel produced to me.
I didn't recall this. Is this the document that was attached?
Yes, in
I see.
fact,
Yeah, I don't recall reading this.
you're aware that Mr. Santilli is currently subject to supervision by the Bureau of Prisons.
I've heard that, yes.
How'd you hear that?
I think his lawyer spoke to my lawyer at some point.
And what did they speak to your lawyer about?
I couldn't tell you. You have to ask one of my lawyers.
And you're aware that he's not under the terms of his status right now, he's not to have any contact with convicted felons.
No, I wasn't aware of that. But I've had no contact with him.
Flipping past that bar complaint is a document called Silent No More, How I Became Political Prisoner of Mueller's Witch Hunt by Dr.
What
Drew
page is
Corsi.
that?
Well, your counsel did not Bates number the production like I did, so
Okay.
we have to
So this is it, right?
work our way through it.
This is it, yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is that document?
It appears to be a printout of Sherry Corsi's book.
Tell me what, if anything, in that book is not accurate.
I read it so long ago I couldn't remember. I'd have to reread it.
So you can't state anything is inaccurate at this point in time?
I remember when I read it, I concluded several things were inaccurate, but I don't remember the specifics because quite a bit water has gone under the dam since then.
Well, if it had been so grossly inaccurate, you would remember, correct?
Objection to form.
Not necessarily.
Let's flip past the book. Turn to a letter from the Justice Department. To Dr. Corsi, signed by Aaron Zielinski.
This is to David Gray.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. How did you come into possession of this document? And there's no date on it, but in the right-hand side, there's handwriting that says 9/21/18. You see that?
Yeah,
That's David Gray's.
I'm just trying to identify the document for the record.
yeah, I don't recall.
How did you come into
I don't.
possession of this?
I don't recall. In fact, I don't recall ever seeing it again. I remember hearing about it, but I don't know that I've ever read this.
Now, this is an example of a document that you gave your counsel to produce in hard copy. In other words, you had a hard copy of this?
I'm uncertain.
Did you have an email, or was it in hard copy?
I don't recall.
Do you remember reviewing it?
I don't recall reading this, no.
Then flip down, there's a memo of November 25th, 2018,
Yes,
to
I
David
see.
Gray from Jerome
I
Corsi.
see that.
JRC criminal complaint to be filed with Whitaker on Mueller. See that?
Yes.
Okay. It consists of 2 pages. How did you come into possession of this memorandum from
don't-
David Gray to Dr. Corsi?
I don't recall. I have no memory of having read this previously, actually.
Are these documents that your counsel just decided to produce for the heck of it?
I suspect they produced them in response to your request, but I don't recall them specifically. There were 3 terabytes of data in my trial, so I've had to read an enormous amount. I don't recall this particularly.
Is this related to grand jury information?
Is what?
Information obtained in Mueller's grand jury? Is this what this
That would have been
this memo comes from?
among the discoveries, certainly.
So your counsel disclosed grand jury material?
No, he didn't.
No. Is this grand jury material? No, not that I know of.
Well, how did you get it?
I don't recall.
Turn to the document after that document is an email from Andrew M. Harris, Bloomberg,
Yes.
to your counsel, Mr. Buchel, Mr. Smith, player02@hotmail.com. Who's player02?
That's mine.
And player02@gmail.com.
Also
correct?
mine.
So this reflects that you were communicating with Andrew M. Harris on or about February 7, 2019?
No, it reflects that he asked a question. I don't think I responded to this. I'm unfamiliar with Mr. Harris. Is there a Bloomberg News story quoting me? Or that has a blind quote? I don't think I responded to this.
How did Mr. Harris?
The date would have been would have been after the gag order, so no, I definitely didn't.
How did Mr. Harris get your email address?
I have no idea, but many journalists have it. Been in politics for a long time. There are other people at Bloomberg News who certainly have it, the political reporters and so on.
Now, the next document in what was produced on your behalf by your counsel is a complaint in the federal court in D.C. by Dr. Jerome Corsi against you, correct?
Yes.
All right, we've been over that.
The same one we looked at previously?
Yeah, we're skipping over it.
Okay. Now then turn to a email to Jerome Corsi from Ted Malik, CC Christopher Ruddy at newsmax.com. subject EU, where it states, any chance of reviving this now with Bolton in White House? Ideas?
Yes.
Thanks, Ted. What's that about?
Ted aspired to be appointed ambassador to the EU, which unfortunately did not happen.
And why is Ruddy copied on this?
It's a question you'd have to ask Mr.
What's
Malik.
the objection of that?
How does this, we just have any basis to know what was in Malik's
I can ask the
mind?
question.
Yeah, but I didn't send the email. I received it, so you'd have to ask Mr. Malik that question.
So you were working with Ruddy to try to get Malik
No, I don't think
appointed to be EU ambassador?
No, actually, I don't think I ever discussed it or communicated it with Ruddy. Perhaps Mr. Malik thought Mr. Ruddy was a friend of the president's. I don't know why he copied him, or maybe they have a relationship. I don't know. I've never discussed Ted Malik or communicated regarding Ted Malik with Mr. Ruddy.
So Ted Malik knew that you were a friend of Ruddy, so he copied Ruddy on it?
No, maybe he thought that Ruddy was influential on the question of the ambassador to the EU. That would be conjecture on my part. Again, you'd have to ask Mr. Malik why he copied Mr. Ruddy. I didn't know that they knew each other.
Was Ruddy ever called before the grand jury in the Russian collusion investigation of Mueller?
Objection. He can't comment to that.
To the best of your knowledge. Whether he was is not confidential grand jury information, and anyway, he has no.
I don't know. I don't know.
No binding.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Ted Malik was involved in that investigation, correct? He was one of the people that Mueller was looking at, and in fact, an FBI agent detained him at the airport coming into the United States, correct? Based on
it was
your knowledge.
publicly reported, yes.
Turn to the next document. Tyler Nixon
Yes.
at gmail.com from to you
An attorney, yes.
at player02@gmail.com.
Yes.
Corsi, Klayman, amicus. You remember receiving this?
No, I actually don't.
Who is Tyler P. Nixon?
An attorney who represents me. Therefore, I would think this document would be privileged.
Well, let's see.
What does he represent you in?
He's writing something else.
He's represented me on a number of matters.
Such as?
He helped do research on my recent trial. He's represented me on civil matters. He's represented me on numerous occasions. He's a long-term friend, and he's an attorney.
Which civil matters has he represented you on?
I don't really recall. He does mostly contract stuff, that kind of stuff.
Where's he located?
Denver, Colorado.
Has he represented you in defamation lawsuits?
He is not.
Is he related to Richard Nixon in any way?
There is some distant relationship.
How did you get to know him?
He was very active in the Delaware Republican Party when I was running President Reagan's re-election, and Delaware was one of the states that I had responsibility for, and therefore he traveled to Washington to introduce himself to me.
Did you respond to this email that Tyler Nixon sent you?
I don't know specifically. He is very verbose, and he sends a lot of stuff with his opinion. I don't respond to all of it. Not all of it is solicited. He's a very facile writer. I don't recall a specific response to this.
It's dated February 15th, 2019.
Yes?
Correct?
Yes.
Below that is an email from Alexandra Dukakis, otherwise known
Yes.
as Ali Dukakis of
Yes.
ABC,
Yes.
February 15, 2019.
Yeah, I would doubt that there was any communication. He, generally speaking, doesn't like to talk to any reporters. But I don't know what
You
transpired.
have, during the course of your criminal prosecution, you did have frequent contact with Alexandra Dukakis, did you not?
She was certainly present.
You talked to her on the phone. And you emailed her and texted her.
I don't know that that's true.
You never talked to her on the phone?
I don't know. I don't recall. It was kind of a blur.
Did she ever tell you that David Gray was sitting at the bar with her at the Wyndham Hotel in Washington, D.C., and overheard her talking to you on the phone?
No, I've never heard that. How do we know that it's true?
Well, we'll have David Gray testify.
Yeah. He's certainly a disinterested party.
Turn to the next email of February 14, 2019.
Yep. That was my recommendation. I don't think anything came of it.
Okay. That's an email that you sent to Ali Dukakis, copy Tyler Nixon.
To understand my case, yes.
And it says it was in previous email included above. Under the rules in D.C., Grant Smith will no longer be able to comment on the record about anything, but Tyler Nixon will.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So you had Tyler Nixon communicating about Dr. Corsi?
No. Why does it say Dr. Corsi's name?
Well, the document request asked for anything that referred or related to Dr. Corsi. So one could conclude.
Well, there's a Corsi and Klayman amicus. Yeah, I guess she was looking for some explanation of your filing. I don't know. That would be conjecture on my part. All right. Civil matter.
Now, look at the bottom of the page from Roger Stone.
Yep.
Wednesday, February 13th,
Yep.
6:07 p.m. to Roger Stone.
Yep.
Roger Stone and Roger J. Stone Jr. is the same person, correct?
Correct.
Copy Tyler Nixon.
Correct.
Wherein it states, Corsi Klayman amicus, not for attribution, I will not be commenting on the attached brief filed by Jerry Corsi in support of suspending my First Amendment rights and gagging me. My attorney, Tyler Nixon, will be available for comment. His address is above. Roger Stone.
Correct.
Why did you send the email to yourself?
Couldn't tell you.
You were trying to create a false record that you hadn't communicated with
Objection.
Ali Dukakis.
Wild conjecture on your part.
In fact, you defamed Corsi and me with Ali Dukakis.
That's your version.
Well, we'll find out from her, too.
Yeah, good luck.
Why good luck?
You wanted to pose a journalist about their sources? Good luck.
Were you a source?
No, but I assume
I
that's
guess-
what you want to ask her about.
If you weren't a source, then I guess I can ask her about it.
You can ask her, but she's not. She does not have to answer any questions regarding her sources, whether they're me or not.
What you're saying is you were a source to the media
I've
during
never
your
said any-
prosecution.
False, categorically false. God, you are an asshole. You really are a jerk. Go ahead. Continue.
Next question. Let's go.
The next page, another email to yourself, Roger J. Stone Jr., player02@gmail.com, Corsi Klayman amicus, sent to yourself.
Yes. I may have copied my lawyers. I don't know.
I don't see any CC there, but I do see one below from Grant Smith to you, copy to Robert Bushell, Tara Campion.
She's an attorney. Represents me.
She works with Mr. Smith and Mr. Bushell?
No, she works with Mr. Rogow.
Oh, Rogow, yeah, Bruce Rogow.
Who? Yes.
Okay. Who also represented you in the criminal prosecution.
Correct.
And Mr. Smith is writing you, the attached Corsi Klayman amicus was accepted for filing today. Enjoy the read.
Yep.
And who did you comment in the media to with regard to the amicus being accepted for
I
filing
don't think I
today?
commented to anybody.
Next email from Richard Johnson, rjohnson@newyorkpost.com, February 10th, 2019.
Yes.
11:51. To player02@gmail.com. That's you, correct?
Correct.
Subject, filed notice of amicus. Attachments.
Yes, obviously you emailed it to him, as it shows. I don't believe I responded to this.
Flipping down a few pages is the actual notice of filing of the motion for leave to file amicus brief related to case USA versus Stone, 19 CR 18, correct?
Yes, appears to be.
And then later on is the actual amicus brief itself of Dr. Corsi, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Now, this amicus brief refers to an Exhibit B, which is attached, an article by Sarah Murray and Sam Folsom titled Roger Stone Facing Gag Order Launches Counterattack. You see that in the amicus brief?
Yes, I see the
All right,
reference.
turn to Exhibit B. It's attached to the amicus brief as Exhibit B.
What am I looking for? Is it a story? What am I looking for? Not finding it. This is Exhibit A. Yes.
The title of that article is Roger Stone Facing Gag Order Launches Counterattack. Now, Sarah Murray and Sam Fossum, F-O-S-S-U-M, in an article dated February 7, 2019, they work for CNN, correct?
I'm not familiar with Sam Fossum, but I certainly know Sarah Murray.
Is it not true? Look at the first paragraph, excuse me, the fourth paragraph, where it says, but rather than toning down his rhetoric, Stone appears to be abiding by the principles he espouses in his books. For instance, Stone's rule number 81, admit nothing, deny everything, launch counterattack. In fact, you wrote that in your book, did you not?
We're
I'm
not
not going to comment on anything pertaining to the gag order.
No, I'm talking about the book that you wrote.
Then just ask.
What's the name of that book?
Stone's Rules. You should get a copy.
And that's an accurate depiction of Stone's Rule 81, correct?
I'm not sure about that number, but I've certainly said that, yes.
So basically it says, when called to answer questions, admit nothing, deny everything, in effect, lie.
No, it doesn't say that. Where's the word lie? I don't see the word
Well,
lie.
admit nothing, deny everything.
So you didn't read the quote.
So is that your rule, that even if it's true, you should admit nothing and deny everything?
I don't think that's an accurate depiction of what that means.
And then launch a counterattack.
It's called politics.
And that's what you did with regard to Dr. Corsi and me.
A conjecture on your part.
No, fact on my part.
We'll see.
Look down the fifth line from the bottom, fifth paragraph from the bottom. In one Instagram post, Stone is shaking hands with William Binney, a former National Security Agency official who has turned into a vocal critic of the agency. Bill Binney explained to me why the forensic evidence shows the DNC was never hacked by anyone, including the Russians, Stone wrote. Who's Bill Binney?
Bill Binney is a former NSA official.
Now, you've had contact with Bill Binney, have you not?
Yes, I have.
When did you first have contact with him?
I think I met him at a Women for Trump event in February of 2019.
And you've talked to him many times since?
No, actually I haven't.
How many times have you interacted with him since?
I don't think I have interacted with him since.
You've spoken to him about illegal NSA surveillance, have you not?
My attorney spoke to him at length. In fact, I believe he supplied a deposition for us.
Affidavit.
And you've talked
That's
to him
what I
as
meant.
well, correct?
No, actually I haven't.
Do you know whether or not he's working with Dennis Montgomery today?
I do not know.
Have you had contact with Dennis Montgomery?
No, I have not.
In fact, you have, correct?
No, in fact, I haven't.
Objection of form.
Okay. The last page of this document refers to O.J. Simpson. Have you had any contact with him?
I have not.
Ever?
Never.
Turn to the email dated June 1st, 2019 at
Yes.
6:28
Yes.
to Christopher Ruddy,
Yes.
Klayman to PDF from Roger Stone, correct?
Yes.
Wherein you write to Ruddy, Klayman is suing me because he alleges I've interfered with his relationship with Newsmax. I don't recall having ever discussing this asshole with you or Clemente. He is clearly insane.
Yes.
Okay. Now, who's Clemente?
Clemente is, I don't think he's there anymore, but he was their director of programming at one time.
He'd worked for Fox News, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Now, you don't have any medical background to determine whether or not I'm insane or
Well,
not, do you?
when one makes allegations that I had interfered with your being interviewed with Newsmax on the basis of no evidence whatsoever, having never discussed it with Ruddy or Cardillo or Clemente, the only people I knew at Newsmax, yeah, that's pretty crazy. You just pull that out of thin air?
So you
That's pretty crazy.
You made a allegation that I'm medically insane?
Insane is, I think, a colloquial expression, but when someone pulls facts out of the air for which they have no evidence whatsoever, in which they're just guessing because they're unhappy that they can't be interviewed when they want to, yeah, I think that's pretty crazy. I think that's insane.
Newsmax bringing on someone like Cassandra Fairbanks to call my client Corsi a liar over and over. That's insane? Is that insane?
You would have to ask the people at Newsmax that. I didn't make any recommendation or decision to have Ms. Fairbanks on the air. I have no impact on who Newsmax chooses or does not choose to interview.
Cardillo sending out tweets in support of you and
Mr.
criticizing,
Cardillo has First Amendment rights like every other American.
claiming he's your great friend.
He is a good friend of mine, but I don't tell him what to tweet. I don't tell him who to interview. He has First Amendment rights like everyone else.
2 and 2 equals 4, doesn't it?
You have nothing.
Objection.
Is that insane?
No, wild.
Is that insane?
Proof, evidence, Larry.
Is that
evidence.
insane?
Proof, Larry. Evidence, proof, evidence. Not guessing on your part with nothing. You have nothing. This proves nothing.
That's what you told Mueller, right? You have nothing. That's what your clients argued at the trial.
I'm not going to discuss the criminal case. If you want to keep insulting me, this will be over. You can run back to the judge like a little bitch.
I'm doing what?
If you want to keep insulting me, I will just end this and you go running back to the judge.
Did you just call me a bitch?
You're acting like one. You're acting like one. You don't have anything, my friend. You got nothing. You have a wild guess. If you have some evidence that I communicated with Ruddy or Cardillo or Clemente or Cassandra, produce it. You got nothing. You're not going to get anything by interviewing them because it's not true.
I certainly can't produce it if you've withheld it, can I?
I haven't withheld it. You have proof I withheld it. Do that. But you don't have that either.
Oh, we'll look for it.
You can look for it all you fucking want. You'll find nothing.
Calm down. Ask a question.
This is just, it reaches a point of absurdity.
Turn down again your client, you're not your client, your lawyer did not Bates number the documents. So take your time, but flip down in these documents and plaintiff's composite exhibit 4, and there is an email from John Cardillo, cardillo.john@gmail.com to Roger Stone on August 18, 2019 at 5:24 p.m.
I did separate these electronically for you. You're the one that mixed them together, but okay.
Larry, from Cardillo to Stone or from Stone to
I don't.
Cardillo?
From Stone to Cardillo.
Exhibit 4.
Just keep flipping. Go
I'm
page
looking,
by
I'm
page.
looking. Gotta be the other side.
Excuse me, I need to do a media change.
Sure.
Let's take a break.
Back on record at 3:30.
Mr. Stone, a few minutes ago you called me a bitch.
No, I said you're acting like a
Now,
bitch.
what is a bitch, according to you?
What's the point of that?
not
Can we
gonna
just
answer
ask?
that.
No, I want to know. I know what he meant.
I'm not going to answer the question, so
Come on.
ask a serious question.
Mr.
I'll answer
Klayman,
it.
ask a question. Let's.
You sit there and make attacks on me, and when I respond, you don't like it.
Well, what is bitch? I'm entitled to know what you meant by
You're
bitch.
acting like a bitch.
Come on.
What is a bitch?
Stop.
You don't know?
Stop.
You're unfamiliar with the term?
Is that someone who's gay?
Stop.
No, it is not.
Stop.
It's not. It is not a slur of any kind.
Disparaging
Stop.
gay people?
Stop.
No, it most certainly is not.
Mr. Klayman,
You have-
you're a lawyer, sir.
You have-
Ask your
do you have a
next
ser-
question.
do you have a serious
ask
question?
Your
Ask
next
it.
question.
He called me that.
said you were acting
really?
like
Is that
one.
really what you think it means? Come on, go ask your next question.
I'm asking him what he meant
Ask-
by it.
I'm not
Your
going to answer the
next
question, so
question,
ask me a serious
please.
question regarding your
Come on.
lawsuit. And I'll answer it.
Now, this is an email. Did you find it? The one that you
Yes, I
sent to
did.
Cardillo on 8/18/2009?
Yes, I do.
And
2009?
2019.
Yes.
And at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Appears to be correct.
And you're forwarding a transcript from Elite Transcripts,
Correct.
right? The same transcription service you're here on today with, correct?
Correct.
And the transcript relates to a lawsuit, Larry Klayman versus Roger Stone, correct?
Yes.
This lawsuit doesn't have anything to do with Newsmax, does it?
No, don't think it does.
You sent a transcript of statements that your counsel, Mr. Buchel, made to Judge Michael Robinson, correct, in that lawsuit?
I haven't. It's been a long time since I read this document, but if you say so.
So you're publishing this transcript to Cardillo of Newsmax.
Publishing would not be incorrect.
You're providing
Transmitting it.
You're providing
yes.
it.
Yes, it's a public document, is it not?
In this transcript, Mr. Buchel disparages me in front of Michael Robinson, correct?
Well, that's your opinion. I think he quoted a judicial decision. I'm not sure that that's disparagement.
Well, let's go through it. Now, he says here,
Where are you?
on the second page, going down to where Mr. Buchel is talking.
You got a line number? Give him a line number.
Yeah. Judicial notice of the published opinions, of court opinions, warrants dismissal of Mr. Klayman's defamation lawsuit. Mr. Stone is not the first person to question Mr. Klayman's abilities as an attorney. The United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit noted how the district court found quite relevant, numerous other court findings that he, Mr. Klayman, is unfit to practice based on his inappropriate and unethical behavior. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you didn't read any of these so-called other opinions, did you, before you sent this to Cardillo?
No, because I have a high regard for Mr. Buchel and his record for accuracy.
You're aware that I've never been found to be unfit to practice law, correct?
You mean you haven't been disbarred?
I just asked the question. You're aware that I've never been
Is that the same thing?
declared unfit to practice law.
Objection form.
Is that the same thing?
I'm asking you the question.
I know that there are charges pending against you in the District of Columbia. Yeah, I read that.
And you're aware that I have no disciplinary record in the District of Columbia at this time,
Yet.
correct?
Yet.
Okay. And you are aware that I've never been found unfit to practice law generally, correct?
No, I don't know that. I do know that there are some decisions here that would tend to question your judgment. Specifically, Klayman's record demonstrates more than occasional lapse of judgment. It evinces a total disregard for the judicial process.
I'm not asking you, I'm talking about this question here. So what in effect you're saying is that I have been found to be unfit to practice law generally by various courts.
I didn't say that. Where do I say that?
So that's your lawyer who said that?
Yes, I believe he did.
So he defamed you on behalf of
He did.
yourself.
He's responsible for what he says. If you
Objection
want to bring
form.
against action, go ahead. You'll lose there too.
In fact, you urged me to sue you, didn't you, when you made those comments? You dared me to sue you.
Objection.
So you can lose
So
again?
form.
Yeah, why not? Go ahead, lose again.
What relevance is there as to what courts ruled about me in a defamation lawsuit against you?
Because I don't think you can be defamed. I think the courts have said worse things about you than I've ever said.
You're aware that Justice Scalia issued an opinion where he said that the defense of being libel-proof is virtually non-existent.
No, I'm not an attorney. I'm unfamiliar with that.
Okay.
I don't know it to be true either.
Then Mr. Buchel says, turn to the next page. Since the filing of this lawsuit, Judge, that's Judge Michael Robinson, after 9 years, the D.C. Bar has recommended that the D.C. Court of Appeals suspend Mr. Klayman for, among other reasons, sexually harassing a client. We filed the recommended order, and it is 183 pages. In fact, I have never been recommended for suspension by the D.C. Bar for sexually harassing a client, correct?
I couldn't tell you, I don't know. It's not quoting me.
And in fact, all that's pending is a recommendation by a hearing committee, not the DC Bar Board of Professional Responsibility, correct?
Objection to form. But when you testify, you could clear that up.
I don't need your comment, Mr. Buchel.
I don't
Okay.
understand
No,
what you're doing here. He didn't say
I'll
these
tell you what
things.
I'm doing, and I'll get to it, and you don't need to know right now. Okay,
All right.
I'm asking the questions. You're the one who produced this on behalf of Mr. Stone. Now, you're aware that I've never been accused of sexually harassing a client.
You're asking me that?
Yes. Do you have any evidence of that?
I do not.
Okay.
But I also don't know that it's not true.
Okay. Now,
I have heard it, I must say.
you're aware that sitting on that hearing committee was someone by the name of Michael Tiger, who was an avowed communist, fired by Justice William Brennan. It's not funny.
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that, but
Why
I
didn't
don't.
you ask questions like who was on the committee? These are leading, assuming facts,
You can
not
ask your
evidence.
questions. Have fun.
Believe me, we will.
At the end, have
Believe
fun.
me, we
have
will.
fun. Have fun.
All right, I'm
We'll need
just,
3 or 4
I
days.
look forward to having you there.
Yeah, me too.
If you're not in prison at that time.
If you're not disbarred by then.
all right, I'm sorry. Keep
I
going.
like my odds better than yours.
Keep going.
Well, pray for a pardon.
Keep going.
But if you say there was a communist on the board, I'm happy to believe you. I don't. Neither one of
I didn't
us
say the
likes
board, I
communists.
said the hearing committee.
Oh, the hearing committee. Pardon me.
Board didn't make any recommendation. Then your counsel gets into my divorce proceedings and custody proceedings, correct?
It's been a long time since I read this, so I don't recall.
Do you want to point to a line number?
Yeah, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, our federal
a line
appellate-
number.
Like 000, a section, then a line number.
Yes, I'm just going to refer generally to it. Your lawyer can cross-examine if he wishes, but this is a transcript that discusses my custody fight with my former wife over my children, correct?
Unless I can see that section, I couldn't tell you.
Yes, look at lines 1 through 25 below the third set of statements.
Start from the beginning.
There's a page number, and then there are
You
line
didn't put
numbers.
page numbers on it.
Okay, that's what I'm pointing out. Here's a page number,
All right, page 7.
and then the line
Right.
number. Where it says 7.
Oh, I see.
And the
Oh, it's a
line
page. I got it. All right.
Okay.
Number, page 7, what line number?
1 through 25.
Okay.
Okay. So, this transcript contains argument by your counsel, Mr. Buchel, which states that I have been found unfit to practice law, makes certain statements about court rulings regarding my children and me, about Judicial Watch, in a lawsuit that does not concern Newsmax, correct?
Correct.
Yet you sent this to Cardillo of Newsmax to disparage me with Cardillo and to harm my relationship with John Cardillo, correct?
No,
Section of
incorrect.
form.
I don't know why I sent it to him.
You sent
but-
this vindictively to try to harm me.
Boy, you are sensitive. I don't recall why I sent it, but I do think it's probably accurate. If you want to bring an action against Mr. Buchel, you're welcome to do so. I think you lose that too.
The point I'm making here is that there was no reason to send this to Cardillo because he was not involved
don't
in your
need to get- I
lawsuit
don't need
other
to-
than to try to defame me.
I don't need, that's not defamation, first of all. And second, because it's all true. Truth is an absolute defense, as you know. So where's the defamation? Mr. Buchel is a very cautious lawyer, to say the
What
least.
research have you yourself done to confirm that it's true?
If he says it's true, I would believe him. He's a very sound attorney. Why would I believe you when you say it's not true? Based on some of the comments here, I'd be less likely to believe that. Is this not a public document?
In fact, you instructed Mr. Buchel to disparage me in front of
I
Judge
gave him
Ramos,
no
did you
such
not?
instruction. I gave him no such instruction.
Oh, he did it on his own.
He's my attorney. He can make judgments on my behalf, yes. Is there something in here that's inaccurate? Then you should bring an action. I don't know that there is.
Turn to a email of April 8th, 2019
Where's that?
at 2:27 p.m.
Keep going.
I'll let you go back on Cardillo. Why did you send it to Cardillo?
I don't recall.
You don't know why you sent things?
I don't
to
recall.
him?
I don't recall, but it's a public document, so I don't think it's terribly sensitive. Mr. Cardillo could get it on his own, I guess.
Are you aware that after Newsmax was sued, after you were sued for tortiously interfering with Newsmax?
Do you have a contract with them? Do you have an obligation to put you on the air?
let
Do you
me-
have some God-given right to be on the air whenever you want to be? I'm unaware of that.
I'm asking the questions.
No, I'll ask the
Are you-
question. I'll say anything I like, Larry.
I know you will. I know
I
you
will.
will. I know you will.
Jackass.
Come on, let's go. Let him ask a question.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
After you were sued for tortiously interfering with Newsmax, are you aware
A
that
baseless lawsuit. Go ahead.
are you aware that John Cardillo called me and asked me to represent him in legal matters,
I am not aware of that.
and that I declined on the basis
I'm completely
of a
unaware of
conflict of
that.
interest?
Completely unaware of that. I also don't know that it's
You're
true.
aware that he was trying to ingratiate himself with me so I would not sue him later.
Larry,
along with
why
the
should I
action.
believe anything that you say? Mr. Cardillo has never told me that. Just because you say something does not mean it's true.
I turned to an email from Colin Kalmbacher, C-O-L-I-N, K-A-L-M-B-B-A-C-H-E-R.
Yes.
And look above that. From Media Stone Cold Truth.
Yes.
Media, that's your email address as well, is it not?
Correct, yes. Some reporters who have no other way of getting an email address go there. Because it's it's online.
All right, the email from Colin K. Kalmbacher.
Yes.
K-A-L-M-B-A-C-H-E-R.
Yes.
Says, howdy, Mr. Stone. Any comment on the defamation lawsuit filed today? This is
Yes.
for law and crime.
Yeah, I definitely would
Super
not
tight.
return a call from them.
Why is that?
Because they're a very left-wing outfit, as you're probably aware.
Turn to the next email. From Michael Caputo. Michael Caputo at gmail.com. Sent January 5th, 2019 at 3:41 p.m.
Yes,
to you at player02 at gmail.com.
yes.
Mueller's target bid to pick judge for suit is rejected. And it says from Caputo, Larry's fucking nuts, Michael Caputo with his phone number, correct?
Yes,
You got that from Caputo, correct?
evidently.
Okay, what was I fucking nuts
I don't know.
about?
I'd have to click on the link. It's been quite a while. I assume that you are. This comes from another attorney who obviously thinks that you're crazy Klayman. So why don't you sue him too, Paul Kamenar?
You know Paul Kamenar, don't you?
I do.
In fact, he represented your assistant, friend, whatever you want to call him, Andrew Miller, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And who's Andrew Miller?
Guy who worked for me for a number of years, although not recently.
Was he your houseboy?
No. To say the least.
Was he
no.
the guy you claimed posted the nude pictures of yourself?
No, he was not.
Half nude. Objection to form.
Who's Peter Flaherty?
Peter Flaherty runs some kind of, I knew him in the Young Americans for Freedom days. He runs some kind of public interest conservative public interest law operation in Washington. Couldn't tell you the name of it.
Is Paul Kamenar talking to Caputo, or are you here?
It appears to me that he has forwarded this to Flaherty and Caputo. I don't know the other person. This is, of course, prior to any. This is prior to my arrest, even, or my indictment.
Flip down to an email from Peter Santilli, pete@petesantilli.tv, January 3rd, 2019 at 7:40 p.m. Roger Stone, player02 Gmail, subject Klayman docs, attachments Klayman order prohac, vice, V-I-C-E, writ of mandamus.
I don't know where that is.
Take your time to find it.
What's the date again?
1/3/2009, January 3rd, 2019.
Yes.
This is an email that you received from Pete Santilli, correct?
Yes, appears to be.
This is yet another communication from Santilli that you did not disclose earlier.
Did not recall it.
Isn't that what you told Congress? You didn't recall things?
Objection to form. What's the point of that question?
And it attaches an order of the United States District Court District of Nevada, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Dealing with my ProHac Vice application.
Appears
correct?
to be, yes.
You're aware that the judge that sat on the Cliven Bundy prosecution was one Gloria Navarro?
Yes, I was not a fan of hers.
You're aware that she was recommended to the bench to Barack Obama by Harry Reid?
I didn't know that specifically, but I knew she was a Democrat.
You don't have a very high regard for Harry Reid, do you?
No, nor do I have a high regard for this particular judge and the way that she treated the Bundys.
Okay. You're aware that she denied me ProHac Vice entry?
But I don't know why.
You're aware that she denied him a speedy trial?
Yes, I did.
You're aware that she threw him into solitary confinement?
Yes, that's why I wanted the president to pardon him.
You're aware that for 2.5 years, they were incarcerated, the Bundys, along with other defendants?
Yes, I think it was outrageous. That's why I wanted the president to relieve them.
Do you find it inappropriate that the president would intervene with regard to your sentencing in a criminal case, but never take any action on behalf of the Bundys?
I'm not going to discuss that.
I'm not discussing that.
Don't you think that's an outrage?
Not going to discuss that.
Are you aware that it was the Trump Justice Department that appealed the dismissal of the indictment, even by Judge Navarro?
I was not aware of that.
And that was done by the U.S. Attorney in Nevada? You're aware of that?
I was not aware of
The
that.
same people that were accused of prosecutorial misconduct.
I remember when it happened, but I don't remember many of the specifics. It was disturbing.
But Attorney General Bill Barr is able to recommend a lesser sentence for you, but he takes no action with regard to that appeal.
I'm not going to comment
Objection.
on that.
What-
It has nothing to do with your lawsuit.
Right.
You're free to advocate on behalf of Cliven Bundy even today, aren't you?
I thought his matter was dismissed.
You are also aware that it's up on appeal to the Ninth Circuit?
I was not aware of that.
Next time you talk to the president, put in a good word for Cliven Bundy.
I wish I could. think he's a good man. I think he's been very badly treated.
You could have just called us and told us that. You didn't have to sue him 6 times. You want to take a break, or you got more?
Let's take a little break.
All right.
Off the record or previously? Back on record at 4:01.
Are you aware that Judge Navarro has had issued an order telling Mr. Santilli not to be in contact with you?
I recall being told that. I have not heard from Mr. Santilli one way or another in a very long time.
Mr. Santilli's the one who told you that, correct?
I think Mr. Santilli's lawyer told Grant Smith that.
Excuse me, Mr. Klayman, do you have your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you able to get that, or you want me to?
Yes, I did.
Okay. On or about January 28, 2019, in a video posted on Peter Santilli's YouTube channel, titled "Major Complaint Filed Against Jerome Corsi's Attorney Larry Klayman," Roger Stone Live with Pete Santilli. You appeared with Pete Santilli on or about January 28, 2019, correct?
I don't recall that specifically, but if you say so.
Yeah, well, you weren't dead, were you?
No, I was definitely not dead.
Okay. In that broadcast, Santilli stated, you'll remember this, hopefully, defendant Santilli was effectively stated at 1:36 in the broadcast YouTube video that I, Larry Klayman, was ousted by the group which he founded, Judicial Watch, because of a sexual harassment complaint. That's exactly the statement that you published about me on InfoWars, correct?
Maybe he heard it too.
But you were on that broadcast with him.
Which proves what?
So you discussed that with him, correct?
That
You
doesn't-
told him I was
no, that's
ousted
not, I don't think that's proof.
from
That's-
Judicial Watch
no,
because
I
of a
think
sexual
that-
harassment
I don't
complaint.
think that's proof, but that has been alleged, as I'm sure you know. It's not like it's a big secret. People have said that.
What people?
People.
Who?
People.
People? People on other planets?
People.
People
People in politics
on
talk.
Pluto, in
Mars,
in our
maybe.
galaxy.
Venus, who knows?
Venus?
Venus.
But you can't remember who said that.
Not specifically, no.
In fact, it was Fitton who said that, correct?
I think you referred to that earlier.
Yeah.
Didn't they get a judgment against you?
So he told you about that too?
No. My counsel told me about that.
Okay. He also told you it's on appeal?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Well, you may need to take an appeal.
I may.
Then on February 21st, 2019, Deborah Jordan published on Santilli's Facebook page, Larry Klayman is cooperating with Mueller. 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 You're aware of that, aren't you?
No, actually, I'm not.
And that's exactly what you broadcast that Jerry Corsi and I were doing, cooperating with Mueller against you, correct?
Well, this did get quite a bit of press. As you recall, Mr. Corsi went out and did a press tour in which he claimed that he had created some memo as a cover story. I suspect that that was suggested to him because it just wasn't true.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
You want to read it back to him?
Sure.
Yeah, it's not comprehensible.
It was entirely comprehensible.
Hang on 1 second. That's not exactly what you broadcasted to Jerry Corsi. And Corsi, they were doing, hang on 1 second.
No, that is exactly what you, not exactly.
No, I know, so I'm just reading the notes, so just give me 1 second.
That is exactly what you broadcasted, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what you broadcasted.
Okay, good. Okay, I misheard it.
That's
Thank you.
okay. To Jerry Corsi, and you were doing, hang on a second, hold on. You were cooperating with Mueller to get, oh, I'm so sorry, this is like a little bit crazy. And you were cooperating with Mueller to get, you went out and did a press tour in which you created some memo as a cover story. I suspect that was suggested to him because it wasn't true.
Yeah, so in other words, you criticized me earlier for doing media to defend myself, but your client went out and did the same thing. And he portrayed a number of falsehoods in those interviews, which is certainly reason to believe that somebody had suggested this falsehood to him, since it is chronologically impossible for him to have created a memo as a cover story because there was nothing to cover.
So you're confirming that you had
No, I'm not confirming that at all. I'm
published
saying
that Corsi and I were cooperating with Mueller against you.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I think you accused me of that earlier. What I'm saying is it's entirely possible that this woman learned it from some other public source. It was becoming pretty apparent based on Corsi's comments.
But you've met Deborah Jordan, correct?
I don't recall meeting her.
And you were on the show with Santilli, correct?
I have been on the show with Santilli. I don't recall
And
meeting
she's his
Deborah Jordan.
co-host, correct?
I believe she is, but I don't recall ever meeting her.
I'll show you what I asked the court reporter to mark as Exhibit 5. This is Defendant Roger Stone's response to request for production. Consists of 2 pages.
Stick on it.
Sure.
This was filed with the court by your counsel, Robert Buchel.
Yes.
You didn't see this before Mr. Buchel prepared it and filed it, did you?
I don't recall seeing it, but I've seen a lot of legal documents in the last year.
Do you have any zip drives of documents you've retained over the years? Do you still have those?
No.
Do you have any assistance at the time this was prepared? Strike that. At the time that documents were reviewed by your counsel to produce in this lawsuit,
No.
do you have any assistance working with you?
No.
Did anyone in your family help you?
No.
Attention form.
Do you have anybody working for you at this time?
No.
Do you have any consulting contracts at this time?
Yes.
Who are they with?
Unfortunately, I have a confidentiality agreement, so I can't tell you.
Are you asking him, is he working for anybody? Is that what you mean by that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Or with?
Regarding
For or with?
request for production or
No, with
something
regard
else?
to anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have one client.
And you've sent emails to that client?
Not in the last year.
You've sent texts to that client?
No.
Have you
Client
changed?
has nothing to do with any of this, even remotely.
Have you changed your email address in the last year?
Have not. Remained exactly the same.
Have you changed your phone number in the last year?
I have not. Remained exactly the same.
Do you have more than one cell phone provider?
No, I have one.
Just AT&T?
Correct.
Do you have any iPads or any kinds of tablets?
I have an iPad, but I very rarely use it. I have a laptop. I also very rarely use that. But those were all examined. Everything there was collected.
Who examined them?
Mr. Smith, and I presume he had professional assistance.
But you're not sure.
I believe that's the case. He has some IT person that he deals with. He's not a computer guy.
Did your lawyers go through each individual email communication, or did they just put search terms in?
I couldn't answer the question. I don't know. I do know that if you're looking for some evidence that I instructed anybody to do anything as you've obtained today, you're going to be fruitless, because those things just didn't happen. Neither surrogates nor anybody pertaining to Newsmax. It's just based on some wild assumption. It's just nothing to find. I never told anyone at Newsmax not to have you on. They wouldn't listen to me if I did.
What makes you think they wouldn't listen to you?
Because I know Chris Ruddy, and he's extraordinarily independent. I would never even do that, because he would be offended. It's not my business who's on. I don't own the network.
But John Cardillo is your good friend.
He is my good friend, but I don't think he would listen to me either.
Do you have any storage facilities?
Yes,
Where are your storage facilities?
in Oakland Park, Florida.
And what's in those storage facilities?
Furniture. Some political memorabilia.
Who has access to those storage facilities?
Mrs. Stone and myself.
Do you have any safety boxes at banks?
No.
What banks do you use?
Objection. We're not. This is financial discovery. And
No, it's not financial.
he just
Just
told
the
you
name
there are
of the
no
bank.
safety deposit
I
boxes.
don't have a safety deposit box anywhere.
So,
I have a checking account. I have two checking accounts, actually.
Do you currently own your residence?
I do not.
Do you own any property outside of this country?
we're not
I do
doing financial discovery.
I'm looking for documents now.
There,
So whether he owns it or not is important?
Well, it would have a bearing on whether he has stored things there,
I've stored nothing there.
but there's property you own outside of the country.
I did not say that. I said no, actually. I own no property outside the country.
Are there any documents that you've created over the last 5 years that were in the possession of Paul Manafort,
No,
Rick Gates?
no. But I'm not going to go down this road.
I'm looking for documents.
The documents pertaining to your lawsuits, yeah. There are no such documents.
Do you have any storage facilities in Washington, D.C.?
I do not.
Did you ever?
Never did.
New York City?
Yes, I have still some furniture in that I have not been able to afford to move from New York to Florida.
And where's that furniture located?
Somewhere on the Upper West Side. My wife had to do it because of my travel restrictions.
What's the name of the storage
I
facility?
do not know. There are no business records or anything of that sort. It's all furniture.
What did the FBI take from your home?
We're not getting into that.
I'm looking for property. I'm not getting into motivations. What did they take out of your home? I can subpoena them. What did they take out of your home?
That was the wrong direction. Do you remember what?
They took all my electronic devices and they returned them.
When did they return them?
They didn't all come back at once, as I recall, but it didn't take that long. I
And-
presume they imaged them and then they returned them.
Have you or anyone else inspected them to see if anything was removed from those devices?
I don't think anything was removed. Everything I've looked for has still been there. On the other hand, it's a huge amount of data, much of it irrelevant, but I rarely erased anything.
It is your practice to delete emails that you don't want to keep, though, correct?
No, actually, I wish that was my practice, but it's not the case. I think I have over 1 million emails.
After you were indicted, did it become your practice not to keep emails
No,
or texts?
no,
Were any of the phones that you've used in the last 2 years either lost or destroyed by
No.
you or anyone else?
no,
Have you ever used your wife's cell phone to send texts?
no,
Anybody else in your family?
no.
Do Other than your own wife and family, who are the closest people to you?
Relevance, other than my wife and my family. My lawyer, Grant Smith's one of my best friends. I'd say he's the closest person to me.
Is that how you came in contact with Mr. Buchel?
Actually, no, we met previously.
Do you have any lawyers other than Mr. Smith and Mr. Buchel and Mr. Rogal at this time that are working for you?
Yes.
Who's that?
Seth Ginsburg and David Schoen. And Tara Campion.
And where are they located?
Seth Ginsburg is in New York and David Schoen is in Atlanta.
And just general subject matter, what are they working on?
That would be attorney-client privilege, would it not?
Sure. Attorney-client privilege objection.
They have access to some of your documents, do they not?
They do not.
You've never given them any documents to review?
No, I have not.
What's their area of practice, Seth Ginsburg?
You can look them both up. I mean, they're defense lawyers. I mean, they're white-collar defense lawyers. They're both pretty accomplished. I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding their bio.
And Seth Ginsburg is where?
He's in New York City.
And David Schoen's in Atlanta?
Correct.
Okay. Were they retained after you were convicted?
Yes.
In the course of their representation going forward with you, you've given them documentation, correct?
I've given them nothing.
They have access to documentation that your lawyers here, Mr. Smith and Mr. Buchel, have?
They have access to public documents on PACER, I guess.
You've retained them to file an appeal?
No, not necessarily, but there is a, as you know, in the sentencing, there's a process.
You provided documents with regard to that sentencing process to the court and to the Bureau of Prisons?
You want to get into all that? I think
I'm looking for documents.
you're not. There are no documents that pertain to your lawsuits.
But you haven't reviewed them to determine that, have you?
There are no documents that pertain to your lawsuits.
Anything given to the Department of Probation would be under seal.
Well, your lawsuit, not lawsuit, but your criminal prosecution obviously involved Dr. Jerome Corsi, correct? In principle.
Not necessarily. He was not called as a witness at my trial. He was. No, not necessarily.
Are you aware that he was subpoenaed by the government as well?
Not aware of that.
You are aware that your own counsel subpoenaed him?
We certainly thought about calling him, yes.
And what were you going to ask him?
Objection.
We're not going to
This
discuss
is-
anything pertaining
it's
to the
work
federal
product.
trial.
Yeah. And attorney-client privilege.
You didn't call him as a witness because you thought he would testify in a manner that would not be helpful to you, correct?
That's your warped opinion.
In fact, you called no witnesses at your trial, correct?
I'm not going to discuss my trial.
Are you satisfied with the legal representation you had at that
I'm
trial?
not going to discuss my trial.
What's the point of this line of questioning? You just want to inflame them?
I'm fine.
It's not inflaming him.
I'm fine.
You're not inflaming me. So ask a question.
No, I want to know
relevant.
why you went off. I mean, I want to find out what documents you gave to Ginsburg and Schoen.
It's none of your case. You have no right to those documents.
Well, anything that's relevant or may lead to
They're not.
relevant
They're not
evidence, I do.
relevant. They're not relevant. Just try subpoenaing them. See how that works out. They're privileged, and you know that. So stop. It's nothing to do with you or your various civil actions.
Are you a member of any organizations here in South Florida?
Organizations such as
Any political groups of the Republican Party?
no.
You've appeared and you've spoken at Republican
Yes, I
Party
have.
events, have you not?
I speak for the party whenever they ask, or for the various Trump groups whenever they ask, and I do so for free.
And who has arranged for those speeches?
They usually contact me directly.
What are the names of persons?
Relevance?
Who? Well,
I don't recall.
You may have spoken to them about these various matters.
But I didn't. If you have some evidence that I did, say their name. You say their name.
No, I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you.
Just give me the names of the people that invited you to speak. You just say to fuck me?
I did. Not answering that question. It has no relevance. This is harassment. Like everything you do.
This is called gathering
It's
evidence.
called harassment.
What's your next question?
Did the head of the Republican Party of Broward invite you to speak?
No.
The head of the Republican Party of Palm Beach?
No.
Who is the head of the Republican Party of Broward?
Couldn't tell you. I've never spoken
Who's
to
the
them.
head of the Republican Party of Palm Beach?
Mike. Don't recall his last name. He is an African-American gentleman. Mike Barnett.
Mike Barnett. Is there a group called Trump something with a number?
Trump 45.
125. Who runs that?
It's a board. There's a guy named Joe Budd who runs it. And a woman named Linda Storch. Or Stock. I'm not sure how she pronounces it.
They've helped you raise money for your defense, correct?
I think they gave a contribution to my legal defense fund.
They put on a fundraiser, correct?
No, I don't think so. I think that they took a percentage of their, they have a monthly meeting and you have to buy a seat. So I think they took a percentage of whatever their monthly income was to give to my legal defense fund.
Have you been, since you were indicted, invited to Mar-a-Lago?
I have not.
Have you spoken or communicated in any way with any person associated with Mar-a-Lago?
The only one would be Chris Ruddy, who's a member, and we detailed that conversation earlier.
Are you a member of Mar-a-Lago?
I am not. Well beyond my ability.
What does it cost to be a member?
It's a kind of a floating event, but I think it's 50 grand to start.
What do you get for 50 grand?
The ability to pay top dollar for good food and a beach club. No golf course.
You ever play golf with the president?
No, I'm not a golfer.
Who has put on fundraisers for you? For your legal defense fund?
Relevance?
Yeah, objection.
Well, I want to go talk to
relevance.
them.
About what?
About what?
What they know and what you've said about me and Corsi.
I've said nothing about you, of course. Why would you assume that?
What about the...
You, just because you're obsessed with me doesn't mean I'm obsessed with you.
Well, apparently you were obsessed enough to
When you guys are out telling lies
defame
about
me.
when you guys are out telling lies about me, when you're saying things that
you're
are
obsessed
provably
enough
false.
to say that I'm retarded, in effect.
Well, there's still
Mr.
a First Amendment.
Mr.
Can we go
Klayman,
back
come
through
on.
this?
Can we, yeah.
We've been through this.
Who's put on fundraisers for you?
Numerous people.
Now, some strip clubs have put on fundraisers for you, correct?
Some owners of gentlemen's clubs, yes.
And who are they, and what club?
I could not recall the names, to be honest with you. There was one in Memphis. There was one in Richmond.
Why would owners of strip clubs?
Because they
support
believe
you?
in free speech. And they
related to
happen to be
stripping.
conservatives. It's free expression. It's legal, perfectly legal. I mean, look, I'd prefer to be speaking again at the Oxford Political Union, but that was not an option.
So the fallback was a strip club.
You know, I needed to raise money for my legal defense. I would call it a gentleman's club, however,
Why would you call it a gentleman's club?
because that's what they're commonly called.
Do you have any security guards?
I do not.
Have you had any in the last 2 years?
I have used security when I go to DC, off-duty PC political.
Who have you used?
Couldn't tell you their names.
What company, if any?
They're private individuals, not in a security company. They're mostly off-duty policemen trying to pick up money on the side. African Americans, I know their first names, but I couldn't tell you their last names.
Were they off-duty police officers?
Either former police officers or current police officers, I'm unsure.
Who paid them?
Paid by my legal defense fund.
Who runs that legal defense fund?
Well, runs it.
Who administers to it?
A woman named Nancy Watkins, who is a CPA out of Tampa. This has all been in the press.
Do you do any direct mail?
Very limited.
Who do you do direct mail with?
Eberly, I believe. It's been very limited.
Do you draft letters that are sent?
I used to. I don't. They draft them now.
You've kept copies of letters that you drafted?
Not necessarily, but if I'm not sure I understand the relevance, you're not mentioned in any of them, nor is Mr. Corsi, if that's what you want to know.
Maybe we can break now.
All right, we're willing to stay, but we'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock here.
9 o'clock sharp.
See you there.
Have a nice
Off the
evening.
record at 4:28. Okay, we are on the record at 9:06 a.m.
This is the continuation of the deposition of Roger Stone. It is the 13th of February 2020. Videographer and Madam Court Reporter, can you begin this proceeding with your appropriate statements?
Do the read in.
Read it.
Take
This
it.
is the continued deposition of Roger Stone, taken in the matter of Klayman versus Stone. Today is February 13th, 2020, and the time is 9:07 a.m. This deposition is being conducted at 110 Southeast 6th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The court reporter is Trish Bailey Enton, and the videographer is Leland Olson, both of Empire Legal Reporting. Will counsel please introduce themselves, after which the court reporter will swear in the witness.
Larry Klayman for himself, pro se, and also for Dr. Jerome Corsi.
Robert
Plaintiffs.
Sorry.
Plaintiffs.
Robert Buchel on behalf of Roger Stone.
Mark Lerner, Dwayne Morris on behalf of Newsmax Media, Inc., Christopher Ruddy, John Cardillo, John Bachman.
I'm going to place you under oath. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Microphone.
Thank you. Mr. Stone, yesterday you testified that Tucker Carlson is a good friend of yours.
That is correct.
I want to play this video for you. I want to get you to testify on it. I want it marked as Exhibit 6. This is an appearance last night by Tom Fitton of Judicial Watch on Tucker Carlson on Fox News.
Can we go off for just
Yes,
a second so
sure.
I can get everything framed up? Okay. Off the record at 9:08.
Turn up the sound.
He's, of course, the president of Judicial Watch. Tom, this is the most political prosecution I've ever seen in this country. The more you know about it, the more shocking it is. Tell us why we should doubt the fairness of these proceedings.
Well, it arises out of the Mueller investigation, which has been thoroughly compromised by not only the FISA, but the political nature of the investigators, most of whom were Democrats or Democrat donors. You also had them investigating Trump for almost 2 years, knowing the underlying issue. Russia collusion was a big scam and a big lie. They knew that from the get-go. And on the Stone case, You have at least two of the investigators, two of the prosecutors who, quote, resigned from the case were Mueller operatives who have obviously an interest here. And so when you have prosecutors in the Justice Department, three of whom, by the way, who resigned, three of those were Democrats, as best I can tell, pushing for a sentence that the law doesn't require. They're talking about putting someone in jail for an extra period of time beyond what the law would require. That's according to the Justice Department's own filing on Tuesday. You know,
I don't understand. Hold on. None of these so-called crimes would have been prosecuted if he hadn't been pulled into an investigation that led nowhere. In other words, he's being put in prison. He's being put in prison as an ancillary victim of an investigation that turned out to be fruitless. So, like, it's actually insane if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's presuming that there should have been a charge to begin with. He called this guy, he threatened his dog. It was obviously a silly threat. It wasn't a serious threat. It wasn't taken seriously by the alleged victim.
He's a dog lover. The whole thing is a lie.
And these prosecutors go to the court the other day, these Mueller guys, and tell the court this is all part of the foreign intervention, which was a big lie. So, you know, there's a scandal at the Justice Department. It has nothing to do with Bob Barr. It has everything to do with these prosecutors who are acting like their own little team, independent of the rule of law, to target President Trump, to try to vindicate the Mueller scam and slap at Trump after his vindication by acquittal and the impeachment thing. This is all about politics, and they want to put a prison.
You're right. If they send him to prison, they will use the fact he went to prison as a way to claim the Russia investigation was real. This man needs a pardon before he goes to.
And just quickly.
No, I'm sorry, we're totally out of time.
Okay.
I'm being.
Well, they should have paid Trump to pardon everyone caught up in the Mueller scheme.
I agree with that, but particularly Roger Stone. Thank you.
I'm going to
Go ahead.
go on the record at 9:13. Back on the record at 9:14.
I asked that video of the appearance of Tom Fitton on Tucker Carlson tonight, February 12th, that we just played, be embedded into this video sequentially of the deposition. If it can't be put in sequentially, then just attach it as Exhibit 6. Mr. Stone, before that interview occurred last night, you spoke with Tucker Carlson, did you not?
I did not.
Someone on your behalf spoke with Tucker Carlson.
No, no, they did not.
Michael Caputo spoke with Tucker Carlson.
You have some
Objection
evidence
to
of that,
fraud.
produce it.
Well,
It's false, to be clear.
We'll be deposing Tucker Carlson.
Good, and you'll find out the same thing that I just told you.
Well, maybe he'll tell the truth. Who knows? In any event,
If you want to keep attacking me, your deposition is going to end rather quickly, and you can go running off to the judge and do whatever you like.
Relax.
If you want to ask intelligent questions, if you keep attacking me, I'm just going to keep attacking you.
And it's unfair to attack a person who's not in the room. You just said that Tucker Carlson will lie. So or might lie.
my statement stands for itself. I
Yes,
said maybe he will tell the truth.
Yes, it does. I have
Yes,
just
it does.
told the truth.
Okay, now
You have no evidence to the contrary.
Relax.
let's. The night before you were convicted, there was also a piece on Tucker Carlson that was highly favorable to you, was there not?
Yes, Tucker Carlson is a friend of mine. What does that have to do
And
with
in
it?
fact, the prosecutors in your criminal prosecution made reference to that after you were convicted in terms of asking for your incarceration.
That is
Objection.
completely, that's inaccurate.
Objection. Change your line
Completely
of questioning.
false.
Change your line of questioning.
Right.
We're not talking about this, as you know.
Now, Tom Fitton,
Yes,
he obviously appeared very engaged emotionally in your court on that video, correct?
yes.
Okay. And you did say yesterday that you met him
On one occasion,
on
that's
one
correct.
occasion but couldn't remember what you discussed.
Because it was non-substantive. It was, how are you? I'm fine. Great to see you. It was non-substantive.
Have you ever talked with Chris Farrell of Judicial Watch?
I have not.
Anyone on your behalf?
No, no one on my
James
behalf.
Peterson, anybody on your behalf?
I don't know who that is.
Paul Orphanides,
Don't know who that is.
any other employee?
I've had no communications with anyone at Judicial Watch, as I've told you.
Now, Judicial Watch, you are aware, filed a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit to get documentation from the Justice Department and the FBI with regard to the raid
I did read that,
on
yes.
your residence.
Yes, I did read that.
Now, I take it someone's been in contact with them to see what documents they got.
Not-
Objection to form.
I'm allowed to ask a leading question.
Repeat the question.
I take it someone has been in contact with Judicial Watch to see what documents they've obtained with regard to their Freedom of Information Act lawsuit about the raid on
Objection
your
to form.
residence.
And you asked that yesterday.
Just to be clear, what I read was that no documents were forthcoming and that a lawsuit was filed, and beyond that, I don't know the progress of that lawsuit. To answer your question specifically, no one who represents me, no one that I know has been in touch with Judicial Watch.
You told Tucker Carlson at some point that I was ousted from Judicial Watch because of a sexual harassment complaint that you go ask Fitton, correct?
You have no evidence of that whatsoever.
I'm asking you the question.
The
You
answer
told
is
him
no.
that,
The
right?
answer is no. But these wild conspiracy theories of yours are really getting wearing. That is false, categorically false. It was kind of disingenuous if you showed me that you sued Fitton yesterday, but not that Fitton sued you and actually won a judgment. You didn't mention that in your colloquy.
I also didn't mention that I won a judgment against Judicial Watch for defaming me.
I've not seen any such
All
judgment.
right, well, you can go back on the internet and figure that one out.
He's not even a lawyer and he's kicking your ass.
Well, I'm glad that you're so supportive of Tom Fitton.
I think he does an excellent
Apparently
job.
he's supportive of you.
He's entitled to that. It's called the First
Right.
Amendment.
Right.
You may not be familiar
You're
with
aware
it.
that Fitton's testified that I never was ousted from Judicial Watch because of a sexual harassment
No, I
complaint.
don't. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well, perhaps you will become that in the course of this case.
I doubt this case will get very far because it's a conspiracy theory based on no evidence.
Conspiracies happen, don't they, Mr. Stone?
They do, but in this case, it's a fantasy
Can you
on
ask
your
a
part.
question that's
You're
relevant to
delusional.
your
You're
lawsuit?
deeply delusional.
Are you saying I'm mentally unstable?
That's not what I said. I said you're delusional.
Stop. Ask a question a lawyer would ask, please.
I am a lawyer.
You could fool me.
Mr. Klayman, please.
Now, you remember when you were, as you put it, a political consultant working on my Senate campaign.
Vaguely, it was
Right.
quite a while ago.
You remember that there came a point in time when I was going through the airport at Dulles with cats,
Yes, I do.
and that I was detained at Dulles.
I believe, as I recall it, you were detained because you made some joke about the cat not having a bomb.
Right. Now, you were my campaign consultant at the time.
Yes.
Right. And you released that story, did you not, to Jim DeFede, D-E-F-E-D-E of the Miami Herald after we stopped working with each other?
I most certainly did not.
Then Michael Caputo did that, didn't he?
I have no knowledge of that whatsoever.
In
And you
fact,
have no evidence of it. These
you-
are more of your picking things out of thin air.
You released
Why would
that-
anybody make a statement, a joke about a bomb while going through TSA? Shows me a lack of judgment, in all honesty. Particularly somebody running for the U.S. Senate.
You haven't shown a lack of judgment with regard to your conviction?
Not compared to you.
Listen, that comment is not a
Not
question.
compared to you.
And not a question.
How come you can't practice in the Southern District? Why won't they let you practice there if you're Mr. Ethical?
I can practice
Stop.
in Southern District.
Stop.
Only if you attach the judge's order.
I have a case right now.
Stop.
In fact, you're aware that I have a case right now.
I'm not aware that you have a
Oh,
case in
well.
that, but I doubt it.
Go do some research.
Very good, Mr. Klayman.
Stop-
Can you ask-
stop
can
swatting
you
at
ask-
flies.
Can you ask a question, please?
You're making wild assertions for which you have no evidence whatsoever.
Now, you also released that story to Al Kamen of the Washington Post.
Absolutely, completely false. You have no evidence of that. It's defamatory.
You have.
Stop defaming me.
You
Mr.
have- you have
You know,
Caputo.
you know that I have a following among conservatives. Stop defaming me, Mr. Klayman.
You have. Mike Caputo was working for me as press secretary, correct?
Yes.
Okay, he released it.
Absolutely not. Categorically not. You're making baseless charges because you have nothing.
And you also released a story to Mark Caputo of the Miami Herald at the time about Tony Fabrizio and the issue of his. This was after we stopped working, of course, correct?
Objection to form. No foundation. You're
Wild assumptions that are false, for which you have no evidence whatsoever, and you will get no evidence. Go depose all those people. You just you can't get over the fact that you lost a Senate seat. I mean, this is absurd.
That has nothing to do with whether I lost or won.
It also has nothing to do with the 6 lawsuits that you
Well,
filed.
it's a pattern of conduct.
If anybody wants to talk about pattern of conduct, look in the mirror.
When you worked for me as a consultant, you had a fiduciary duty to keep what I told you confidential.
And you have no evidence that I did not do so.
Objection of form.
None whatsoever.
And there's no
It's a fishing
basis,
expedition.
no basis for a fiduciary duty.
What, are you the judge?
You didn't pay me a dime. You owed me money, as a matter of fact.
And your staff left with equipment that I paid for, correct?
Prove it.
Stop.
Prove it.
Stop.
Prove it. No one believes you. You have no credibility.
Ask a question, Mr.
I'm going to show you
Klayman.
what I'll ask the court reporter to mark as Exhibit 7.
Did you provide this in the response to request for production?
It was taken off of the internet yesterday by Dr. Corsi. He did not have it in his possession until he found it yesterday.
So all documents in support of
fine.
your lawsuits he found yesterday?
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll litigate it in court.
Excellent. You can lose again.
Hold on 1 second, everyone. I'm just going to mark this. Just give me 1 second. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. Let me just mark it. Okay.
Jerome Corsi's apparent scam cancer fundraiser exposed by conservative website. It states, the conservative Daily Caller investigated a cancer surgery fundraiser run by Roger Stone, associate Jerome Corsi, and found that it doesn't appear to be what he claimed. Over the summer, Corsi raised $25,000 for 33-year-old Thomas Strickler, an Alaska man he said needed the money to get experimental surgery by an Israeli oncologist named Dr. Eliot, E-L-I-A-T, Mendelsohn, M-E-N-D-E-L-S-O-H-N. The only problem, the caller revealed, is that Mendelsohn does not appear to exist. In his regular testimonials and fundraising messages on his YouTube channel, Corsi claimed Mendelsohn maliciously cured a relative stage 4 cancer, and after raising tens of thousands of dollars for Sickler, S-I-C-K-L-E-R, said the oncologist cured the younger man too. In both open source record searches and exchanges with institutions where the oncologist supposedly works, reporter Chuck Ross wrote that the Tucker Carlson founded Daily Caller could not find any trace of the Israeli oncologist's existence. Furthermore, Sickler is the owner of the Mendelsohn Consulting Group, website that Corsi linked to, and the LLC of the same name. Phone number on the Mendelsohn Consulting Group website also forwards to Sickler, the caller reported. A Twitter account Corsi linked to the supposing oncologist at Dr. Mendelsohn tweeted at both the Stone associate and Sickler has a photo of a doctor who appears much younger than a reportedly elder surgeon, and also posts about the pro-Trump QAnon conspiracy theory. When the caller contacted Corsi about the discrepancies, he insisted that Sickler fundraiser was legitimate, quote unquote. Quote, if I was misled or I was bamboozled on that, he said, quote, I honestly think Tommy Sickler was a cancer survivor, unquote. Corsi also defended his claim that Sickler was, quote, healed, unquote. In an August video posted before he was subpoenaed by special counsel Mueller and subsequently went on hiatus, Corsi claimed that Mendelsohn cured his wife's cousin's cancer. Quote, she was treated in Israel by Dr. Mendelsohn, quote, unquote, he said on August 2nd, and quote, and I think she looks better than she has in maybe 2 years, unquote. When the caller asked him about the claim, Corsi refused to comment. That's all I'm going to say, quote unquote, he told the website. Quote, it's a personal matter, unquote. Corsi denied that he took any of the funds from the Sickler campaign and challenged Mueller and his team to investigate the funds. Quote, if they want to accuse me of running a fraud to raise $25,000 for Tommy Sickler, they can go ahead and accuse me of that if they want to, unquote, he said.
Exhibit C, what is the source of this? Or it's exhibit, whatever the exhibit you just read.
It was taken off the website. I don't know what the source is.
So you just put something in front of the witness?
Don't get
Okay.
argumentative with me. You're going to have a chance to cross-examine Mr. Buchel.
Yes, indeed. We're looking forward to that.
Yes. Yes.
I'll be there.
I hope so.
Many questions for you.
I hope so. You may be in prison by then, but maybe
You'll be
they'll let you out.
you'll be disbarred by
All
then.
right. Mr. Klayman.
The clock's ticking
Mr.
faster
Klayman,
on you than me, pal.
Mr. Klayman, what, these barbs that you're doing?
No, he barbed me.
Okay. You're
Now,
a lawyer, sir.
I'm responding. So,
You can't cite the sword of
Mr.
Sisyphus.
Stone, I'm asking you questions independent of this. You arranged with Tucker Carlson's Daily Caller to release this story through Chuck Ross concerning Dr. Tommy Strickler and Dr. Mendelsohn, correct?
Categorically false.
Objection of
Categorically false.
And
Categorically false.
Tucker
You have no
Carlson-
evidence of that.
Tucker Carlson owns the Daily Caller, correct?
That is correct.
Is that just a coincidence that this happened?
If you have some proof to the evidence, put it on the table. You've got nothing. You're fishing. I've never discussed this with Tucker Carlson or Chuck Ross, but I do note that Jerry Corsi is described here as a Roger Stone associate. So much for that accuracy.
And my objection, for the record, is that none of this line of questioning has any relevance to any of Mr. Corsi's lawsuits.
Well, yes, there is reference to the Chuck Ross incident and the Daily Caller incident in the lawsuits. Go back and read them. I'll show you what I'll ask the court reporter to mark as Exhibit 8.
Is Exhibit 8 provided?
Hang on.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to answer your questions now. You can deal with it later.
Hang on.
I'm telling you, these documents were pulled off by Corsi yesterday off of,
Hold
off the
on.
internet.
Let's say that on the record,
Yeah,
please.
these documents were found by Dr. Corsi yesterday
These
on the
documents-
internet.
Okay, and yet they were supposed to be provided in response to a request for production.
He had no obligation to go on the internet to look for documents. He
Except he wants to use them as supporting his case, and he needs to do that since that's
You
what
make
the
the
request
you make the
is.
argument to the court, my friend.
Okay,
You've already
thank you.
said several false things to the court in the course of this case.
No one more than you, sir. No one more than
I
you.
I take exception
Yeah.
to what you're saying, and this is not the proper way of doing
Make
it.
your argument to the court. He has no obligation to search the internet. He produced what he
He
had in his
needs to
possession.
produce exhibits that were meant to support his case.
He just found them
He
yesterday.
just waited until after the request for
You could
production.
depose Dr. Corsi and find out what happened.
I'm sure we will.
Okay. This is a tweet from Chuck Ross. Chuck Ross at Chuck Ross, DC.
Yes.
Tweeted, Dr. Eliad Mendelsohn, who Corsi claims cured patient Thomas Sickler, appears not to exist. The Israeli hospital where Corsi claimed Mendelsohn works said he does not work there. Sickler, the purported patient who Corsi says he met, is the registered owner of Mendelssohn's clinic. https, twitter.com, Chuck Ross, DC status, etc. You've seen this tweet before, have you?
I object. It assumes facts, not in evidence. It doesn't look like a tweet. It's a bunch of letters and words on a piece of paper that you just provided first time today.
All right, well, you can have your own characterization at the right time in the right place. You've seen this before, haven't you?
I have not. At least I have no, let me say, I have no memory of having seen it. This is news to me.
I'll ask the court reporter to mark as Exhibit 9 this document.
Again, an exhibit that was not provided in response to request for production.
I have no obligation to give you my exhibits before this deposition. This was pulled off by Dr. Corsi yesterday off of the website. I have no obligation to do that.
This once again has no source on it.
You do, because we asked very specifically all documents and exhibits you
All right, look,
support of.
we can argue over it legally. I'm happy to go to a hearing on this, okay? I'm happy to do it. So, you file a motion. Jerome Corsi's apparent scam cancer fundraiser exposed by conservative website by Noor, N-O-O-R, Al-A-L, -S-I-B-A-I, December 15, 2018. This again references Chuck Ross's writing for Tucker Carlson's founded Daily Caller, does it not?
It does. It appears to be exactly identical to the previous piece you gave me.
Okay. You've seen this article before?
I have not. And it has no source on it, so I have no idea where it came from. It does, once again, call Jerry Corsi an associate a lie.
I'll show you what I'll ask the court to mark as Exhibit 10.
Hold on 1 second, let me just mark it so we
Thank you.
Same objection. There's no citation to where this came from. It wasn't provided in response to the request for production. And it appears, I don't know, it could be, it says James A. up top. I don't know if it's Mr. Corsi wrote
And
this or
same
not.
response on my part with regard to Dr. Corsi finding it yesterday on the internet. It's titled Post Tags Chuck Ross, December 13th. The Daily Caller DC, founded by Tucker Carlson of Fox News, published an article claiming that Dr. Jerome Corsi helped raise $25,000 for a doctor that didn't exist. I will direct the reader to the articles. There's a link so as not to take credit for their work and to avoid redundancy and repeating the same claims. Without going through the allegations, which speak for themselves in this article, you've seen this article before, haven't you?
I have not.
I'll ask the court reporter to mark as Exhibit 11 this document.
It's the same objection. No citation to the link to the internet. Was not given in response to the request for production.
Same response. Statement on behalf of Dr. Jerome Corsi concerning recent article by Chuck Ross of the Daily Caller. You've seen this before, have you not, Mr. Stone?
This story?
Yeah,
This
no,
one.
Oh,
this one here.
oh,
11.
sorry, hold on. I'm not sure whose statement this is. No, I haven't seen this before.
Okay.
At least I have no memory of seeing it before.
I'll show you what I'll ask the court reporter to mark as Exhibit 12.
Mr. Stone will not be commenting on anything relating to his criminal case, so you can mark this exhibit and leave it at that.
Well, I'm going to ask a question that's relevant to this case.
Okay.
Exhibit 12 is a Fox News story by Greg Ree. Roger Stone's jury four-person's anti-Trump social media post surface after she defends DOJ prosecutors. Greg Ree is G-R-E-G-G, last family name R-E. Have you ever spoken with Greg Ree?
We're not answering questions about this article. It has to do with his criminal case.
I can ask whether he's spoken to Greg Ree.
All right, fine.
No.
Do you
Never
know who
spoken.
Greg Ree is?
I do, other than seeing his byline here, no.
This article, which makes reference to alleged conflicts of interest of jurors in your case, was furthered by Tucker Carlson, was it not?
We're not.
Fox News.
We're not talking about. We're not talking about it. Next question. I'm instructing you not to answer.
Certify it. Now, you testified yesterday that you produced all the documents that you were required to produce with regard to Dr. Corsi and me in the course of this case, correct?
I believe that to be the
Okay.
case.
All right. I'm going to ask the court reporter to mark the following document as Exhibit 13.
Give me 1 second.
This document shows communication with Joel Gilbert on or about October 20th, 2016. You know who Joel Gilbert is,
Yes, I
right?
do. Yes, I do.
Who is Joel Gilbert?
Joel Gilbert is a brilliant filmmaker in Los Angeles.
Right. And he writes to you on October 20th, 2016, I know longtime Clinton tormentor, Attorney Larry Klayman. He might be the kind of guy who would take this case for 3 should I talk to him. What case was that?
There was an effort to prove the paternity of Danny Williams in Arkansas, and I wanted an Arkansas-based attorney to represent the young gentleman, and I was prepared to finance his suit because I believe he's telling the truth. At that time, I had the resources to do so.
And you wrote back to Mr. Gilbert, over my dead body. That's
Correct.
referring to me, correct?
Yes, correct, absolutely.
Okay. You didn't produce this, did you?
I don't know whether I did or not, but it may have slipped through. I certainly stand by my comment, though.
I'll show you what I'll ask the court reporter to mark as Exhibit 14.
I believe so. We have them all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it is 14. Okay.
Exhibit 14 is an email from you, players02@gmail.com, to Roger Stone, players02@gmail.com, which you sent to Joel Gilbert, and it's referring to Dr. Jerome Corsi. It says, this is what Mueller's hit squad demands Corsi recant, which he refuses to do. You didn't produce this document either in this case, did you?
I'm not really sure. I don't recall seeing it previously. I would, however, stand by everything it says.
I'll ask that the court reporter mark as Exhibit 15. An email of November 25th, 2018 at 11:52 p.m. from you. It was sent to Joel Gilbert. It was provided to me by Gilbert. And it says, why is Mueller poised to indict Jerry Corsi for failure to lie? You didn't produce this document either, did you?
I'm uncertain.
Okay. Thank you. Now, throughout the course of this deposition, you've made reference to various bar proceedings concerning me, correct?
I think they were referenced in yesterday's
yeah.
comments, yes.
Yes. And in fact, you played a role with Pete Santilli in filing a bar complaint against me in the District of Columbia.
I specifically denied that yesterday.
Objection to form, and
so again.
asked and answered.
It's already been answered.
In fact, you've been paying Santilli's lawyers legal fees, haven't you?
Completely and totally false. You have some evidence of that, produce it. You have no such evidence because it is entirely false.
Are you, I have asked, okay, are you aware that I've asked them whether that's the case and they refuse to answer?
I'm not aware of that, but it's not true. And you have no proof of it. This is another one of your fantasies. Most of your lawsuits are based on fantasies. As regards me, that is.
Now, yesterday you testified that you were fired from InfoWars when you were indicted.
Terminated is the word I think I used.
Fired equals termination, correct?
Kind of like you at the Judicial Watch.
Okay. Now, in terms of, by the way, how did you come to the conclusion that I was fired at Judicial Watch?
Well, are you still there? Who walks away from an organization they founded and controlled?
Did I hire you to run for the Senate?
Yes, you did.
Okay, was that what I left Judicial Watch for?
No, that's what you chose to do after you left Judicial Watch.
Okay,
We'll get into that in your deposition very deeply, don't worry.
okay, good. In fact, you've learned this from Fitton. This is what he's told you, correct?
Categorically false. I've only had one conversation with Fitton, and I've already explained it. Beyond that, I've had no communications with Fitton whatsoever, as I've said repeatedly.
Well,
Why do you keep asking the same question when it's already been answered? Why are you wasting my time and the court's time?
is that the way you feel about your criminal prosecution?
Objection. Stop doing that.
There'll be no questions
That's-
about my criminal. as you know.
Stop doing that.
Well, you got to be up in New York arguing with the bar about them disbarring
You
you.
guys, one
Stop.
at a time, hold on.
Stop. Mr. Klayman,
Okay.
stop doing that.
Now, you've had appearances on InfoWars since you were terminated, correct?
On very few times, but yes.
And how many times have you been on InfoWars?
I could not tell you. I don't exactly remember. Once or twice, perhaps 3 times. Discussing matters not pertaining whatsoever to my criminal case.
Did you do those appearances in person in Texas?
No, I did not.
During the course of those, or prior to those interviews, did you have discussions with Alex Jones or Owen Stroyer?
Only about the logistics, perhaps, but I doubt it was probably with their producers.
You've discussed with them the fact that they've been sued over comments that you made about Corsi and me on InfoWars, correct?
Under baseless assertion for which you have no evidence whatsoever.
You've had conversations about that with them, correct?
A baseless assertion for which you have no evidence
All right,
whatsoever.
answer the question.
The
Have
answer
you or
is
have you
no.
not?
The answer is no. The answer is no. I think I may have told them that you're suing me, but that would be it. It's a public matter that you're suing them. It's been reported.
Now, yesterday you testified about
Thank you.
a Judicial Watch donor list, correct?
Yes.
Objection to form.
Yeah, and you said
Yes.
that, I'm not going to get back into the testimony, but you're aware that you and I took a trip to see Richard Viguerie
Yes.
while you were still representing me
Yes.
in Virginia at American Target Advertising, correct?
I don't remember it specifically, but if you say so,
Right.
I'm prepared to agree.
And the reason that we were looking to get that list is because Viguerie owned those names.
But you asserted that you co-owned them, that you had a right to use them. That was your assertion, which is the normal, standard way of doing business with his
I
company.
told you also that Fitton and Judicial Watch would not give me access to that list when I left Judicial Watch.
You
Objection
actually
to
never
form.
told me that.
I know.
You never told me
Well, if I
that.
had access, what was the reason that I would have to go to Virginia with you to see if we could
Because normally,
rent Viguerie's list?
because lists have to be scheduled normally. And when lists are co-owned, those who co-own them schedule them so that the mail dates don't bump into each other. You actually told me that you had access to the list and the right to use the list. That turned out, of course, to be false.
But we were able to use Viguerie's list, where he owned the names, correct?
I don't recall us ever having a successful mailing.
In fact, you wrote the copy,
Well,
correct?
I did want you to mail that list too, and I was under the impression that you had the right to mail it, but that turned out to be not true.
And that mailing or mailings were mailed, correct?
I have no memory of that.
You remember everything else, but you don't remember that.
Objection to argumentative.
I'm going to show you what we went over yesterday. This is my sworn affidavit. I want you to take your time. Court reporter, if you could give, or actually you have
I didn't bring
a
it
copy of
today.
the binder,
Oh,
okay?
right.
Right here.
I want you to go through it, paragraph by paragraph, and tell me what you consider, if you consider anything to be inaccurate in that affidavit.
Objection. If some of it will call for legal conclusion. We went through this yesterday. You went
This
through
is
it line
factual.
by line.
This is factual. Okay, I'm going to asking him,
I have no obligation to do that, and I'm not going to do it.
certified.
Yes, please do.
You can ask your individual questions like you did yesterday.
Well, take an opportunity, Mr. Stone. We have time to review
So
the
I'm
affidavit.
not going to read your biography.
And tell me,
I'm not
tell
going to
me
read your
whether anything's
biography.
inaccurate.
I'm not going to read your biography and all of your asinine claims because you're an egomaniac. I'm just not going to do that.
All right.
If you have a specific question,
Certified.
pose it.
We'll go to the court about it.
I agree. Let's go to the court. I want to do that. Your reputation here is well known. Well known.
I'm asking you. You can take your time, go through it paragraph by paragraph.
saying
Tell
I'm
me if
not-
anything's inaccurate.
I'm not going to do that. as
We
I
went
just said.
through this yesterday.
We
Mr.
didn't go.
Klayman.
I didn't ask it that
He
way.
likes to hear his biography. It makes him feel important.
Okay, certified.
Yes, please do. I'd like to speak to the judge myself about this.
Better do it quick.
Before you're disbarred.
Stop. Mr. Klayman.
No further
stop.
questions. This deposition is concluded for now, subject to my going back and moving the court to produce all the documents that we requested.
Subject to your still being admitted to the bar. Please note that for the record.
Actually, can I just ask a few clarifying questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
On the break, excuse me, off the record, back on the record at 9:54.
For the record, the affidavit to which I'm referring, my affidavit, is the first document in Composite Exhibit 2 to this deposition.
And before Mr. Lerner takes over questions, I'm happy that he's going to do the questions. But basically, we ended our deposition yesterday at the time noted, but it was at least a half hour before 5 o'clock. Mr. Stone was prepared to stay. Basically, overnight, Mr. Corsi did some internet research and presented some exhibits that were the only real basis for new questions in day 2 of this deposition. They should have been produced as in response to a request for production in regards to exhibits that support your allegations in the various lawsuits. They were not. Mr. Lerner came from New York and had to stay overnight for the second day, and we could have handled this yesterday. That being said,
Mr. It's
Lerner.
inaccurate. First of all, that wasn't the sole basis of the questioning today. We talked about an appearance of Tom Fitton with regard to Tucker Carlson, and I wanted an opportunity to review everything to see what, if any, other questions I needed to ask. I went back through it. I streamlined the questioning as a courtesy to you and Mr. Lerner, and for that matter, Mr. Stone, and I've decided that I've got what I need at this time, subject to my filing motions to compel with the court. So
Let the record show that I answered the questions even though there weren't even any sightings on where these came from.
thank you, Mr. Lerner.
I just have a few questions and I'll get us out of here. Are you aware in the complaint in Corsi versus Stone and Newsmax and Cardillo, the case that my client is involved in, there are allegations regarding Cassandra Fairbanks' appearance on Newsmax television on January 30, 2019. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Okay. Were you aware in advance of January 30, 2019 that Cassandra Fairbanks was going to appear on Newsmax on that day?
I was not.
Did you discuss the possible appearance of Cassandra Fairbanks on Newsmax with anybody at Newsmax at around that time?
I did not.
Christopher Ruddy?
Did not.
John Bachman?
Did not.
John Cardillo?
Did not.
Okay. Did you discuss with anybody at Newsmax at or about that time presenting anything negative about Jerome Corsi?
I did not.
Did you encourage anyone at Newsmax to present Jerome Corsi in a negative light?
I did not.
Did you ask anybody else to contact Newsmax on your behalf to encourage them to present Jerome Corsi in a negative light?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing.
okay. Let the record reflect that this witness has been convicted of 5 counts of perjury.
You're defaming.
You know what?
Okay, so
Let the record show that this man's bar license is under attack in New York for his serial misconduct.
It's Washington, D.C.
Pardon me, Washington, D.C.
I have no further questions.
Very professional. Thank
Yeah.
you, Mr. Klayman.
Off
Okay.
the record at 9:54.